Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And it is St. Patrick's Day. St. Patrick's Day. It is time. It is something. I don't know. We've got an update for you. Oh, do I want to restart now? Windows is continuously improving. Yeah, how about Windows, you're so fucking smart. I do a show the same time every single day. Every single day. And it's like, oh, maybe you'd want to do it right now when you're always doing the same thing. Okay. So anyway, this is St. Patrick's Day. As stated in the title, it is the one day of the year in which I drink in solidarity with the Irish. Because I'm not sure if you guys know, but the Irish are barely people. They're barely people at all. And so, you know, this is what you got. You gotta spend one day of the year recognizing the not quite actual people that exist, and drink a little bit of drink with them. Can we see the puppy? No, puppy's asleep. Oh, goodness. Man, so all day today, I have been behind the 8 ball of fatigue. Like, I have been trying to not be tired all day, taking several naps, and just constantly having to do stuff means the naps always got cut a little short. God, I'm just way behind on sleep. What the hell is that? Wait, you can't use Irish words in the chat. That is illegal. That is illegal. The Irish are better drunks than me. Everybody's a better drunk than me. Duh. Okay, so we have some stuff to cover today. We're gonna look at some things. I don't know if you guys have heard, but the New York Times has done some very important investigative journalism today. I mean, really, really important. The New York Times has broken a story. You see, there's a high-profile person, and they're under a sort of investigation related to taxes. And the New York Times actually looked into this person. They're like, oh man, this high profile person, tax issues, we want to look into it. And they found out this person left a laptop in a computer repair place. Right? And it's Hunter Biden. Joe Biden's son, Hunter, left a laptop in a computer repair place. And there's a bunch of crazy emails on this laptop and pictures. I mean, this is amazing. The New York Times has really outdone itself here, getting this important story out in a timely manner. I mean, it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. So we're going to take a look at that story from the New York Times. Breaking news. I mean, I can't believe. Just imagine what would have happened if this event had occurred like during the election year or something. And because, I mean, there's questions in those emails about like Joe Biden's ties to Hunter Biden and Ukraine and some like shady Ukrainian business deals, and a picture of like Malia Obama's credit card with cocaine all over it, and some like other crazy stuff about Hunter Biden that's on there. I mean, oh man, it could have changed everything. But I guess Joe's really lucky that that these events didn't happen until after the election. right? I mean, um, but it's I mean, if only people would have had to know. Uh, yeah. Whew. It could have we could have been living in a different world. So, I mean, it's just weird. So that's a story we're gonna look at. Chandler Halderson was sentenced today, and if you, I mean, I didn't cover it for a couple reasons. Most important reason I didn't cover it was because I was not able to. I was either a kid somewhere all day until I did live chat, which was in the evening. I think around 6 o'clock, something like that, 6:30 in the Discord. No, maybe it was either 5:30 or 6. So I did live chat. It was supposed to be live chat Wednesday, but Wednesday was a catastrophe. Today was a catastrophe also, but I was able to do the live chat in the evening. And then after that, I went to go sit down with my lovely bride and just hang out and stuff like that, since I'd barely seen her today. And I turn on the YouTube and people are DMing me. They're like, Nick, Joe is blue. What are you talking about? He's dressed up like the genie from Aladdin. Everything's going to hell on his shittest show I've ever seen. Joe is devastatingly drunk, and he is in full on blue face, which I would contest is the new blackface because the last person to play the genie in Disney's Aladdin was Will Smith. So Joe's in black cuck face, and he is there talking to Legal Mindset, who's got his hood up over his headphones like some sort of aspiring rapper on a Detroit Metro bus line. And they're just sitting there going back and forth, and I'm like, what is this? So I had to pop onto the show. I mean, I had to drop into that, and it was a disaster. It was a disaster. And by the end of it, Joe could not like figure out what happened to his audio. I'm sure his headphones just got unplugged, but he couldn't hear anything. And we're just like, end the broadcast. Joe, just end the show. We're spamming the private chat. End the show, end the show, end the show. Joe, turn it off. For the love of God, turn it off. He's like, you know what? I don't feel so good. And I think I might throw up. It's like, turn off the stream. It was bad. It was very bad. He may have done some Heil Hitler salutes in there on the stream. You should probably check it out. There's no way he was conscious enough to take it down. So it'll be up for a little while, but you should definitely check it out. It was a mess. Tonight here on Ricada Law, we are going to have a responsible stream with zero drinking that's going to go on. I mean, unless you guys drive me to drink. I mean, I would never drink on my own. It's a very sober stream. I guess we'll have to also finish up the super chats from yesterday, which I'll do probably first. And I'll talk about what happened yesterday. I did not make a big deal out of it, and I haven't been out like, talking about it and freaking out or anything. But there was a air quotes swatting incident that ended the show last night. So I will tell you all about it. I didn't want to make a huge spectacle of it, but I told some people and it, I mentioned it on Twitch as well. And so some people have talked about it, but everything is fine. Everything is okay. Everyone is fine. Nothing bad even came close to happening. So we'll talk about it a little bit and move on. So it's, it is what it is. It's part of being on the internet, and it doesn't make it okay or excusable or anything, but it's, I'm frankly surprised that it had not happened prior to this. But with that said, we'll go ahead and we'll discuss what happened, and then like I said, we'll move on and it'll be fine. And we will get to the super chats. I think I still have them preserved. Yeah, right where we left off, which is pretty close to the end. We were mostly through them. And so we'll do that. So we've got and then yeah, we may look at Chandler Halderson. We're talking about the laptop. There may be something else. But again, I have, in solidarity with the Irish, which are basically the blackest white people, I have bought an Irish whiskey, you say? No, of course not. Why would I buy anything from the Irish? No one wants them around. What I did, though, was I bought an American bourbon that is green and says St. Patrick's Day edition. That's how Americans should handle St. Patrick's Day, because the Irish should be thrown out of everything, which is why, of course, the Irish women are being thrown out of the TV and movie industry, because no one wants a sexy redhead on a screen, because it makes all of the other women jealous. We'll say that's just how it is. But I've got this Kentucky Owl Wise Man's Bourbon, limited release St. Patrick's Edition bourbon. So that's what we're going to do. It actually is made in a collaboration with Louise McGain, who is an Irish whiskey bonder. I don't know who he is, but let's read what's on this thing real quick. It says, in celebration of the long-standing ties that bond Irish and Kentucky whiskey making, Kentucky Owl has partnered with Irish whiskey bonder Louise McGain to help create our Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey. This St. Patrick's edition brings together the traditional bonding skills of selecting rare whiskey barrels and unique flavor profiles with the expertise of our master blender, John Rea, resulting in this exceptional limited release. Now, the amazing thing about this exceptional limited release is I'm always suspicious of limited releases, especially when they're cheaper than the normal release, because that usually means they're cleaning out their crappy inventory. And what a better American way of cleaning out crappy inventory than labeling it Irish. And I don't mean that as a slight to the Irish. I mean that as a slight to how Americans have treated the Irish. That's very funny to me. If you don't know the lore, the Irish were pariahs of the early United States, right up there with any other minority. And that's just how it lasted for a long time. That's kind of washed out of history because the Irish are whiter than the driven snow, and therefore they were not allowed to be. Today, they're not allowed to be disfavored people in history, because that would cheapen somehow, in some way, what was going on with the blacks, for example. And I don't know why it became like a competition or whatever for the left, because everybody else, like, I mean, the Irish were also poorly treated, and they're like, oh, you're trying to minimize. It's like, no, not really. Well, the Irish were also treated bad, therefore slavery was okay. Nope. It's not what that means. But as good examples of, Irish people in popular culture that have been properly depicted, Jack, right? He was Irish, I think. Was Jack Irish from Titanic? I mean, he was killed at the end, which is proper. Is this a hate Irish stream? I don't even dislike Irish people. I'm just making Irish jokes because it's St. Patrick's Day. All right. He was American. Well, he was like Irish American. Dead rabbits. Oh, that's what I'm thinking of. That's what I'm thinking of. Okay, let's give this bourbon a try. It smells very alcohol-y. Hold on. Got to clear out the fumes from the pour. That's good. It's got a nice bite going back. This is not a smooth whiskey in the sense that you can tell that you're drinking a whiskey. Like this is a punch you in the dick whiskey, but not in a bad way. It's not an offensive bite. That's good. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. A lot of these, again, a lot of limited releases are really. This one, this is promising. All right. Okay, let's see. What do we got here? Okay, so these are yesterday's chats. I'm going to get through those and then we'll get into the show. I should send some invites to some people, right? In celebration of Ireland. Let's see. Because this is a celebration day, so we have a celebration stream. So let me send that one. There's another one here. Let's see. Hold on. I got to send one here. Where is it? Where is it? Where did it go? Okay, there's that one. And then there's one more I got to send. Yeah. Okay, that's all sent out now. Whew. Okay. Is Krigler here? I don't think Krigler's on, is he? Or in the chat or anything. No, he's not even here. He's not here. Joe is not here. Joe died today. Joe is here in spirit. Okay. All right, here we go. Chili Coma says, awesome tuning in late and breaded to a couple of my favorite guests. I guess you're okay too, Nick. Hi from Calgary, Runkle. So that was last night turned into a crazy show. Had Barnes, Runkle of the Bailey, and Legal Mindset on, and it was very good. I thought it was a very good show. We had a great discussion. It was good times. Didn't plan it that way, but it turned out that way, and I liked it. Daniel Erler says, Runkle, what is the age of consent for elven folk? 230 is the answer there. Cynthia, Runkle, the R word is about stealing a soul. That's why it's taken seriously. Pickpocketing comparisons so far below you. Oh, Cynthia, if you're here tonight. Cynthia was so fucking mad that we were talking about personal accountability in regards to issues of sexual assault. And very specifically, all of us made it very clear that sexual assault is not an okay thing in any circumstance. However, there are ways to minimize your risk of sexual assault. That does not mean that if you don't do these things that you're to blame for it, but there are ways to help out. And whoa, God, Cynthia lost her fucking mind. Followed it over to Twitch and was bitching over there. It was really, really crazy. Like, wow. You are upset. You're big mad on this one. Very embarrassing. Very breaded of her. And if she hadn't worn that outfit, no one would have made fun of her. Daniel Nestler says, is consent only legally viable by verbal communication only? No, of course not. Of course not. And if you want, like, one of the big issues in the Brock Turner case, because that came up, one of the big issues in the Brock Turner case was that that girl consented to something, some things, some level of things. And we got into this mode as a country that consent at some point like ends, and that a person needs to be conscious of that consent ending or something, which, I mean, it does at some point. Consent does end, but it's not a bright, easy line to see necessarily. And there were two heavily intoxicated people involved in something that night, and one of them was punished for their intoxicated behavior and the other one was not. Again, does that make what Brock Turner did okay? Not necessarily. However, it is a complicating factor to the scenario, in that I think he had like a 0.18 or something blood alcohol content, which is barely conscious. Very, very dangerous levels of alcohol consumption at that point. Almost 1/5 of your blood is replaced by the alcohol, not the drink that you had, just the alcohol from the drink has replaced 1/5 of your blood. That's a lot of fucking liquor, and it makes decision making a big problem, as well as awareness. And so that was the thing. This girl chose to go home with this guy. According to his testimony, she chose to go home with this guy. While they were walking, she consented to some level of higher engagement, and then purportedly went unconscious at some point, at which case consent ends with unconsciousness. The question would be, for people in this situation, did they know the other person was unconscious? Had they agreed to anything else? Is that a reasonable standard? And I think these are real questions that should be asked, because someone falling unconscious, are you aware, for one, the difference between drunk and unconscious? Can a drunk person consent? These are questions that need to be answered, because when you're talking about sex offender registries, felony convictions, and being labeled as a rapist for the rest of your life, like, we need to be really fucking clear on what the lines are, I think. And right now, the law is not that clear on what those lines are. And that's, again, I don't particularly care about what happened with Brock Turner. What I care about is that case raised very important questions in regards to how people need to behave around other people. And also, I think the difference between how courts will treat men and women in the same scenario. But that's just me. Stellar J. Atkins says, peace? No, wait. Porn is not speech. This is Holly's best position. Porn ruins people, families, and society. It is a civilization wrecking weapon and nothing more. End of. See, I disagree. I think porn is quite obviously speech. That doesn't mean it's good. It doesn't mean it doesn't wreck society. Freedom can wreck societies, by the way. It has the ability to do that. That's the whole point of freedom. So, if you if you want a compliant and docile society, just have tyranny. It's okay. You can, by the way, you can be okay with not wanting freedom. That is fine position for people to have. Like, oh, well, I don't actually want that freedom thing. That risk sounds very scary to me. What I would rather have is someone police what I do, what I consume, what other people do as consenting adults, and then that would be better. And it might be. It might be. I will choose the worst society that has freedom over the better society that doesn't. That's my opinion, though. That's the libertarian in me. Janiel Vargas says, at Legal Mindset, you're an alumnus of FIU Law. Get out. Czar says, so you're saying Biden nominated a judge with a questionable history on child predators? Wonder why. Chili Coma. I'm convinced Jack Murphy is just Tom Segura in disguise, pulling off the most legendary bit of all time. Ponton 21. Nick, you missed my $21 super chat from early in the show. It's about the SCOTUS nomination. Okay, I'll have to go find that one. Jack Murphy says, I will not shave my beard. Struggle Snuggle says, remember the Panama Papers? Putin's name was in the list, but when more names were being released, our government censored the findings. Shocking. Shocking. Ryoji Mata says, you are a lightweight when it comes to drinking, madam. Are you talking to me? I know. I've never claimed to be a heavyweight drinker. Joel Reese says, a staff. He clearly used some AOE spell. Jack Murphy, would those two good-looking lawyers be my mutuals? No. Cynthia says, is Runkle male? Can anyone confirm? Very offensive. Wrestler Town says, Runkle just claimed that there is some January 6th correspondence on that Bitcoin hard drive. FBI will have the drive fixed in 5 minutes. Squizgar says, Nick, yeah, we found out yesterday that Runkle had a hard drive get corrupted with 16 Bitcoin on it. 16 Bitcoin. Gone. An insane amount of money. Let's see. Squizgar2322 says Nick has trained himself to hold his breath while giving the guck. Crusader says, no offense to your guest mindset, but I think body is tarded on Ukraine and Russia, so I'll just wait to see how it ends up before I listen to anybody. Jack Murphy says, I will drink it, Runkle, for you, you beautiful elf. I can only assume he means his gamer girl bathwater. Oh, shit. Vienna waits for you, says tonight's Daily Unbreaded sounds like something the Nazi Ukrainian freedom fighters would write. Touchdown. Ann B. Feinstein says, I swear by using developmental editor, she treats me more every time she goes over a manuscript. Huh? Alex Scott Thompson says, are you doing a drink-a-thon for St. Patrick's? I don't know. How do we do a drink-a-thon? What does that look like? I saw what happened to Yellow Flash. That was bad. Yellow Flash was drinking every $50 super chat. That's a terrible, terrible idea. So I don't know if you guys come up with something. Maybe I'm not. I mean that sounds like death. Alex Scott Thompson. Wait, Nick Naylor says, I asked this before, but I had to go to work before you answered. Did you get my email about the EQ dev? Nick Naylor, yes, I did. Yes, I did. Joseph Fazio. Epstein was a snake. David Goggins is terrifying. I don't even know who David Goggins is. Zara BP, did the court just flat out lose the Vic filings? Kind of seems like it. Cynthia says, what Florida frat, Andrew? The trope is painful. 200-watt studio. Nick, a much better pole vaulter is Polina Gnoraz. Have you guys seen this? I've been trying to let people know that there's we finally have proof that women are better than men at one sport. They're objectively better than men at one sport, and that is pole vaulting. I've learned this because of YouTube. YouTube has told me very specifically that women pole vaulters are better than men pole vaulters, and I agree 100%. They are better at it than men. And in fact, I've never even seen a male pole vaulter complete a single pole vault, but I've seen several women do it, and they're very good. Very good. JK Wynn says he basically said drafting women wouldn't be effective force because you would draft people with Down syndrome. Would you draft people with Down syndrome or fat people? Well, Joe has an interesting position there. The squid. Ethan Hall says, hey, Nick, can you go more in depth on that Stanford swimmer point? I won't say who, but I think they misunderstood you. Can you re-explain your point? Well, it must have been talking about Cynthia is my guess there. Eric the Red says, draft Down syndrome people and call them the very special forces. You fuckers. You motherfuckers. Wow. Ethan Hall says, and Runkle, can you re-explain your pickpocket point? Crusader says, penal units seem like desperation, aka losing bad. Penal units are great as offensive shock troops. That's where you want to send the penal legion to. You want all of your criminal scumbags to be on the front lines invading an enemy force. You do not want them as defenders. Penal legion defending units are terrible ideas. Terrible, entirely terrible. Angry Baneling says, read this free super chat, Noseman. I did. Baneling must be busy. I don't know if he's like scamming people on the reg or whatever, but he's barely here anymore. He pops into the Twitch streams for like 5 minutes. It's very sad. Snuggle Struggle says, speaking of pay, just know that Hunter Biden made roughly $1,600 a day working for Burisma. That's totally normal too. Why question that? Would Be says, Nick, when Andre the Blacksmith got what he deserved, did you know he was a Jack Murphy clone? I did not. If you're unfamiliar with Dark Souls or with my Dark Souls run, I did kill Andre the Blacksmith. It was an accident, but I don't regret it because he got what he deserved. What a piece of shit Andre was. And I would now kill him again. And yes, that meant that I got screwed on my weapon. I was stuck with the same weapon for the rest of the game. Like I couldn't upgrade it past like +5. Hey, what's up, Tug? Oh, I guess I should check this. Here we go. Oh, here we go. I forgot to actually send a link to one of the people I was sending to. What the fuck is this? What is this? Hold on. Oh, never mind. Okay. Next, Bad Vibe says, how about those 4 alleged Disney traffickers? Wait, people who work for Disney want to touch children? Imagine my shock, right? Oh, man. Angry Baneling says, oi, Nick, it's time to end this stream and go start an Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter watch party on Twitch. It's time also get good in Elden Ring. I am good at Elden Ring. God, see this motherfucker? Hey, what's up, Tug?
What's up, man? I'm sorry. Hey there. I forgot I'm supposed to do that shit.
Yeah. Where's your branding? Oh, my God.
Know, what am I doing? Ugh. I got thrown off today. I got named in a court document. It was kind of awesome.
I saw Amber Heard very salty about you.
Yeah. Says I'm in contact with Johnny Depp and his lawyers. Ooh.
You gotta watch out because she might come shit in your bed.
I know. I'm like, anybody finds any, of those little chocolate mints on the pillow, don't eat it. Never.
Those are not mint. It's a different flavor of chocolate. It's very, very bad.
The kids are like, oh, that's the grossest chocolate ever. I'm like, yeah, that comes from like the Dutch or something. I don't know.
Oh, at least it's not Irish though.
True.
Actually, that's what I should have named the stream today. At least it's not Irish.
At least it's not Irish.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Oh man. So how you doing, buddy? It's been a while.
Yeah,
I mean,
doing
other
good,
than Flashcast.
Oh God, man! I thought I was going to die after that Flashcast. Really, you hooked me up that night. I could not read the screen.
You guys were destroyed. It was amazing.
Oh, dude, I went back and I went back and counted some of the super chats, and I stopped somewhere around 30. I was like, man, this hurts me to read because I was taking shots. I was like, fuck it, Camelot's going to drink moonshine. I'll take shots.
Yeah, no, that was a very bad choice by all of you. Because I got drunk enough. on the stream and I started way into it. and was trying to keep up with what was coming in. And even that was like, I'm getting to questionable levels of intoxication here. I don't need to feel like this tomorrow, but it was fun.
I like that Flash was playing his mic like a kazoo.
Ooh. Oh my God, that was awful. Such a shit show. Invite Camelot. Camelot has the link. Camelot has the link.
Hell yeah.
He can come in here if he wants. It's up to him. Or he can be a hateful bigot and stay out, whatever he chooses. But no, that's up to him. But yeah, man, I'm having kind of a chilled out stream for this St. Patrick's Day. I got this Kentucky Owl bourbon, but it's St. Patty's Day edition.
Ooh.
So it's not quite Irish. I'm not supporting the Irish community. I'm supporting an American company by pretending to be Irish, which is better.
That sounds a lot better, actually.
Yeah. But one of the topics I have kind of on the back burner, I sent a certain guest an invite. I don't know if he's got the ability to show up tonight. But I wanted to talk, and maybe you know something about this, the filmicide of redheads. You know what I mean?
I've noticed that. I haven't come up with any theory on it, but yeah, I've noticed that happening over and over.
Yeah, they just keep replacing redheads with anybody else. You have what? Triss in The Witcher, supposed to be a redhead.
It's only somewhat important redheads though. Liam Gray is still on YouTube. I'm sorry. That's
this man. Liam Gray is a source of entertainment that cannot be stopped.
Oh God, he's amazing. I love Liam Gray like that. I wish he would stop flagging. Stop flagging. Stop it. But
yeah,
besides that,
stop being a flaggot, you piece of shit, Liam. You little weird angry leprechaun. Stop it. Stop it. Just be on the internet. Try that. Just do that and make stuff, and you'll be okay. Like, stop being a bitch.
My favorite thing with Liam, like he dressed up like Hitler one time because I forget what somebody called him, and he couldn't understand why people got mad at him. It was beautiful.
Oh man! Wait, so you had a stream the other day, or you were on? Was it your stream, or you had
my stream? That was my shit stream.
You absolutely destroyed one of my Discord people, one of my Discord mods. From what I hear, I didn't happen to see it, but
no. You talking about last night, Spectre? No, that wasn't my stream. That was EVS's stream. My bad. I've had a few shit shows the last few days, so I got confused.
Yeah. You're running in and dipping your toes into all sorts of dangerous streams. So apparently you destroyed Spectre, is what I heard. Which, to be fair, Spectre deserves it from time to time. I like the guy, but he deserves to be kicked down. I think he'd agree. Yeah. But that's in regards to this Vickyverse situation, which is weird.
She's too many weirdos, man.
What's up, Camelot?
What's
up?
Please tell me that's water and not just a giant jug of vodka or something.
Yeah, it's water. Oh my God.
You knew it had to be fake, man. He didn't come in twerking or anything.
Sunday was one of those days where I was like, I'm never drinking again.
Where'd my names go? What happened to my name?
Why does that happen every time I drink? I'm like, never drinking again. Then 2 days later, I get the itch, and I'm like, oh shit.
Here we go. I don't know why the display names were turned off. That's weird.
Then no one would know who I was. Damn it.
Well, it was just awkward. I'm like, why would they do this? Why would StreamYard do this to me? StreamYard's a piece of shit. I'm getting really pissed off at them. But how you doing, man? So this is for the chat. This is Camelot 331. Been on the show a couple times, and you guys should check out his channel as well as Tugs, obviously. But you said you're about to do some serious racing, right?
Yeah, it's not super official yet. It's kind of
this
like
man is in the race war. Listen to this.
Yeah, he said racist. He didn't say racing. Come on.
Yeah, the pathway that I somehow weirdly found myself in is, I went down to a tire test for my series. It's like a small little series that's like mainly for fun. And we have, we're doing our own racing and stuff. And there's about 25 cars. And I was the fastest at the tire test by just a giant margin. And the only reason I think is because I'm like the youngest, which is weird because I'm 32. And they're just all pretty old. And I was just going ham. I was going like 170 and just throwing it into the corner. And we ran the fastest time, and then this team approached me, and we're just loosely talking about stuff, and I have to fly up there the 16th of April to meet all these people and see about getting a pathway to a license in the lower series of NASCAR for mile and under first, and then it kind of snowballs from there. But I don't know what the hell's going to happen, but I'm going to just fly by the seat of my pants and see what happens. If nothing happens, it's all good. If something happens, also all good. So,
Wait, did you say mile and under?
yeah, so
you have like one lap.
So you have to get approved.
Fucking nail it.
Well, but you do it. You'll do a test, and you can get approved for mile and unders just by experience. So I've already been racing and doing stuff, and they approve you for tracks that are a mile in length or less. So you know tracks that are not super fast, 150, 160. Then you do a separate test for larger tracks that are above that, and then you do a separate test for Daytona specifically. Once you get all your license, you're good.
And not the race length of a mile or under,
right?
But the track length. Okay, so yeah, because that means on the straightaways you have less distance to make up a lot of speed.
Yeah, and less the opportunity to kill somebody, I guess.
I mean, maybe.
Yeah, and then they just want
only if you're not trying.
Yeah, so they want to get me on that pathway to get me approved for all that stuff. So in the future, maybe at the end of this year and next year, I could start doing some real high professional, like not like the top echelon, but like stuff like the truck series and NASCAR and stuff like that. That's what I'm aiming for. And I'm not getting my hopes up though. Shit.
Well, no, don't have your hopes up, but Godspeed, man. I hope things work out well for you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
How much have you guys not wanted to drink since Saturday?
Oh my God.
Shit, I don't have any alcohol. I drink everything, dude. I drink all my moonshine. I drink all my whiskey.
My comic picked up like 30 grand that day, and I still regretted the day. I was like, how did that happen?
I have clear ass bottom shelf rum downstairs that I hate.
Oh, don't do that to yourself.
Dude, it's called like Rimco or something. I don't even know what it's called.
Oh, God. Rimco?
It tastes like ass, man.
Well, yeah, of course. It's called fucking Rimco. Why would you buy a rum that's named after the one thing that people do grudgingly?
Yeah. No, one of my viewers sent it to me.
Really I guess I'll eat ass.
Yeah, he sent it to my P.O. box, and I've been drinking it in his honor. I don't really care for it, but
dude, I have a. Here's the terrible liquor I have. Military Special Vodka.
Oh my God, dude, that's the same jug, man, but it's the different label that
just
I have.
A different label. It's like shopping on Amazon.
Yeah. It's probably literally the same beverage.
Yeah, it tastes like vodka. It doesn't taste like rum at all. It tastes like old garbage bottom shelf vodka is what it tastes like.
Well, rum is just less pure vodka.
Well, that makes sense. No,
I went to a vodka distillery, and when they have like a bad batch that does not purify as well, because they dilute the vodka down to like 40 proof or 80 proof. But when vodka is properly distilled, I think it has to be above 180 proof before it's diluted, whereas rum can be up to like 179 and down to like 161. So it allows just basically for more impurity in the liquor itself. So rum was cheaper and easier to make than vodka back in the day, which is why it was adopted by sailors.
That's why the pirates drink it. That makes a lot of damn sense. See, I just thought it was because it was like orange and shit, and they liked it, or like dark color. Man, hazelnut vodka, man. Oh my, or not hazelnut vodka. Hazelnut rum is the greatest shit on earth,
dude.
Oh my God,
I have a toasted coconut rum.
Oh my God, man.
It is like drinking fucking candy.
It's crazy. Like I've never in my life tasted alcohol. It all has that, kind of back end kind of spice. Dude, I had some hazelnut rum. It was like the something shiners. I got it in Gatlinburg, and it was unbelievable. I just drank it, no chasing, just swigging on it, and I killed the whole damn bottle in one night.
Yeah, I got this in Maui at the Kula Distillery. They're the people who make that ocean vodka in those little round bottles that look like bombs. And they do this. They do the Kula rums and this toasted coconut. Like, you have to keep this away from people because you will just, it's still sealed. Because if it's not, you'll suck it down. It's crazy.
Really? It's that good? Damn.
Dude, that's like me and Jack Daniels, though. Like, I'll sip on Jack Daniels until it's just gone.
That's me. That's my drink of choice.
That's what, dude.
Yeah,
That's what
You
Matt.
fucking Southerners.
Ooh,
Hey, man.
anime
You
Montsuri.
grow
Oh,
up on
dude.
it. It's like here, you know.
Me and Tug at Montsuri is just gonna be Jack Dagnalls.
Oh God, man!
all day, all
As
night.
long as it's not flash cast. Oh God.
I'll bring the Gentleman Jack or the Gold Label Jack, and we can drink some together, because I cannot stand basic Jack Daniels. I just like, it's too it's got, and it's probably why a lot of people like it. It's got that sour quality to it. It's a sour mash, and you can taste the sour. I don't like that. And the Gentleman Jack and the Gold Label Jack, I'm a much bigger fan of those.
I think it's because like I grew up in a trailer park, so it's like ingrained in my biology. Just need some damn Jack Daniels, man. My dad
do it.
My dad has been drinking my whole life, his life, but he just drinks like really shitty beer, like the worst beer on earth, like Natty Lights and shit. And I don't like beer.
My dad doesn't drink shitty beer, but he drinks a lot of, like, that's his drink. His go-to drink is just a beer. You know, if we go out to a restaurant, he'll have a beer or whatever. And I grew up around a bunch of dudes drinking beer when my dad would have poker nights and stuff with his coworkers. I learned how to pour beer with minimal head, right? As like a little kid, like a little 6-year-old running around filling up beer cups for people at poker night and at Super Bowl parties and stuff. And I have always hated beer. Like I've always hated the hops. I don't like them. I like meat. Okay.
I'll never understand it. My entire life. Look, I live in a college town. I live in Huntsville, right? Alabama. And everybody here, like when I was in my mid-20s, I go to, house parties. And everybody's drinking this like special, like local brewery beer shit, and it all just tastes the same to me, and I don't understand it. It all has that weird hoppy. Ooh.
Yeah,
I moved out to Oklahoma.
I mean, that's what makes it a beer. And if you don't like that taste, it doesn't matter what the beer is, because like there's a Kentucky beer that I can stomach. It's really high alcohol content for a beer, like 15-16%. It's aged in whiskey barrels. Bourbon barrels specifically. I think it's called like Kentucky White or something. Someone in the chat may know, but when I go visit my parents down in Florida, like my dad and I went to Dr. Barbecue, and we had, we each had one of those, and like I can sit. That's like the only beer I can sit and drink with my dad, because I cannot stand anything else. But I bought some whiskey aged beers here. Called Dragon's Milk that I used to make chili. They're not any good for me as beer.
Dragon's Milk. I've totally heard of that before.
Yeah.
Like, what is it? I remember one time I got real drunk, and it might have been just because I was really drunk, but I drank a lot of Blue Moon one night after I was already drunk, and I thought it was great. I was like, oh, this is great. But it might have been because I was smashed as hell. Had a random Kinder girl over. She loved Blue Moon or some shit, so I drank a lot of whiskey, and then I started drinking Blue Moon.
I moved
whiskey
to
before beer, you're in the clear.
Hell yeah.
I moved to Oklahoma once, and I didn't realize they had like half strength beer. It was like 3-point beer. I was like, what the fuck? I've drank all this beer and I'm not even buzzed.
Dude. Oh no. I can't do that, because, or like my one of my relatives, one of my in-laws used to drink the non-alcoholic beer. And I'm like, you got rid of the only reason to drink.
Yes, exactly. That
I don't want to feel the pain anymore. Like, why are you gonna take the alcohol away from me? No, dude, like I can't drink. The main reason I can't drink beer. Look, I drink like unflavored protein and bullshit all the time, every day. I can drink whatever. The main reason I can't drink beer is because when I get like 3 beers in, like my stomach, like I start getting like really full. Like I've been eating a lot, and then my stomach's unsettled. I don't like how I feel. When I walk, it feels like I'm sloshing.
Beer is so fucking high calorie. Like it weighs you down.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, but I will say this about the Dragon's Milk. It makes excellent chili. It's a really dark beer. It's got a really good flavor, and that bourbon flavor goes into it. So I pour a whole bottle of that shit in my chili. And it's, as I'm cooking it, it's really good. I'm finishing up the super chats from last night, and then I can talk a little bit about my fun quote unquote swatting incident.
Yes, I wanted to know about that.
Yeah.
That's good.
So I'll talk about that in just a second. RW Bimby said Runkle, anime cat girl, or vampire lady. Runkle's not here. So you guys, anime cat girl or vampire lady?
Anime cat girl.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd probably go with anime cat girl. Mm-hmm.
All right, you degenerate furries. I'll be stepped on by a vampire. Kyan Rennell says, is this nonce town in Florida called Murphyville? It should be. Wolfgang Deo, election 2020 was won by a man named Robinette. Jonathan Duger says, you might have cancer, but at least you're not Jack Murphy or his wife's toys. Holy shit. So context, that's following a super chat from last night where a guy, I think he lost his wife to cancer, and now he's been diagnosed and is terminal, has like 6 months to live. So that was the follow-up, was at least you're not Jack Murphy.
Damn.
Holy shit.
Damn. I'd rather everyone go out terminal than be that. Yeah, that's something.
Fuck me. Snuggle struggle. At least our leaders going to revoke the anti-lynching bill they forced into being on the back of Jussie's false hate crime? Nope. Freedom is fading. They passed a bill to make lynching illegal because apparently they determined it wasn't illegal enough already.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking idiots. This is the thing. There's a bill in Congress right now that I fully support. Have you guys seen the Senate just passed it unanimous in the Senate? Permanent daylight savings.
Yeah.
I saw that. I was like,
please.
Yeah, they unanimously agree on one thing. You know, that's amazing. But
and the House is like, well, we might take it up later. And I'm like, motherfuckers, will you stop virtue signaling on Ukraine and doing all this bullshit and just vote on the goddamn bill that every American wants? Stop fucking with our clocks. They should have called it the Stop Fucking with Our Clocks bill.
Dude, I just want it to be daylight forever. To be
honest. You want it to be daylight forever?
Yeah, dude. Like, I'm on the YouTuber sleep schedule, so I like wake up pretty late. And when it's like in mid-December, it's like 4:00 and it's dark. And I'm like, dude, I'm a failure and I should jump off the nearest cliff. That's what I feel like.
No, I'm with you. I hate it. I hate how fucking dark it gets. But that's a latitudinal issue, right?
Yeah.
that's our fault. We should be south. Angry Baneling says Andrew Love and Leashes is Nick's favorite movie. I've not watched it yet. Ann B. Feinstein, my method of not getting broken into is living on a U.S. military base. Bad Dragonite, do what thou wilt is a quote from Aleister Crowley's Satanic Bible or whatever. Tom Grawl says, Thomas, got your bottles. How do people normally ship them to you, EPS? Tom Grawl, if you're... Oh, shit. Is that the Kentucky Owl bottles? People normally just put them in the P.O. box, but they do not tell the post office. You cannot tell the post office you're shipping liquor. But I have had tons of bottles of alcohol shipped to me.
Yep, same.
By the post office. You just cannot tell them what's in there. Bring them in a box, wrapped up nice. What's going on? What? Try laying down and closing your eyes. Try again. Good night, lady. That was my 9-year-old. Dad, I can't go to sleep.
My 8-year-old has been sneaking in here and trying to scare the Jesus out of me. Like, I'm facing away. She's like, I'm too old and I was drinking too much the last time she did it. I was like, no, God.
I got like 2 cats. That's all I
got. But Tom, if you, I'll email you also. The John Beck says, FYI, Elijah directed the crowd to get rid of the prophets. 1 Kings chapter 18, verse 40. And Bad Dragonite says, fire in the theater. Okay. So there's yesterday's live chats or the super chats from YouTube. There was a couple from, or there's one more from, where'd it go? Yes. One more from Odyssey. What's up? Yeah. Yep. Oh my goodness. Sleep issues. My poor kids, like my wife has like insomnia and central sleep apnea, which is not the one you get from being big, but the one you get from when your brain just decides to stop telling you to breathe at night. And I have narcolepsy. My kids are toast. Like they will never sleep normal. in their
Oh
entire
shit, man!
lives.
I went out with this girl who her father had narcolepsy, and he fell asleep while driving. Went under a tractor trailer. So don't do that. Was pretty
No,
gross.
no, it's very.
I was shocked
scary.
he lived. He was like, "Well, I lived because I wasn't drunk, but I fell asleep." I was, oh shit!
It's terrifying. I've only fallen asleep driving a couple times. And it was one time I woke up, right? Like I did the nod off and the wake up, and I was driving almost perpendicular into the cement barrier. And I was able to pull it out at the last second. I was like, holy shit. I crossed like 2 lanes of traffic. There weren't, obviously it was low traffic time, but I crossed I just went whoop and turned straight into it. And I was like, fuck, woke up and turned at the last second. It was crazy, but I usually don't have a problem driving, but man, there have been a couple days.
I fell asleep driving when I was 16. I was in my Jeep Grand Cherokee, and I was going down 278, which is the name of the road. And I was on my way to work at Piggly Wiggly, and I just black out, and then I wake up bouncing.
God damn it! Why are you so Southern?
I don't know, man.
I know. I love being on with him because people are like, "Listen to that Southern accent."
Yeah, dude. Like
I went to work at the Piggly Wiggly.
Yeah,
Sucked me. Of course you did.
Man, it was terrible. No, but I was just in the middle of the median in the grass bouncing, and I wake up and there's just a sign coming at me, and I just like turn back onto the road. It's pretty crazy.
So I've never fucking fell asleep driving. You don't have a literal sleep disorder. I do. I actually have one. It's called narcolepsy, and I typically don't just fall asleep at random, but I can. And you put a book in my hands and I'm done. I mean, I am out immediately. It's embarrassing how fast I'll fall asleep with a book in my hands. Okay, but there was another one here on Odyssey. Tato Chip says, it seems an old teacher of mine died, heart issues. He was too tall, so something tells me his heart struggled. Won't ask for a toast. What I will say is watch out for your health. Also, Nikki, Odyssey recently started implementing ads and a premium program. It seems like the Libri thing did not work out. Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah, I saw them tweet about that, and they were like, "You
know
get
that either.
Chats and you get ads," and I'm like, "Let's do this." I don't know how to.
Oh yeah, that's a lot better.
Yeah, because
the Libri actually, when at the beginning,
when it started,
before the SEC investigation, Libri coin was like 7 cents a coin, or no, it was like 7 cents a coin, and you got like 1 coin per view. Mm-hmm. So it was insane how much you were getting for Libri. It was like, or no, it was 21 cents a Libri coin, and you got a third of a coin per view. So it was like, holy fuck, I'm getting 7 cents per view, which if you don't know, guys, like my CPM on YouTube is between $8 and $15, depending on the video and how many ads run. Yep, that's a $70 CPM. It's $70 per 1,000 views. That is unfathomable amounts of money that could have been made right away. But once the SEC charge hit, all that Libri coin, the value went through the fucking toilet.
I never knew how Odyssey worked, and I still don't, but now that they're introducing like ad revenue and stuff, I guess it's different. But yeah, I have like a lot. I have like 11,000 I guess whatever coin I guess it's Libri, still called. Yeah. I have 11,000.
3 cents a coin right now.
Yeah, and I don't even know what to do with it. So
yeah. It's
you could have a giveaway. You could be like, here's $3. Woo.
Woo, yeah.
Here's all of it.
Enjoy.
No, 11,000, it's a couple $100. But you got to have the right place to exchange it. Is the thing. There are a couple exchanges that do it. But yeah, okay, so that's the super chats from yesterday. Let me briefly talk about what happened at the end of the show, and then we'll go into today. I did not make a big deal out of this very intentionally. So I received a phone call from someone claiming to be from what I thought they were claiming was that they were the developer of Cuck Simulator, which I've had Team Sneed on the show before. So I thought it was funny because it left like a voicemail or not a voicemail or a text message or something that said, I'm in Cuck Simulator, have me on the show or else. And so I thought it was Team Sneed. And I was like, of course you can come on the show. I don't care. You're a funny guy, very funny. And he made Tyrone versus Cops, another monumentally funny video game that's on Steam that people should check out. But turns out the person was saying, no, I'm in the game Cuck Simulator. And then they claimed to be this guy named Wayne Lambright, which I don't think it was actually Wayne Lambright who did this. But they then, it's apparently them who called the cops. And again, I don't think it's actually Wayne Lambright, although that guy turns out doing a little cursory research seems to be a sped as well. But I have no idea if that's, I don't think that's the guy. I think someone's trying to start some weird shit. Yeah, so they called, the police tried to call me 2 times during the stream. And if you go back, I mentioned that I was not going to answer a phone call during the stream, like from a local number. So I hung up on, like I did the, straight to voicemail, decline the phone call thing. Well, then my mother-in-law called me. And when one of your parents or in-laws calls you at 3 a.m., you answer the phone just in case. And they said that, the police had reached out to them because I wasn't answering. So then I said, okay, tell them to call back. I'll answer the phone. This is what this is. So then when the cop called back, he said that they had some disturbing report that they had to follow up on. Could I please talk to him? So that's why I had to end the stream. He said he was 2 minutes away from the house, which in this county is not a big surprise. I'm pretty close to the county seat, and there's several sheriffs that live in the area too. So I had to end the stream. I went upstairs and talked to the guy when he got to the house. He was very courteous and professional. They did not come busting in or anything like that. I said, please just don't wake up my wife and kids because that would be really fucking annoying. But the report was that I had murdered my girlfriend. So I told him, I was like, hey, well, you can tell one thing. I've been married like 17 and a half years, so I don't have a girlfriend. God, women are fucking difficult enough to have more than one. I could never even imagine.
Amen.
So I said, but if you need further proof, I run a YouTube channel. I do a live show. I've been on this live show since 11 p.m. Clearly you can see if you check, I didn't leave the show. I don't have time to murder anybody. So everything's good. And he was very polite, and he said, yep, we just have to follow up on stuff like that. It's all good. Thanks a bunch for chatting with me. And then I gave him my YouTube address so they could check the channel.
So you got away with it. That's awesome, dude. Good cover story.
I hope you're watching, Deputy.
I hope you didn't hear that.
But nobody came and like busted down the door. That's why I didn't want to sensationalize it or anything. It was an attempted swatting, I guess, but SWAT didn't show up. No one kicked my door down. No one shot a dog or anything like that. It was all very polite and done in the way that these things should be handled, in my opinion. So, yeah. So that
it was the same thing happened to me about a month and a half, 2 months ago. Almost the exact same thing. I didn't murder my girlfriend though. So
what did they blame? What did they claim you did?
There was a guy that used to. He'd been trying to get like my whole family fired and stuff, and messaging my mom and dad and people in my family, random people trying to like insinuate that I've been talking to their like 13-year-old daughter, trying to
Jesus
make
Christ.
Just go crazy. So,
man, call me a killer before you call me a fucking
for real
kid.
So,
good God,
they contacted the local like police department and sent them video, like my YouTube video of me driving my stock car down the street when like the day I got it in 2020, like one of my race cars. Yeah. And I haven't driven on the road since then. It was just, a goofy walk and drive down the road, my street, and then drive back. And they sent an email from the exact same email they've been doing it all with, which was stupid, and said I was like driving my stock car down the street that day at like over 100 miles an hour and like almost hitting people, and people were scared for their lives and blah, blah, blah. So they showed up at my house. 3 guys showed up at my house. They were real aggressive, but they didn't like nothing crazy happened. They didn't bust down my door. They're not allowed to in this county apparently.
Yeah,
and
that's how it should be. Like they should not be doing.
Yeah,
that's the shit that gets people killed.
Yep.
Because I tell you what, if if I were not on a show and a cop busted into my house and I, was not conscious, I mean, there's a real possibility that I would, open fire on
Yep.
someone.
that's it.
Exactly. Because like
Yeah.
what do you expect? Like, you don't expect the cops to be doing that, especially if you haven't been doing anything wrong. So you wouldn't you would think you're getting burgled or somebody's trying to kill you. So you
yeah.
fight back. But no, they were as soon as I told them I had a YouTube channel and there was a guy and I mentioned the guy's email that he always uses and the name he always uses, they immediately all relaxed and like took their hands off their sides, and then they were like cool as hell. So and then
Did they do anything about the guy since they had his email? And
they told me who they told me they couldn't tell me who it was until I told them about the YouTube and I name dropped him. They were like, "Oh, okay, cool, it's fine." And they showed me the email, and it was the same guy. So,
well, they told me where the number was from. They didn't tell me who it was or what the number was, and it sounded like it was a recorded message. So I actually have an idea of who it might be based on that fact alone. Because someone who may not want their voice and accent discovered might be behind it. But what
are you saying about Camelot? His accent.
It was me the whole time. Hey,
we got a report of you murdering your girlfriend, and the guy said, "Look, I'll eat her ass while I'm working at the Piggly Wiggly." It's very weird.
Get on it, doggone it. Go arrest him right now.
But no, there's a person who has been harassing a couple other people in the circles where I traverse, and has a very distinctive accent. So it's possible they spoofed a number from Florida and had some call service do it. So I don't know if that's the case, but it is possible. Either way, doesn't really matter. But the number that called me was also from Florida. And before anybody worries, my work phone rings to my cell phone. So like, people may not have my actual cell phone number, my personal one, but if people call my work phone, I have it set up to ring to my cell phone because it's way more convenient than having a separate line for it. So that's how, people can actually call me during a stream and be annoying, and why I usually just ignore those calls. Because that number, my work number, is obviously public. You can find it on Google, but I'm not going to answer.
I don't understand that. Like, so one of my buddies used to work at GameStop with me years ago, and I had this character that I always make videos about, or used to, because he was my old manager back in the day. I called him Egg, real big dude, about 500 pounds, and he was
banging hookers in the back of the GameStop.
Yeah, that was him. Were
they good looking hookers? I can't remember.
No, dude, they were like 1 out of 10.
Oh God,
they look like some of them looked like they were 60. Anyway, so
I guess I don't know what to expect out of a GameStop manager salary.
Yeah,
really.
Dude, but oh my God, no. But so, one of my buddies messaged me a few weeks ago, and he told me that like so and so, said that he was gonna hire a hit on me or something. He talks a lot of bullshit like that. So I didn't think anything of it, and I made a video talking about it because I've never really combined it all into one video because it's been years of just random stuff. So I just made a whole video about it and how he like said he put a hit out on me and stuff, which I say in the video, I don't take it seriously because this guy's just goofy and stupid. And ever since then, I get a call from a restricted number about 30 times a day. Just restricted. And the last time he tried to reach out to me when he was pissed off the first time, it was always restricted. So I guess he's just trying to call me every day, and I'm not going to answer. Going to say he's going to kill me again with his Glock, because he always has to mention his Glock for some reason.
Let's see. I need a good third answer. I'm putting up a poll right now. Who swatted Ricada Law? We got Jack Murphy, Ethan Ralph, Lady Rackets. Oh, and Mad Black Atheist.
Mad Black, I forgot all about him.
So did everybody.
He's gonna do a walk by, son.
he's gonna do a rascal buys.
A rascal buy. I don't take these guys that seriously, but like we did that stream last night, and that Vickyverse was calling in reports that bodies were disappearing where she thought I lived, and that's actually my granddad's property.
I saw that.
Yeah, he's crazy as shit. Like he is old. He's an old Southern guy. He's armed to the teeth, and if the cops came out there, it would be bad. It would be very bad. So, I'm like, oh, but the cops know. Like, I never thought about, like, I have talked to the cops that are local. I tell them I'm a YouTuber. I get all these crazy people. They know, they'll call you like you're talking about. We're good to go, but they're not. I never thought about telling them, like, my parents, my granddad. So I've had to go through that step. That's kind of dumb.
Okay, wait a minute. I gotta do this because I have you two, and now I'm gonna put you on the spot. We the heroes of Flashcast, us three, we carry that show. I mean, Flash is embarrassing.
Obviously.
Yeah, obviously. Jeez.
So us three have to talk right now about a certain tweet from one of the other Flashcasters. And this is really, really important because this came up the other day in a different context. And I know you know who I'm talking about. This is Lofty Pixels.
I knew it was going to be Lofty. It's always Lofty.
Lefty Lofty, right? Here we go. So you know what I'm going to pull up. It's in relation to Picard.
He's in the chat too. Oh no.
Lofty, you're in the chat. Lefty Lofty here in the chat. Look at this. What is this? Jewish Patriot posts a clip, a 1-minute clip of Picard. It says Stacey Abrams is president of the United Earth in Star Trek episode.
We greet the president of United Earth.
Okay, I don't want to play too much of the audio at a time, but I want to put her fucking ugly mug on here. Look at that disgusting ham beast.
She's a ham galaxy, son. Damn.
So what is this? Lofty says, this can't be real. Kill me. Lofty, this is just a 1-minute clip.
How do you know it's going to be bad, Lofty?
How do you know it's going to be bad?
How would you know? That's true.
It's not out yet, dude.
It might be great. Stacey Abrams may carry the entire Picard show on her very broad shoulders that are supported by very squishy shoulder.
God.
Hey, what's up, Lofty? How you
no,
doing,
Lofty. He's came on to defend it.
We were not talking about you just now.
Wait, am I in here? Oh, hi.
Yeah, you're in.
Damn, we get a few more. Man, a couple more people. We have flash gas.
That's funny. I was just watching your
is
stream
that
and
Discovery or Picard?
Discovery.
That's I said Picard. My bad. So that's Discovery. So wait,
Yeah.
how are you judging an entire show by this 1-minute clip? What are you talking about?
You see, people are confused where I stand on this whole issue. If I watch a clip or a long trailer with dialogue and acting, I can pretty fairly judge. I feel like anybody can. But I think you're talking about my take on Rings of Power, which was based on a 30-second...
some trailers are okay.
Yes.
Some trailers that you
Obviously.
approve of specifically.
Wait, have you ever
with your
seen
archaic reasoning?
Hey, Nick, have you ever seen a trailer of something and you thought was trash and the movie came out and you thought, actually, this isn't that bad? I'm positive everybody's experienced that at some point.
I thought the opposite though. And I'll tell you what, because the people who made the trailers for this movie in specific need an Oscar. Is Twilight 3.
Yeah.
That trailer for Twilight 3 with the like they have this dark gothic like theme going on with the vampire council. Robert Pattinson's getting slammed into the ground. It's like causing ripples, busting all the pavement stones. It's all action. It's fucking cool. Like that trailer was cool. Yeah. I'm like, oh, this is like, okay, this Twilight. And that movie ended up being gay.
Right. It's gay. I used to work at Blockbuster and we had to watch that over and on like repeatedly on the TV. But
it's a good trailer though. They did a really good job selling me on a movie that I didn't want to see.
No, you know what else did that?
Fantastic
the movie
Beasts did that for me.
Yeah, there's a lot.
It was so boring, but the trailer was awesome.
I felt that way about this weird movie called Battle LA. It was like this alien movie, and the trailer, the marketing for that was like kind of, they were trying to go with the Cloverfield vibe, I think, and like be mysterious about it. And the trailer was really well done, and the movie is just not good. It's just
I didn't like Battle LA at all. Same thing. I watched it and I was like, eh.
Yeah, it's like an amateur sci-fi movie. It's not great, but
it was boring, is what it was.
No, but
what's the best sci-fi movie to come out in the past decade? Boom, big challenge.
Interstellar might be up there.
I don't know.
Okay, I haven't seen Interstellar. It's on my list to watch.
That was my Tinder bang Tinder girls whiskey movie that I watched every time.
You know what movie I really fucking liked?
Ex Machina is really good.
Oblivion.
Oblivion with Tom Cruise. That's decent.
Yeah, I was surprised I liked that movie as much as I did.
Edge of Tomorrow was fantastic.
Edge of Tomorrow is very good. Oblivion, though, what they really sold me on, those fucking like drone things.
Yeah,
were
that noise.
Terrifying.
Yeah.
Damn, I need to watch that. I've never watched Oblivion.
Oh, it's good.
Dude, I like that movie a lot. I thought Oblivion was really fucking good.
Yeah, Dune here it comes. Good.
Oblivion was shit.
Arrival is a great movie. That was an awesome movie.
See, I've never
Arrival's
watched that.
Really good.
It's got the hot. Yep. It's got the hot redhead. So the remake, I can't. I'm gonna wait for the remake of Arrival where she's black.
Yep.
Well,
that's like every hot redhead.
Fucking Irish chicks in movies.
Every hot redhead gets blackwashed. Is that a word? I don't know.
Well, I mean, on Pornhub, maybe.
Yeah. No, Amy Adams
was
is
the
great.
redhead in there, right?
Probably is. I forward up.
Damn. He directed Arrival, and then he also did Dune, which was and Blade Runner. That guy's been doing a lot of science fiction films.
See, I don't know if I can watch Dune. Like, I haven't read Dune, and I know it's supposed to be super good, and I'm not denying that. What my problem with Dune is, for reading it, is that my sci-fi language is calibrated to Warhammer 40K. And since Warhammer 40K incorporates all major sci-fi properties into itself, like either ironically or unironically, there's a lot of Dune adjacent stuff in there, but the way they write it is different a little bit, but not a lot. The words that they use are different, but the style is similar. And so I was reading Dune, and it took me a lot of fucking time to read through the first like 30, 40 pages. I was like, I can't do it because my brain was consistently like envisioning 40K, but with these different words and like milk knives and weird shit that's going on. The Bene Gesserit running around like a bunch of topless murderous assassins, and I don't know what's going on. It was strange, and I could not translate in real time. So I gave up on reading Dune at the time.
You ever try like audiobooks? I never tried audiobooks before.
I
was like, no. I say when I travel now, I'm like, that's all right.
It's great.
Okay,
Dune has the best audiobook. It's a full on
that's what I'm saying. It's got
cast, like acting.
It is.
Two,
it is.
I got 3 audiobook experiences. One, my parents, when I was a teenager, we would drive down. My dad's like one of the early Audible adopters. So he's like the grandfathered in account where you get like 3 books a month or something. But when we would drive down to Texas from Minnesota to go visit family, they would play Audible books. And so I would like be fading in and out as I fell asleep in the back seat, listening to the Audible book or whatever. And that was kind of fine. And then 2, Warhammer, the Black Library, they do audio books and they're okay. But they do audio dramas that are specifically written for the audio that are really good. Like they get, they've got some good, well, they're all Brit Bong, but they're all English voice actors, and they're really good. They do a fantastic job on their audio dramas. Their audio books are fine, but I typically just read them anyway, so I don't pay too much attention. And then, I guess 4. Orson Scott Card's audiobooks are phenomenal. The voice acting that accompanies the Orson Scott Card books are great. I've only listened to 2 of them and they're really good, but I prefer to just read those anyway. And then the last one that I have is I got an Audible trial, and I was like, okay, because my wife and I were going to drive the kids down to Florida to visit my parents. And I'm like, okay, we've got this Good Omens, right? Great book. Neil Stevenson and what's his face?
I like that book.
The other guy. Who the fuck is that?
Neil Gaiman.
Neil Gaiman and Neil Stevenson, right? Is it Neil Stevenson?
Terry Pritchard. No.
Terry Pritchard. Shit. Yeah, it's Terry Pritchard and Neil Gaiman, not Neil Stevenson. Neil Stevenson wrote like Snow Crash or something.
He did. He's just
Okay. So anyway, so it got Good Omens. I've read the book. I'm like, this is great. We just start driving, and there's a bunch of profanity in the first like 40 seconds of the book. And like we've got like little kids in the backseat. I'm like, fuck, turn off the goddamn radio. So I was like, okay, we're gonna hold off on the audiobooks. And I'd forgotten that was in there entirely until it was read out loud. Because to me, I didn't care reading through the profanity, but when you got like a 5-year-old in the car, it's like maybe you don't want the kid going shit, which is right away in the book.
I like listening to like books about the mob. You know, like I've been there's a book called Mafia Prince. It's like we all know God, what's his name? Sammy the Bull Gravano. You know, he's a big name turncoat. Well, in the more violent groups, they had turncoats and they wrote books. You know, it's amazing to think the mafia now is on YouTube. They do videos about the thing they're not supposed to talk about, and they've done books, and some of the books are fucked up, you know.
Dude, the wildest thing ever was when the fucking Henry Hill character from Goodfellas, the actual guy.
Yes,
that
he was
based
on podcasts. Yeah,
he's on podcasts and doing interviews and like playing video games with people, and I'm like, wait,
Sammy the Bull Gravano's on here. It's interesting that I have to edit names and shit out of my videos, but he talks about murdering 19 people, and they're like, "That's cool, get on there," you know, which is cool. I actually like his channel quite a bit.
Sorry, Terry Pratchett, not Terry Pritchett. Terry Pratchett. Like, look, I really love the book Good Omens, but I didn't remember the author names very well, so I'll own it. You know who won't own something? Lofty won't own the fact that he judged this entire series, which might be good based on this 1-minute clip. And I don't know why he's not defending his position here, but and he dropped out. Oh my! Of course he. I'm just kidding.
I thought he did for real. No. That would have been perfect if you would have left. You'd have been like, "Fuck this, I'm out."
That would be funny. No, I don't drop out of stuff. I don't quit. I'm not a quitter. No, so people actually were joking. Half the people that were like liking you actually almost ratioed me. You didn't, which I'm satisfied. But the difference.
Well, chat, you have a job. One job, chat. Here it is. There it is. There it is. There's the tweet.
Yeah.
There goes
the one job is to ratio Lofty
there
and make him feel like a bitch. Oh, whoops.
No, the difference is when you see something and you have no context for it. For example, the Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power. We have the showrunners have never done anything before. Okay, this is a brand new show. Amazon's relatively new to streaming. We saw a 30-second teaser. Okay, there's a difference between that dynamic and let's say a Yui Boll film, like a new Yui Boll or Roland Emmerich or some really terrible director that's made like 20, 30 really bad movies. You can judge one more harshly than the other. It shouldn't be really controversial. And that's how I feel about Star Trek, especially Discovery and like the new direction they're going. It's pretty obvious. And we saw the clip. It's like you can gauge the acting. You don't need to convince me that Discovery is shit. I hate those motherfuckers because they look. I've talked with Anis Abdin, the guy that they stole the concept for the show from, and he's like the nicest, most wonderful Kuwaiti man on the planet. He's been working his ass off in this independent video game for years, been sharing his progress, and it's very clear that someone at Universal or Paramount or whatever went in and jacked some of the ideas from his video game and implemented them right in there. And he got absolutely boned by the shitty copyright system because I mean, if you read the backstories of the characters, you look at the character design, you look at the casting choices they made. I mean, they cast his character, his 8-bit pixel art characters into the fucking show. And it's embarrassing. And it's like, you know what? Fuck you, Paramount. Fuck you, show. Well, can I ask, are you a Star Trek like enthusiast?
No.
Here?
My wife loves Star Trek. Like she's watched all of them.
I'm not.
She watches and she's watched them a couple times. I'm like, I don't dislike Star Trek, but I don't particularly care. I'm not going to go through and watch a bunch
of it. Certain shows, man, like Deep Space Nine. Fuck yeah, I like that.
But my question
I used to
is,
watch stuff with my mom and stuff.
They have this direction that they're going, right? and it's terrible. And they don't seem to be drawing any creative talent into the Star Trek, like the writers or directors. Like if you look at Star Wars, people like Robert Rodriguez.
Well, the new shit, I don't even count that as Star Wars.
Discovery. No, it's Discovery. That fat redhead. Replace that redhead with a skinny girl.
Well, yeah, but my point is, if you look at Star Wars, they're drawing people like Robert Rodriguez. You have Dave Filoni. You have Jon Favreau. You have what's the chick who directed? What's her name? She directed a few episodes. Bryce Dallas Howard. Is there any? And those shows aren't very good. Like, I'm not saying they're good, but they have big names attached to them. Is there anyone in Hollywood that is like desiring to join the Star Trek universe and like help them? Like, who are they getting to help with? Like, are they just hiring like random people? Do they have any big names? Like, I it just seems like it's floundering at the moment. Like, you would think some big name director would want to help.
Here's what I know. Like they may not have big names. They may not have big names, but that redhead girl has big fucking arms and big thighs because she is overweight and obese. And this is a travesty and an affront to Star Trek women who have been canonically hot for basically ever.
Including the
Star
aliens.
Trek women. I mean, look at T'Pol, smoking hot. You look at the Bajoran chick in Deep Space Nine, smoking hot. You look at you go to 7 of 9, obviously Jerry Ryan, smoking hot. You go back to the original series, every woman in that smoking hot except for Uhura, which I'm like, whatever. Not a big fan of her, but maybe I'm racist. But like, you have a legacy of smoking hot women, and then you put this chonker redhead in, and I'm like, why does the Federation accept this? Get this bitch a replicate this bitch a treadmill and get her moving. What is this?
It's crazy.
The modern day being afraid of attractive women thing, because attractive women on screen might offend like the ham planets at home watching.
Dude, and seriously, it was inspirational and aspirational. There aren't fat dudes either.
Yep.
That's very important to recognize. You look at like William Shatner, as weird as it was, is a sex icon of the 60s, right? Like, he's a handsome young guy. Women loved him playing as Kirk. Kirk was a sex bomb. Jean-Luc Picard is a distinguished old man, also a fucking pussy hound. This dude he's after Beverly Crusher. He goes to some like paradise planet and is banging out chicks all day. These dudes are out here being men. William Riker is the gayest person I've ever seen in my entire life, but he's supposed to be a lady killer.
Yeah, he's smashing it.
Have you ever seen when like they walk in and there's this scene where they walk on Next Generation, they walk onto the bridge, and Riker's got his leg up on the helmsman's fucking console like he's an old man naked at a gym. Right? He's got his leg up and his hands on his hips. And it's like, why would you be like this ever? And it's like he's presenting penis right to the camera, except he's in those Star Trek black pants. It's the fucking weirdest thing. But there are not fat dudes. Well, until Riker in whatever, was it Discovery or was it Picard? No, I think it was Discovery. No, it was Enterprise. The last episode of Enterprise has Riker in it when he's fat and old. But that's the only fat person you've ever seen.
And cameos don't really count. He didn't start fat, so.
Yeah, no, the men and women in the modern Federation are in good shape because they're required to be, because it's a communist state, right? You don't have freedom to be fat.
Yeah.
So
Stacey Abrams is like 300 pounds.
Somehow
fat like women
in a trailer.
They found themselves like weaseling into like marginalized groups, and I don't know how they did it, but they did it. They got in.
I guess because the marginalized groups are marginalized and they can't find skinny women to join. I don't know if
it's the margin where they're like, ooh, margarine.
Hell yeah.
Marginalized
like,
groups.
I'm in that
delicious.
door. Yeah, and they're also like, enough of that, and I can get through any door. It's awesome.
I do not. I'm not a fan. Like, you're looking back, you're like, okay, Beverly Crusher's hot, Deanna Troy's hot, all the guest star chicks are hot, and then Stacey Abrams. Well, you know what? Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm done. So I agree with you in principle, but I'm going to make fun of you in practice. That's how I'm going to do
fine. You can. I give you permission. As long as we get to box in real life when we meet up at anime conventions.
You know what that?
Are you coming to Matsuri?
Yeah, I'm definitely going.
Oh, dude, y'all going to throw down?
Hell yeah.
That'll be awesome.
Dude, Matsuri is going to be so much fun this year.
It's going to be a fucking train wreck.
I can feel it. It's 3 months away.
No, I think it'll be really fun. Man, I loved Matsuri. That was so much fun.
By the way, to the chat, like, you have no idea. I don't care if you're not an anime fan. Come to Anime Matsuri.
You don't have to be.
There are going to be so many like YouTubers there getting together, having fun. And believe me, like after a day at the show, we'll sit down, we'll go to a bar, we'll sit down at the Hilton and just have, or the Marriott or whatever, have drinks, smoke cigars. It's a lot of fun. Come hang out with us. It will be a blast and you will not regret it. Also, it's going to be fun times.
Also, these anime conventions, I've been to a dozen of them. Half the people there are dressing up as like X-Men characters and shit. Like, you know what I mean? It's like a common. Yeah. Like, it's kind of a combination of just fandoms. Yeah.
Matsuri,
so you don't have to be into anime.
There's not there wasn't a lot of restriction on what we could do. Everybody was well behaved and did they had fun, but I mean there was no restriction on what we were doing, and they let us pretty much do whatever we wanted. And it was fun.
Can we get a suite and make some of that freaking dragon milk chili or whatever?
Hell yeah.
That'd be cool if we had a suite with a kitchen and we could just make shit.
We should.
I don't know. I could ask. What I'm gonna say is this. Someone asked, are we gonna have a panel? Most likely, but look for something bigger than a panel. And again, I've been very cautious about what I say until everything is fully finalized. I'm trying to get in touch with the Matsuri people to get full on like confirmations on everything, but look for much more than a panel this year. I think it's going to be grand. And Matsuri, something I again can't talk about that has nothing to do with me. Matsuri has some stuff going on this year that will blow people's minds, and it's going to make some big ripples across the Twitterverse and the country. And it's going to be fun. This year is the year to go to Matsuri.
Wow, that's hype.
It's going to be fucking fun.
You're not part of some like genocide like cult, and you're telling everybody. It's like, dude, it's gonna blow your mind.
And when they hand out the Kool-Aid, literally hand out the Kool-Aid. Look, they're gonna put you in a waifu isekai car or whatever. And you're gonna sit there and you're gonna have like a boob neck brace in the car, and you'll be right between some anime titties, and they give you the Kool-Aid. Just drink it. Just don't ask questions.
No, Nick's like Hellbop's returning. Did you know that?
It's like Nick. Nick, this whole time was working for Russia, and then we're outside at 9 p.m. and it's like, why did it just get daylight all of a sudden?
Dude, so I'll tell you the weirdest Matsuri story I have from last year is Lady Rackets and I. So I have the media pass or whatever, so I get to go in early in the day and just kind of hang out and do stuff before they let the general crowd in about an hour early. It's the same as the super pass, by the way. You can get this access if you buy the super pass, but Lady Rackets and I go in and we're kind of walking around checking out the part of the convention on the second day that we haven't seen, and we look over and all we see is some chick's ass, and it's like, what the hell? She's wearing like this tiny thong thing, and then we're like, this is fucking weird, just walking around ass out or whatever. But then she walks back into the 18+ area, and it's like, oh, okay, I guess that makes more sense. So then later in the day, we go and we have some friends with us and stuff, and so we go back into the 18+ area to check out what's back there, and they have a bunch of cosplay models, and you walk up to them, and they're like, they're all there, and they're like, hi, what's up, blah blah blah, and they're all bubbly, like whatever an Instagram e-girl is. And then you look down on the table, like you're looking them in the eyes, and then you look down on the table and you're looking at their vagina in the picture, and it's like, oh, this is awkward as shit. That was great. And I strongly recommend everybody do that.
I thought those little hentai rooms were, you're walking through and there's like, hey, go in this room for $5. I was like, what the fuck is that? It was like, that's where they keep the hentai. That's where they keep.
They didn't.
They keep it in a room.
They didn't.
It's like a little tent of a thing.
last year they did not have that like individual hentai rooms. They had all of the like hentai and the yaoi and the nude cosplayers and the Dakimakura, well, the nude Dakimakura pillows. All of those were in one area, and it was free to go, and you just had to present ID. So I don't know how they're going to do it this year, but it was just really funny walking back, and these girls are like, "Hi, what's up?" And it's like, "Oh, hey, who are you?" And like, "I'm an Instagram model." And then you look down, it's like, "There are your tits." Okay. I mean, I guess that's cool.
Don't even
now
have
I can't look you in the eyes ever again.
They want you to look them in the eyes after seeing the photo.
Yeah,
they need
it's
it.
yeah, that,
They need that
like, no, I don't want to look you in the eyes. You're now an object to me. And you did it. I didn't do this. I did not do this. I did not do this.
Wait,
I'm not suicidal.
At Matsuri, do they have like a big art gallery? Because I love going to those.
Yeah, they have a whole artist row.
That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, that's
I
lot
love
of fun.
that shit.
I spent
I
way
always
too much
buy-
money at that damn place, though.
Yep, I have so many art prints. I might have like 50 from all the conventions. It's crazy. It's addicting.
I'm just gonna carry a flask around unless there's like open bars and shit. Like that's all I care about, dude.
Oh, make it part of your costume. It's easy to incorporate. Yeah.
I'll just be one of those St. Bernards.
Are you
going to
wear a thong with your ass hanging out?
Oh, he's gonna dress up like he works at the Piggly Wiggly. He's gonna.
Dude, I'm having my assless chaps on.
Dude, I bet you'll love the car section. That's what I actually really like the weeb cars that they have.
Oh yeah, those are awesome.
They have like the vinyl wraps with all the art on them, and they custom upholstery. And it's like, I would never be caught fucking dead in one of these cars, but the fact that you guys are so devoted to doing it is actually, you know what? I commend you. I commend you. And some of the guys race and stuff like that. So you'll have to check it out, man. It's cool.
I hope you all cosplay because I have like I'm bringing.
I cosplay as a YouTuber from Central Minnesota who's at an anime convention to have fun and not be gay.
I don't even know what I do.
I have 7 cosplays.
Oh my God.
You're so bandana.
I thought it was weird. I wore a mask the whole time. Everybody's like, "That's fucking." I don't know. Actually, Nick Ricada stuck a fucking M&M.
I tried to shove a jelly bean through your mask hole, and it didn't go.
That was very sexy. I was like,
Do you wear the mask like even when we're like hanging out like in a room and drinking and shit?
I did that. I'm not going to this. I didn't when we were giving. I wore it out anytime I wore it in public, but I hadn't been doxxed then. Now I don't give a shit. I'll wear it for fun, but I'll take it off too. Yeah.
You can see the face.
That's what's the mask?
Seeing the faces of everybody.
I had like a hockey
mask.
Yeah.
With the umbrella.
See, I paint my face.
Right?
I do Pennywise cosplay occasionally, and then
that's pretty good.
What else do I do?
I can't.
No, mine is great.
I can't believe you're going to come to Matsuri and I cannot hang out with you. That's going to be awful.
Oh, you won't even know it's me. You won't be able to tell it's me.
Just a bunch of men and then like a Pennywise over there.
Movo Q says, "Why not cosplay as Vic in those gay pants he loves to wear?" So I heard that brings me to this. I heard Vic is heading to Moldova to like help out Ukrainian refugees or something. And I'm like, okay. What is it's like? Can you imagine? He's got his gay pants.
Oh my God!
I have some planes.
I have some gloss.
The voice of Kiev.
I have some gloss leather pants that I could wear.
Please don't.
Tight as hell.
Just try.
I was stunned to find out like Vic Mignogna. He wasn't. I mean, he was like a pussy hound. He was not. I thought he was gay. I thought he was very gay. And then
that's how you get close to women. You act kind of gay, and then you just clap their.
He'd be like, "This is glorious," you know. Oh my gosh, I love Vic Mignogna, man. He's awesome, though.
One of the times I'm sitting at a panel last year that Vic was doing, and his mom leans over and says, "Those pants are kind of gay, though." Yeah, shit. They really were. But a good dude. He's apparently he's going over to Moldova to help out Ukrainian refugees or something.
That's
like
nice
that.
of him, man.
Okay. I gotta start reading super chats here. And I was thinking about watching the sentencing for Chandler Halderson, but that's going to be like an hour long, and I don't know if I want to do that on the show with you guys because I don't know that you guys give any shits about this random kid in Wisconsin who killed and chopped up his parents, and I think probably ate them.
Oh my God!
What else can you do after you chop them up?
Yeah, what else?
Thank you, Camelot. Right, like you've already shot them. You've chopped them up. You've got to take a bite. Like you've burned them in the fireplace. You've got to take a bite, right?
Yep.
Oh, he cooked them too? Yeah, why not?
Isn't that what Dahmer did? He or somebody did that. They cooked like something and then they tried it and they said it was gross. And I was like, well, you just wasted all this time.
Patrick Bateman also ate some brains.
This was gross. I thought it was gonna be tasty.
I think he said he cooked it and ate a little brain. In the movie,
that's what he said.
But
when he made his crazy call to the lawyer at the end.
That fucking book is like so much more fucked up, though. Did you read that book? You read
no, the book was written by like an 18-year-old or some shit like that.
It's written
right?
by Bret Easton Ellis.
Yeah, he was like super young when he wrote that. Like I don't.
Yeah, I mean that's got some disturbing shit in it. When they said, "Hey, we're gonna make a movie out of," they left out a lot of stuff in that, you know.
Oh, I'm gonna read the book then. That sounds way better.
I like the book.
The movie.
It was fine. It's not. It had some funny shit in it, just situationally funny, but it was a horror. It was not a fucking comedy.
Well, Silence of the Lambs is actually more disturbing in the book, also.
Yeah,
it's just Hollywood has a hard time embracing like that NC-17 shit, but
they have a hard time with that. There's times though they have a hard time capturing what is genred horror, like not slasher, not thriller, but actual horror.
Yes.
And where I think they did it in one of the best ways was Cabin in the Woods.
That's a good movie.
Which is one of the best movies that came out whatever year it came out. It doesn't matter.
2015.
And the way they did Cabin in the Woods was pure horror. It's like horror literature isn't necessarily scary.
Right.
The concept behind a horror story is internally disturbing. And the idea behind Cabin in the Woods is that what if everything we're watching, what if all of this is feeding into some ancient sort of evil that we're compelled to engage in, and that it is satiating it, and that this is the only thing keeping us from pure destruction is the engagement in this occasional debauchery, regardless of how it impacts the individual life behind it. Right. Like, because that's what Cabin in the Woods is. Like, I
wish it would elaborated slightly more. Like, I was like wanting it just a little bit more at the very end of Cabin in the Woods. Just a little bit more. Just like, it was cool. It was awesome. But I just wanted like a little bit more of the figures behind everything, like the gods, I guess.
Yeah.
But it was great. It's fantastic.
It's one of the more competently done horror movies in recent memory.
Autopsy of Jane Doe.
I watched The Conjuring 3 on a plane. It was okay.
Yeah. It was kind of boring for me.
I watched that new movie Antlers, which I thought this is gonna be. Yeah,
I liked
good.
Yeah, the creature in that was the Wendigo was like amazing.
Yeah. Well, it was a mean movie too. I always like a movie with a mean ending, and that's
a Disney movie too. They bought Fox.
Is it really?
Yeah,
no, they tricked me. I'm glad I downloaded it. Thank God I stole it. Otherwise, I would feel bad.
I gotta squash this. Mark Mulvihill says Cabin in the Woods was more of a comedy, really, in my opinion. No, it's not. That's the important thing. It's funny, but it's not a comedy.
Yeah, it's a horror movie.
It is funny. There's a lot of funny stuff. The people behind it are funny, but it's a quintessential genre horror movie in the same way that a Lovecraft work is a genre horror work. The idea is not to scare you. The idea is that there is something terrifying that is just out of sight that's going on from the world around you.
And you can't do anything about it either.
You can't do anything about it. You may never know it exists, but there are lingering elements of it there. And that is what horror is supposed to be. And what we've been sold as horror is like thriller and slasher and stuff like that. And those are different. And they're okay. They're great, but they're not horror.
What was that? Yeah. There was a movie, The Resolution. I think I watched. Maybe that's.
I heard that's really good, but I never watched it.
And there's this thing just that's like you said, out of sight all the time, and you don't know what it is, and it is freaking insane.
Yeah, I heard that it's like two guys with like shotguns and shit, right?
Yeah, so there's like the first one is like a very indie movie, and there's just a guy chained to a bed, and his friend is like coming in and out of the house trying to like get him off heroin or whatever, or crack or whatever he's on, and then they at the very end they come face to face with the Thing, and then in the second movie, like you don't even expect it. Yeah, the second movie, it dives more into it, and it is like timey-wimey.
Is it Resolution High Definition? That's how you have to name that movie. High Definition Resolution.
Yeah, dude, it was awesome, man. It was I don't want to like give too much away from it, but there's just it's like timey-wimey and time loopy, and it's like this, I guess, ancient god that's just it's just really cool. I enjoyed it. It's like, and they're both like indie films.
Necromancer 0319 says everyone slacks on Zombievers. Zombievers is fantastic. I love that movie. I had a ton of fun watching it. It was a return to form of like the summer slasher movie or summer zombie movie or whatever. Lots of not lots, an adequate amount of good nudity in it and stuff like that. Zombievers, strong recommend. Thoroughly enjoyed. Okay. Funeral Man 04. Oh shit. This is a heavy couple super chats here. Hi, Nick. My mom took her own life in 2019 because of mental illness. She was a great woman and often sang this tune to me as a kid in an effort to spread her joy. Before she changed, I thought if anyone would appreciate this, it would be you. It goes, is this real? Sandwiches are beautiful. Sandwiches are fine. I love sandwiches. I eat them all the time. I eat them for my supper and I eat them for my lunch. If I had 100 sandwiches, I'd eat them all at once. Funeral Man, if that's a real story, brother, I thank you for sharing it. And I do express my condolences for the loss of your mom. 2019 is a while ago, but not that long ago, if you know what I'm saying. And I'm sure the sting of that is still real. So cheers, brother. Thank you for sharing that. My sandwich autism is certainly showing through.
That's like a real song, right? That's like
I've never heard that.
Fred.
I've never heard it, but I believe it.
Yeah, it's a real song.
Yeah. Tall Skinny Geek says, I'm sorry to hear that the police have no lead on the true identity of the swatter. Only called himself Mac Jerfy, which doesn't even sound real. Life pro tip, the button second down on the right side of a gas pump screen mutes. Press when ads play. Wait, what?
I hate ads at gas stations. It's so stupid.
Please, are you fucking kidding me?
The dumbest thing ever.
The button
Tucker and Dale
down.
Tucker and Dale versus Evil. Somebody mentioned that. That's a good movie. I like that movie.
Is it?
Yeah. You haven't seen it? Oh, fuck yeah. You'll look.
I've never watched it.
Funny. The two guys that are in it, basically, you always follow it from the perspective of the teens or whatever, where you're following it through these two guys. The teens think that they're out to kill them, and they're not. They're just a bunch of hopeless rednecks. And
yeah, they're just trying to like enjoy life and like survive and like in the horrible world. Alan Tudyk is one of the main guys, and it is fan-damn-tastic.
Yeah.
Does he die in the movie? Because he dies all the time.
He does die all the time, but I don't think he dies in the movie. No, he just gets like it's like a running bit that he just gets
Serenity
the shit
for
kicked out of
killing
him
Alan
all the time.
Tudyk. By the way, spoilers.
Yes,
but
real.
fuck Serenity for that.
He's a leaf in the wind, man.
No,
Until
he's a leaf in the stabbed in the chest with a giant pillar.
Yep.
that was totally unnecessary too.
Yeah. Why'd you take Wash away from me? God damn it. I liked him. I liked that show. And then you killed him, you fuckers.
Tudyk, Alan Tudyk is also the little chicken in Moana.
Moana?
He made all the chicken noises. Yep.
Oh my
Very
God.
good. Very fucking weird, but very good. Hazel Eye says, drink up. Jack had a buddy on the Titanic who was Irish, but sadly he was shot. Cheers. See, Goody says Cynthia is just upset and jealous because no one would stick it in her, even if she were passed out behind a dumpster. Oh, shots fired at Cynthia. Cynthia keeps saying she's hot, but she's never presented evidence as such, and that's her problem. Billy Witch Doctor 99. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Have some shekels. Any Vic updates tonight? Nope. There's no Vic update tonight. We read the letter to the court the other day, trying the Monica Rial and Ron Toya's lawyer, Jeffrey Hellberger, trying to call attention to a recent decision. Of course, the decision is not actually on point for the court, but I think they're just trying to get the court's attention, say, hey, please decide on this. But there's no Vic update tonight. The Squid says, Nick, we have breaking news. A Russian general claims to have been ambushed by 2 Nazis. They tied him to a cross and poured vodka and caviar on him while screaming, "This is NATO country." A couple Nigerian men, apparently.
Yeah,
alcohol and anger says blood alcohol content is a percentage already. BAC of 0.18 is 0.18%. Oh, well, there you go. Okay. Still, that's a lot of liquor in you. Gunblade Knight says, just got back from celebrating my Irish roots. My British neighbors might need a new car, though. Shannon C., have you heard about Idaho's baby Cyrus case? I would love if you researched it and interviewed Diego Rodriguez, Cyrus's grandpa and the family spokesperson. Here's Diego's website about the case, freedomman.org/Cyrus. What the fuck is this? Is this about a baby that got killed? I fucking hate reading about babies that get killed. Baby Cyrus was kidnapped. Okay. I'll take a look at it. No, I've not heard of this case. Dude, guys, I'm in the world of law, right? And it can be a very, very fucking dark world. And the other day I read, here, I'll pull it up on stream. I've got it. Look at this. Look at this shit. You all get to suffer with me as soon as I can figure out my windows. Okay. Share the screen. Here we go. Trial begins for youth football coach accusing of raping and killing 10-month-old daughter.
What the fuck?
When people do things like this, when they're found guilty, there shouldn't even be a second. Like it should be an exception to the death penalty, no matter where you're located. Like they just get literally a steamroller comes by and steamrolls them from the feet up, like or something.
Iron
Question
Maiden
for you, Camelot. If you're because Drexel and I have had long discussions on this, we have not ever come to a conclusion on what's better. If you're steamrolling someone from the feet up, should their ankles be extended down so they run over the toes first? Or should their feet be up so it runs over the heels first and then crushes the feet along with the tibias?
Heels, because I feel like heels would be just more disastrous.
I think I'm with you, man. Yeah. When you crush, like when you smash a heel into nothingness, that is
gonna be
fucking
that's
horrifying.
Just gonna be like a pop.
You know, when Live Links was around, I saw a guy being ran over by a tank one time.
Oh my god.
Yeah, feet first. I was like, oh my god. The tank stalled like part of the way up.
The early days of the internet was the shit.
Yeah, I remember.
And dude, it was crazy. Oh my god, I don't even want to talk about LimeWire, man. But
you could. I saw a video. I didn't watch the video because I was like, okay, this is too far even for me. It was like, man eats a baby, and I was like, oh my fucking god.
Yeah, the worst that I saw with partial of my eye was a lady stepping on a kitten. And then I was like, I had to get out of that.
I've seen the worst thing you saw was a lady stepping on a
kitten. It was.
That's the worst.
I watched two men.
I didn't go very far, I guess.
Get chainsawed to death by a cartel.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
Some of those. Yeah.
You ever seen the dude that's like got a just rock hard erect like penis, and then it's like under a table because I guess he likes torture a little, and a lady with a heel on comes and starts stepping on it. And
I haven't seen that.
It's some kind of like, weird fetish.
Yeah.
But her heel somehow pops his penis and it just starts squirting. And it shrivels. It starts shriveling down and he's like screaming and like they get up and the camera falls over. Oh my God, it's awful.
I have seen that guy getting just kicked in the fucking testicles with that scream. You know the one. It's like, ah!
Yeah. God,
I can't get over that video. Kills me. And they so they put it to like a song where the screaming goes in. God, it's so fucking funny. And the chick is just bam, like full on kicks right to the naked testicles. Shit.
I just hate the animal ones. I hate them.
Yeah,
they're worse than the people ones.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like those. Like the thing about it, I remember LimeWire and Kazaa was another one when I was growing up.
Yeah,
man, it gave my computer AIDS so fast. But you could literally, it would be the front page of Kazaa when you open a random title, click on it, and download that 19 megabyte file for 5 hours. You know, and
my college had Kazaa throttled. So like you could download any song in the world, but it took for fucking ever.
Man, it was
to download them.
But you wouldn't know what you'd see.
Kazaa had the best and worst porn, and it was the same file. It was the same video every single time.
Yep.
But no, it's crazy. Like thinking about what the internet was. I mean, I've seen people like lit on fire. I've seen heads crushed by tank treads. I saw the guy's chainsawed was bad. I saw another guy. He's naked. Another cartel hit. The cartels are very creative.
Yeah.
This guy's completely naked and he's handcuffed behind him and his feet are cuffed. Some guy comes up with a machete and chops his fucking feet off with a machete. So it takes a couple times. Oh. Then they chop his hands off and then they take out a separate knife and cut his head off. And I'm like, Jesus, man.
Oh, yeah. My dad knows a friend from his work. I won't say any names, but this guy had relatives in I know this guy lived in Mexico and he had a run-in with the cartel and like somebody he knew was tied up to a tree because he had relations with one of the cartel's like underage daughters.
Oh,
or something like that. And he was tied up to a tree. They chainsawed his legs and arms off. And then they left him tied up to the tree and just like walked away.
So there's a really good movie that handles this subject really well, and it's called The Counselor. And I think a lot of people missed it, but it's a really good movie. It's Michael Madsen,
Robert Duvall.
Right?
Oh, Counselor. Oh yeah, it's Brad Pitt as well.
Yeah, Michael Madsen, Brad Pitt, Cameron Diaz, Javier Bardem, and Penelope Cruz.
And Penelope Cruz. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Smoking.
Yeah,
and it's this guy who gets wrapped up in the cartel and just how fucking horrifying they are. And like Brad Pitt has the best little monologue in there. And he's like, have you ever heard of a snuff film? And Michael Madsen's like, yeah. And he's like, I've seen one. And he talks about what the actual like real snuff film was. And it's horrifying. And so I'm not going to go too far into it.
Yeah.
But he's like, we in America have determined that there are limits that people will not go to. These people do not have those limits. Do not get involved with them. Do not do it.
Yeah.
You do not understand this world that you're getting into. And it's this perfect little statement about how we forget what evil is when we live in the pampered West. And it's in Mexico, they do not fucking care.
No,
they don't care. And when I remember a couple years ago, Glenn Beck did like a special on the cartel and they showed some stuff, but it was still like tame enough for TV. But it was a movie theater and they had killed police officers and they had removed the head flesh of a police officer and hung it on one of those velvet banisters at a movie theater. And put his skull and his feet at the fucking bottom of it. And it's like, this is like, there is nothing like this in the United States. And this happens all the fucking time in cartel country.
Yep.
People are fucking crazy. And the evil that they'll do is immeasurable and incalculable until you confront it, which is why I bring up the subject sometimes on the show. Because I do think it's important to remember how fucking horrible some people are.
Yep.
But
Mexico is the worst probably. And maybe Vietnam is pretty bad. In
Northern Africa is probably pretty bad in some spots.
Yeah, that's true.
The albinos. Like I read an article years ago about so the witch doctors in Africa thought albino flesh would like cure stuff. So they would just go in, They would hold the parents at gunpoint and they'd take machetes and chop the fucking legs off their albino children to use their flesh for like rituals and shit. And it's like, and if the parents did anything, said anything, or moved, they would just shoot them and kill them, and then they'd kill the children. So they figured it was better to have their kids' legs cut off than die, than the whole family murdered. Fucking insane. And it's like, here we are complaining about, like, there's racism in this book. Like, fuck you.
Dr. Seuss.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
It's wild. Okay, next. Dan Goodwin says, does the pedo wall figure into penal shock troops? Yeah, no. Pedos can go in a fucking giant oven or boiling pot or whatever. I don't care. Nicholas Schoen says, can you give a toast to my grandpa passed away Wednesday? A great man who left a legacy of love and warmth as well as personal responsibility. Stroke took him. His name was Charlie Thompson. Sure, to Charlie Thompson. Sounds almost Irish. So apropos on St. Patrick's Day. To Charlie Thompson, a man who left a legacy is what I'm told. What that means is simple. A grandchild learned enough from this man to understand that he was a person of importance and experience who had life to share with those that he loved, and that he did share it. Those two components being critical, that he had it and gave it away. That is the character of a man that we can all aspire to be. May our life experiences be shared with those that we love and are raising for the next generation in the same way that Charlie Thompson's were. Godspeed, good sir. May you be welcome home. Peace.
Yep.
Blaine 20 says, hey, Tug. All right.
Hey, how's it going?
Do you do Matthew McConaughey impressions, Tug?
Not really, no. Not really.
The real question is, why not?
He has a really strange accent that I don't recognize. It's like a weird...
Yeah, he lives in Austin. Or whatever.
It's like,
but he's like
strange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like from somewhere in the Southeast Atlantic. He's not from land. He's like a pirate southerner. All right. He's too laid back for me. The Squid says, I drink Bud Light Platinums in glass bottles mainly because it lets everyone know I own the nicest double wide in the park. Okay, we got to talk about this. Have you guys seen the fucking New York Times today?
I saw whatever you tweeted, I think.
Maggie Hagerman, who, by the way, is that fucking bitch that Project Veritas is suing.
Yeah.
Holy fucking hell. I mean, I guess it's impossible not to believe it at this point.
Yep. Yeah. That they just ignore shit until elections are over and then they start talking about it again.
Yeah. Here we go. Let's
is it the laptop
but they
thing?
only kind of passively did it. Here we go. Here's the fucking share screen on this. Here's from New York Post. Hunter Biden's infamous laptop confirmed in New York Times report. Now, New York Post is a person who broke the Hunter Biden story, right? Damn. Russian model. Oh, good. Found dead in a suitcase.
Oh, God, no.
No.
No. She's small, so I believe she would actually fit in a suitcase. That's horrifying.
That's horrifying.
You're like, I'd like to check that luggage. Wait, no.
So New York Post is the one who originally broke the story back in 2020 about the Hunter laptop. And then they were banned from Twitter for it. Everybody said it's Russian disinformation and propaganda and bullshit. And of course it turns out, because it was so fucking obvious, of course it turns out that it was true. Like, this was obviously true with any level of scrutiny. I mean, there are pictures of Hunter Biden all over this fucking data.
Yep.
The story checked out. The FBI themselves had the laptop. Rudy Giuliani acquires the laptop. They talk about it. New York Post shares it, and they're like, no, this has got to be fake. Because of course they did. Because if no one remembers, and YouTube, fuck you in the ass if you try to censor me on this shit. The Time magazine talked about how they quote unquote fixed the 2020 election.
They did.
It did not involve Dominion machines. Whatever happened with Dominion is irrespective of this. It did not involve Dominion machines or anything else. The most effective way they fixed the 2020 election was by getting the entire media to agree to not talk about anything negative about Biden and to get Trump out at all costs.
Yeah, they had a word for it. It wasn't fixed. It was fortify.
Yeah.
Fortify the election.
And the Time Magazine article, I've done a video on this, but the article itself is it's 20,000 words. It's an extremely long article. It's very detailed on exactly how they did it. And the reason they have that article is because the people who did it are gloating about it.
Yep.
And they convinced all of the media. By the way, most of Fox News is included in that. Outside of the commentators like Tucker and Sean Hannity and stuff like that, the Fox News organization, all of these people were in on it. A bunch of Republicans funded by the Lincoln Project, bunch of fucking pedophiles, by the way, the Lincoln Project. But all of them, they were all in on this exact same thing. And so when the Hunter Biden story came out, they had to shut it down because they had to get mean tweets out of the office. And how fucking embarrassing is it that our country's future was decided because people didn't like an insult in a tweet? That's their criticism of Trump.
Shows our world, man.
That just shows that social media is more important than anything else. So your impression upon it.
Yeah, it literally is. But of course, it turns out that the story was entirely true. So a comprehensive report about the ongoing federal probe into Hunter Biden's tax filings, published by the New York Times on Wednesday night, confirmed the existence of the first son's infamous laptop. The New York Times specifically said this, we're getting intel that this is Russian disinformation. They're the ones who did the Russian disinformation, which got all this started. In October 2020, the Post exclusively reported on the contents of Hunter Biden's laptop that he ditched at a Delaware repair shop in April 2019. The hard drive contained a trove of emails, text messages, photos, and financial documents between Hunter, his family, and business associates, detailing how the president's son used his political leverage in overseas business dealings. The crazy thing is someone polled on this, and they asked people who voted, they said, would you have changed your vote from Biden to Trump if you knew this? And I think it was 3 times the amount of people as the margin of victory for Biden said yes, they would have changed their vote if they knew this, if they had heard about this story, which they were not allowed to hear. That's how fucking crazy it is.
There were other stories they censored as well. This was the biggest one, but throughout the election cycle, they suppressed content left and right.
I feel like if this was like the 90s, it would have been one of those things where something like this would have came out, and then Biden, like in the 90s, would have conceded immediately. But now it's like it doesn't matter. It's just they could have had him freaking licking a baby's face in his underwear.
Just say it. Just say it. Baby's anus.
And no one would have cared because they don't.
Yeah.
It's all about tribalism. They don't care who they support, what they do. They only care about winning at any means necessary. It does not matter. It's all tribal at this point. It's like freaking college football in the South, man. It's insane.
Machiavelli says, "How do you change your vote?" What they meant was they would have voted the opposite of what they did vote, because this story came out ahead of Election Day. This story broke in October. It was the October surprise, and everybody thought the October surprise was going to be about Trump, that it would be a hit piece on Trump. Turns out the October surprise was a very real story about Hunter Biden, his connections to Ukraine, his shady dealings that potentially involved his dad. Oh, and by the way, the fact that he's fucking his niece who's underage, which is weird as shit. And also the cocaine that Malia Obama's credit card was used to put into lines. Yep. But let's not talk about that. That's what was going on. That was the October surprise, and it was literally snuffed out by the mainstream media.
Yep.
And whether you like Trump or not is irrelevant here. This was an orchestrated campaign by the media to inject not a particular person in office. They didn't care if it was Biden. They literally didn't care who it was.
Yep.
And that's scarier to me, right? I don't know about you guys, but that's worse. That think Amaranth could have been president.
Yeah, or Hillary or any of the fucking Pete Buttigieg. But yeah, they the other then January 6th happened.
Right.
And
January 6th is the biggest misstep of the right that's ever occurred. Like, in all honesty, again, I think a lot of the January 6th people are getting railroaded, but on balance, it's the biggest misstep of the right, because January 6th, quote unquote, justified for social media everything that they've done. And it's fucking disaster. If everyone would have just stayed outside, like, I think it's funny. And if I could have, I would have bought the podium from the Speaker of the House podium. I would unironically buy that in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
But
most people were outside, like 99%.
Yeah, but, the overwhelming majority, except for the people let in. Like, they were let in. You can't get into the Senate building and the House building that easy. You cannot get into the Capitol just willy-nilly.
And the New York Times ran a story confirming that Mayor Bowser, is that her name? Yeah. Was her and someone else contributed to a stand-down order, which basically removed all security from the perimeter of the Capitol. And
because
this should not have been done. This should have been security. Because if you remember the White House, when Trump had to hide in his bunker, they had a National Guard security perimeter. The Black Lives Matter rioters, who were in the thousands that day and lit a church on fire, they would have stormed the White House exactly the same way that the January 6 people did. It would have been the same exact situation were it not for the National Guard perimeter. So,
and
there's no difference. Yeah.
Trump specifically delegated National Guard authority to the mayor of Washington, D.C. and said they are fully at your disposal. And they told them to stand down. So did Nancy Pelosi. So did Chuck Schumer. This was an orchestrated stand down order. It's in the record. This is not conspiracy or anything else. All of this is accessible. I've talked about all of it on the channel. There are videos that are all still up. You can check them out about January 6th. January 6th, it does not matter, though. This is the key. It does not matter that they were duped in the grand scheme of things. It matters for them, right, that they were duped, and the cases against them can certainly be problematic and bullshit. But for the narrative, though, the fact that they were duped and let into the Capitol and went into the Capitol gave the left enough ammunition to run on January 6th. And to run it, they've been running on it ever since. And they're going to run on it as the election season ramps up in 2022 here. And they're going to try and carry that through November. I don't think it's going to be that successful at that point, but, and it's all bullshit. Don't get me wrong. But because people were duped, they gave them enough ammunition for literally everything. And it's fucking awful how that happened.
They did, and I mean, BLM has plenty of ammunition, but that's going to get overlooked because January 6th was like a quote-unquote bigger incident, but it was like, it wasn't
bigger
really.
9/11, Lofty.
Yeah.
It's 9/11 times a million.
And the FBI knew about these attacks the day before. I mean, there's video of YouTubers and streamers, what's his name, Baked Alaska, talking to
no, I'm just thinking, like, anything.
I'm legally required.
Does.
I'm legally required by my personal ethics to state Baked Alaska is a fucking retard, and I think he's a chameleon and a grifter. And I have nothing nice to say about Baked Alaska. And he got called out by Medicare on Ice Poseidon stream, and it was the funniest shit in the world because the right built Baked's audience, and then Baked started dating a girl and was like, well, I don't actually like the right. And he turned on them for a while, and Medicare came out and annihilated him on Ice Poseidon's live stream. It was fucking brilliant and beautiful. And fuck Baked Alaska, by the way. But that being said, I don't agree with anybody being railroad over January 6th.
If you see Baked Alaska doing something, you should pause and say, if I'm doing the same thing, I need to stop.
Yes, you literally should. You literally should.
You should do what Alex Jones does, actually.
Also, Baked
guy's a good role model.
Baked macing that bouncer was bullshit, and that was flat out fucking assault, and that's his own fucking fault, and he'll get what he deserves from that one.
Yeah, but no, Bake was talking to a guy who was literally saying on camera on January 5th that they're going to storm the Capitol, and like this was all over Twitter. I tweeted it. I did like a little commentary about it, and the FBI I'm sure knew about it, and they still didn't do anything about it. This was like at least 24 hours before, maybe like 14, 15 hours before the event, you know. We're going to storm the Capitol tomorrow, like all over Twitter.
Yeah.
It's just insane.
But no, it was just Parler that was at fault there, not Twitter. How
right.
dare you bigot.
Yeah. That was Ray Epps, if anyone's curious.
Someone says, did you report him? I don't know if you're talking to me. I don't report anybody for shit ever. It's not my business, by the way. I'm not the times you'll find me reporting someone for something is if they are threatening harm to my family. Not to me, because I could give a fuck less about me, but my family, if someone's threatening harm to my family, that's when I consider reporting them. Also, if someone is directly harming children and I know about it, I will report that shit immediately. Fuck you. I hope you die in prison. Here, wait, I actually have a clip on point for this. Have you ever seen this, Lofty? This is
he was asking me if I reported the guy. Yes, I actually did.
Here we go, Lofty. Check this out.
I hope you die in prison as well.
What the fuck was that?
It's a judge. It's a judge. Look at this.
I hope you die in prison as well.
That's astounding.
That He's saying it to a woman too.
Oh wow.
It's even better.
That's allowed, right? Yeah, I've seen that before. I think people get emotional, judges.
Oh yeah, and she deserved it. This is a chick who claims self-defense against her boyfriend that she murdered. She stabbed him like 20 times and then beat him with a baseball bat and then went and got a hammer and beat him even more until he was dead. She's like, it was self-defense. The judge is like, no, you fucking liar. I hope you die in prison. It's great.
I saw a judge fight a prosecutor out in the hallway and then continue the case. Did you know what I'm talking about?
I do. That case is fucking awesome. I love when judges start getting randy. It's beautiful. Okay, so here we go. The repair shop owner reported laptop to the FBI, which seized the device in its hard drive. As part of their investigation into Hunter Biden, the Times reports federal prosecutors have looked into emails between the first son and his former business associates that were recovered from the laptop. Ukrainian business associates, by the way. Some of the scrutinized correspondence was between Hunter Biden and Devin Archer, who had served with the first son on the board of Ukraine energy company Burisma, the report said. Archer, who was sentenced last month in an unrelated fraud case, has cooperated completely with the feds in their probe into Hunter Biden. According to the Times, the emails between Hunter Biden, Archer, and others regarding their international business activity came from files the publication obtained that appears to have come from a laptop abandoned by Mr. Biden in a Delaware repair shop. People familiar with the emails and investigation confirmed their authenticity to the Times. The laptop confirmation was included in the Times report that also revealed that Hunter Biden paid off a tax liability of over $1 million a year after he announced he was under investigation for defrauding the IRS. Hunter Biden has been under investigation for failing to pay taxes since his father was vice president, but the inquiry broadened in 2018 to look into how his international business dealings intersected with President Biden's political career. But this is the key. The New York Times said this is all fucking fake. All fucking fake. And now they're saying, well, it appears to have come from a laptop abandoned by Mr. Biden in Delaware repair shop. Yeah, so did CNN.
Yeah.
So did Twitter. If you linked the New York Post story, if you retweeted the New York Post story, you were banned from Twitter.
Yep.
That's how fucking hard they cooperated on this shit.
Yep.
They wanted their man in office as well. No. That's how it worked.
It's fucking insane. And to now have them come out and act like they don't no, well, we found this laptop and what could come from this laptop. Act like they had nothing to do with the literal suppression of a story that might have actually shifted the 2020 election.
Well, that's that yesterday's conspiracy theory is tomorrow's truth, like usual.
Oh,
Right.
you mean like Governor Cuomo's fucking million problems that he had that were all pushed under the rug for like months and months and months and months, and then finally they couldn't deny it anymore and they had to get rid of him.
Yep.
Look, you got to get that good COVID. You got to get the good COVID out there because you cannot question him.
Yep.
Because COVID's more important. You fucking bigot. I literally hate these people. These people, you're not supposed to hate or whatever. I actually do. These people are the reason why we can't have friends anymore that disagree with us.
Yeah.
Because like I used to disagree with my friends all the time. I'm like, you're a lovable retard. That's why we're friends.
Oh, you mean like me?
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
Oh,
yeah. I'm like, look, elf titties. Lofty, tell me this though. I've heard two things on Lord of the Rings. I've heard there will be elf tits, and then I've heard that there will specifically not be elf tits. Which one is right?
I think the one that
you
came
motherfucker God damn it, Lofty.
Spoiler warning.
No elf tits?
I just want tits, man.
Wait,
I don't
what?
care who they are.
You're gonna be on my stream and tell me there's not tits?
Yeah, that was it was confirmed there's not. The first time they said there would be, and then they changed their minds. I don't know why.
Well, now I'm with you. Lofty Pixels. Wait, I'm against you.
Well, I didn't say that was a good thing.
100% wrong. I was on your side. I was like, look, if there's elf and orc tits, I'm in.
That's what I said, dude. I just want to see an ass cheek or something. Shit.
Exactly. I want to see some hairy dwarf titties.
Yeah, with her beard like dangling on her nipples and shit.
Some little 4-foot girl with like double G cans flopping around, a bunch of hair all over.
Saggy hobbit tits.
Yeah, dude.
No, not saggy, firm and perky, like just giant, bulbous, like comically over
circular
plastic surgery. Yeah, circus tits.
The shape of the moon,
circus
literally
tits.
A circle.
So a girl I went to high school with, her husband was a chiropractor. And what he did was he took, so when you do the chiropractic like intake form, you get a lot of information from people, right? Including, I guess, their social security number. And then he went and he opened these medical credit cards fraudulently. He would take their social security number and then he would open a medical credit card and then he'd max out the cards to his own business, right? And the person never knew that they had a credit card open at all.
Terrible.
So super fraud, right? Super fraud. He got caught. He went to prison for it. But his wife, I went to high school with both of them. I played soccer with his younger brother, but I went to high school with both him and his wife. His wife's nickname is Circus Tits.
Now I want to see him.
Man, that
I'll
dwarf
send you. I'm not going to post him online. She's super nice, by the way. She's great. I've never talked to her like in depth or anything, but because in high school I wouldn't talk to her in depth. She was smoking hot. But yeah, I'll send you a picture of circus tits. But that's what I get out of this. I want some dwarves with circus tits, right? Like running around, hair all over them. I don't fucking care. I can ignore
that sounds hot. Hey, I'll be back in a minute. I got something.
It's gonna go draw some circus tits.
Oh my god!
No, you were saying that you used to have friends or something. I was gonna agree with you because I had the same problem where like my leftist friends like are kind of so far gone now that I don't have them anymore. I don't know if that's what. Yeah,
I have a couple left that are Welcome back, Tug. That was quick. I can't believe you rubbed it out that fast. No, I have a couple left that are actually like good classic liberals, and we had disagreements mostly from my conservative days before I was more libertarian. But our main disagreement now is just over abortion. But we're fine. Like we disagree over the state's role in abortion, and that's it.
Right.
Other than that, we're pretty much on the same page because I'm like, I actually like personally am conservative in my own life.
Yeah.
Right. Like I'm not gay. And I believe in traditional marriage and all these things. Yep. I'm personally conservative. However, if you're gay or if you want to get gay, I don't fucking care. Like I please just don't bother me, and I don't care what you do. I'll even come to your wedding, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Right.
So I have like one lefty friend left because we understand each other, because we would get into drunken Facebook arguments that would go from like 3 to 4 in the morning, and we would get increasingly more violent, but that's how we bonded.
Yeah.
All of mine. There was like a handful, and it was all before Trump. And now every single one of them, they just say they don't follow politics anymore. They're like, it's just a little too much now. Like,
oh, that's fine.
One of the guys that was he would argue with me so hard about, everything. And I'm pretty much, in the middle, maybe a little conservative, but in the middle when it comes to like certain viewpoints. Some stuff I'm totally, I believe like the liberal aspect, and some stuff I believe the conservative aspect, but I'm not really anything in my opinion, but
it's almost like you look at each position and go, here's what I think about it.
Yeah, he was.
How dare you?
This guy was like, he wanted free college, free everything, just free everything, and $25 an hour and all this bullshit. And now when he sees how far it's like gone, like how slippery the slope went, and he's like, yeah, I just don't tell anybody like what I believe anymore. Like he's like, it's just too far gone now. He's like, he doesn't even really think he can even call himself a liberal anymore. I'm like, yep.
Yeah. Well, and honestly, I fully respect that. Like, I have some family members who I love very much, but they didn't like Trump. So the solution that I have is every time they bring up a Trump thing, I'm like, I'm not really following it. And that's the truth, because I don't follow politics. I might get exposed to something on Twitter every now and then. And thank God it's political and not child porn, because Twitter is a purveyor of child pornography, because Twitter is disgusting. But that being said, like with the Trump stuff, it's a nice enough cover where I go, I'm not really following that. And I don't care, because I don't want to argue with them about this, because that's not the point, right? Like, I'm not here to convince my family or friend that everything has to be political. I'm not Anita Sarkeesian.
Well, that's why with my one friend who's a pretty far left socialist, all we talk about is sports, movies, and like, that's basically it, honestly. We used to talk, the last straw for me, and I'm just like, I can't talk to you anymore about politics, was he just had zero sympathy for anyone who didn't want to wear a mask or didn't want to get vaccinated. He was fully on board with like essentially forcing them in any way possible. And I was like, dude, that's kind of fucked up. And he just wouldn't.
Ghosted,
he was,
right?
Yeah, it was really bad. We had some arguments.
I live in Alabama. I live in Alabama, man, and we didn't close ever. No one ever wore a mask, and no one ever talked about it. So it was so jarring. Wow. Because I'm like in Alabama and I live it every day, but when I would log on to Twitter and watching people like wish death on everybody, like if they don't or do, and like saying that people should be forced, or like, dude, I was all about personal choice. Like, as long as if you want to do it, do it. If you think it's better for you, that's awesome. If you're high risk, go for it. But I'm not, and I'm never going to. Like, and it's not because I'm like political or staunchly against like vaccines or anything. The only reason is because as soon as you take my personal choice to make that decision, you made it for me, and I'm done. I'm not doing it. Doesn't matter what it is. So that's just how it is. Thank God for Alabama.
That's your position. Is that what you said?
Yeah, my position is I don't care whatever you want to do, but as soon as you take my personal choice out of it, I staunchly do not. I'm not going to do whatever they want me to do.
Right.
Because I would have. Like, I was planning on going out of the country, and I was like, well, I probably have to get vaccinated now. And then as soon as everybody started,
you're not vaccinated.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, see, like this friend that I was talking about would lump you in with the same category as like some crazy person with like a microchip conspiracy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
He's like,
he's
like, they're all stupid idiots, retards who don't understand science. And I'm like, no, not everybody is like low IQ dumbass. Like,
I had somebody
people
in my
have different
chat
reasons.
Somebody
Some people
in my chat
have religious reasons. Yeah,
exactly, dude. I was streaming one day, and this is in the height of all this bullshit. And somebody was like, because in Alabama, dude, it's just I guess maybe it's just specifically where I'm from, dude. No one talked about it. If you didn't have, if you were not on social media, there was no pandemic. Not here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So when I was streaming one day, and somebody asked me if I was vaccinated, and I was like, well, right now it doesn't seem like a viable like decision for me to make. I don't have any reason to do it. Mainly, I'll be honest, because I'm lazy and I don't want to go anywhere. But like, you know, if there becomes a time where I have to, if I'm going out of the country for work or something, I'll consider it. But right now, there doesn't really seem to be a point in me doing that. And they were like, "Oh, so you're anti-vax?" And I'm like, "Did you even hear anything I just said?" Like, I don't give a damn.
They don't fucking care.
I'm like, you can. It's like, if you want to do it, that's great. I have a cousin who is high risk as hell. He got vaccinated. That's awesome. Fist bump. But I don't have a reason to do so. Therefore, I will not be doing so. Like, and now, like I said, I would consider it if there were certain circumstances involved. But as soon as they started getting crazy and wishing death on people and trying to force it, like with mandates, I immediately was like, never going to get it. I'm never getting it. Sorry.
Yeah,
you done lost me there.
It turned a lot of people off, and they don't understand. They don't understand that dynamic where if they push hard enough, they're pushing people away. They're not doing anything. They're doing a disservice to their own narrative. You know,
I don't care. I don't care about pushing people toward.
They don't really care, but the people in charge of the country should care because of it's supposedly saving lives. So you know, they should try to reel in their own fucking retards.
That was the thing for me was like, okay, at some point I'll probably have to get this to get on a fucking plane, and I hate it. Thank God, thank God for Putin, because I'm pretty sure I'll never have to get vaccinated to get on a fucking airplane, at least domestically, because of Putin.
Dude, that went away so fast. That was gone. Everybody changed their picture from like mask to like Ukraine flags, and I was like, "We won! We did it! It's over. I had to worry about this shit anymore."
Why were they so fucking stupid? Why did they just put a mask on Ukraine flag on a mask?
Dude,
why did
don't tell them. Don't tell them.
Don't say anything, man. You'll start something.
How are these people so fucking bad at this and yet successful? I don't get it.
I tell you, the right and the left pissed me off when we had the vote on mandates for healthcare workers and businesses over 100, because the businesses didn't have to do it, but healthcare workers, which includes mental health, everyone, it was like, yeah, you guys, all of you have to do that, but only if you take Medicare. And people treated like that was a win on both sides. It was like, fuck you say, man, you gave up all the healthcare workers.
It's like, no. I mean, what I said was I thought the Supreme Court would side with mandates for healthcare workers, not because I think it's right, just because I think that that's the compromise position that the Supreme Court would take. But it doesn't make any sense if you are in mental health. Actually, if you're in 90% of health, you do not need in any way a vaccine to somehow make your No, you know what? I'm going to fucking say it controversially. Let's do it. Fuck you, we're doing it live. 100%, because the vaccine has been shown to not prevent transmission. So what the fuck does the vaccine somehow help a healthcare worker do? If you can still transmit the virus to someone who's unvaccinated, then your vax status does not matter. Right. And that's what bothers me about it. And
it's so annoying.
And when I talk to other people, it's like, well, you need to get vaxxed for other people. It's like, but that's not how it works, though.
Right.
Like, then, you need to get vaxxed for you. If I want to be vaxxed, then I should get vaccinated. Because if I want to protect myself, that's my choice. And if I don't, it's on me. I will bear the sickness. But if you want to go to the grocery store and be at lower risk, then please go get vaccinated. If that's what makes you feel better and feel safer, and your physician agrees, and fucking do it. I'm never going to stop you.
It crippled our mental health capacity out here in the nowhere, though. I mean, because we had to make the choice, either Medicare, Medicaid. You can drop it. Most people won't take that shit anyway, because you have to deal with the government. I mean, really, that is the worst shit to deal with.
In mental health, for sure, because psychiatrists can largely charge way more than they get paid.
I mean, they'll lowball you on some, like you've agreed with them. Hey, I'm going to get $150 on this. Well, no, they'll come back and say, well, we'll give you 60, and they'll pay you 6 months later. It's like, fuck that. You know, most people want to walk away. And, picking up nurse practitioners, that's your bread and butter for all of this. You know, you have to have nurse practitioners on board. Man, picking up one nurse practitioner, 6 to 8 months, that's usually the typical amount of time. Company with 14, like one company lost, I think it was 6. So, I mean, you're talking about decimating care out here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they'll flop between those two narratives. The one is you're infecting other people, you need to get vaccinated, especially if you're in a business or at a hospital. And then when you say it's not true, or there's like a very small, like even the science is like not settled on that, then they swap to the other argument position is I just forgot it. That you need to stop filling, or the if you're unvaccinated is filling up the hospitals.
Yep.
So it's either get the vaccine because you're going to fill up the hospitals and overflow the medical community, or get the vaccine to prevent transmission. And then they'll like, when you push back on one of them, they'll like flop to the other one. And it's just it's annoying.
I just remember the "Are you against?" So I remember saying, I just don't think it's a benefit for me. I believe in personal choice, and people will be like, "Oh, so you're against science?" And I'm like, "What is it? What? No. What? Why are you just like? Do you have a soundboard up with 8 things on it, and you just press whatever comes to mind next?" Like, God,
literally, yes. But
that's what
it's not a
like.
soundboard. That's just what their brain is doing.
Yeah, they literally say exactly what everyone says on every copy and paste like comment section of all time.
The most devastating thing in the past century to the left was that study that showed that like 60% of people do not have an internal monologue.
Yep.
That they legitimately do not have an internal discussion with themselves. They do not process information that comes in. It's literally in and then out. No rational
that's why we have
reasonability being applied.
Yeah, that's why we have hive minds. That's why a lot of big communities tend to be really obnoxious, because they're all like feeding off of each other's shitty takes and opinions.
Well, that's why really bad takes get so much momentum, is because people jump on, they bandwagon on the next popular movement, which was COVID. It lasted for like 2 years, man. That was pretty impressive. And then it went to Ukraine now. And then you notice immediately COVID is gone. When was the last time someone asked you if you were vaccinated? When was the last time
Fauci was on TV?
Yeah. It's gone, bro. It's gone. And thank God for that.
Man, don't you miss all those dances, though, about the Fauci ouchies?
Oh, my God.
Some people are saying 60%, wasn't it 20%? Look, I don't care what the fucking study says. I have been out in the real world. It's 60%.
Yeah.
It's 60%. Hey, what's up, Joe?
Well, I'll tell you, not a whole lot, just grinding the midnight oil. But a little birdie told me there was a lawyer, a liberal, and 2 hillbillies talking about hairy titties. And I was like, I can't pass this.
I know. I took a break for just about 7 seconds. Yeah.
That's all it takes, dude.
Tug had to jerk off to.
Tug had to tug. Wow, that's
had to tug it, man.
Joe, how much are you like? Okay, do you think the Amazon Lord of the Rings is going to have some tits in it?
Do I think so?
Yeah.
No,
wait, let me change it. Do you hope so?
Not really, but I mean, I don't really want to see tits in any Lord of the Rings stuff, to be honest.
Are you
I just
gay?
don't. No.
All the tits, man.
But like the rest of the Lord of the Rings thing from Amazon is going to be garbage. So you got to have the tits in there.
Well, but I'm not going to watch it to begin with, Nick. You're basing this on the fact that I'm going to participate in the show.
Celeb nudes and AZ celebs still exist. Like, you don't need to watch it to go watch the tits.
Celeb nudes.
Well, I was watching all the all these people telling you to kick him. I was like, yeah, kick him, kick Joe.
I mean, that's fine. I won't be offended. Nick, you can let me know what happens, and if it's worthwhile, I'll go check it out. If there's some,
I assume I may end up watching it, but it's probably going to be like a year from now.
That's fair.
Yep.
I'm gonna see what Lofty says.
Season 6, and that's
wait for my review.
While.
Yeah, if Lofty's like, okay, it's trash, I'm gonna be like, all right, dude, there's no way I'm getting close to that shit.
Yep.
If Lofty says it's trash, I'll definitely watch it.
I will be 100% honest.
Yeah, that's probably why I'll tune in, because you're like.
You've
Godzilla
seen my
1998. What did you say about that again, Lofty? Greatest movie ever?
It's a guilty pleasure.
Guilty pleasure. You turned.
What's the best movie ever?
He's toned Godzilla. He loved Godzilla 1998. Now it's just a guilty pleasure.
You did not.
Yeah.
I said it as like a joke, and everyone took it seriously. Now it's like canon.
It's canon.
So you meant it.
No, I meant
actually like what Matthew Broderick Godzilla.
What I like No, here's what I like. I like it the same way I like the 90s Ninja Turtles movies. Like if you, they're actually, yeah.
No, those it's not the same though. Those are funny. Those are good. Godzilla 98
but they're not good movies. They're funny. They're not great, especially the
they're
they're
great for
terrible.
what they are. They're
the only joke in Godzilla 1998 is having to sit down and watch that shit.
He doesn't really like it. He only owns 98 copies on VHS. Yeah. I mean, he doesn't like it at all.
He's like, look, I have the VHS, the DVD limited release, the Blu-ray, and the Blu-ray 4K release. So, I mean, I don't like it, though.
I will be very fair with my Rings of Power review. I destroyed, I roasted Bebop pretty hard. Like, my review actually went viral on Twitter. That was a tragedy. I hated Boba Fett. Like, I'm pretty honest with, like, my opinions. I think people think I'm just going to, like, love the show for some reason, but...
Nobody ever pays attention to my movie reviews, and I'm 100% correct. I've never once been wrong on a movie. And people are out here, like, it's like, if I tweeted about a movie, you get 3 views.
Somebody already said you had a shitty Oblivion take in the chat.
Oblivion was good. They're retarded. It was good.
It really was good.
It's literally a retarded approach. Oblivion was a great sci-fi movie.
Oh man, anything with Tom Cruise is fun.
Exactly. Tom Cruise, he's the best non-Oscar-winning actor on the planet.
Yep.
And the fact that he doesn't have an Oscar is a crime. It's a literal crime. Tom Cruise deserves a best male actor, best actor Oscar.
Yep. Yeah. What's that one with A Few Good Men? Was that the Jack Nicklaus one?
Yeah.
He was so good in that. Oh my God.
He's good in that. He's great in Last Samurai.
Yeah.
He's great in every Mission Impossible. I mean, those are campy, so they're not Oscar movies, but he's great in
Last Samurai is incredible. Yeah.
Far and Away. Since we're Irish today, Far and Away. Nicole Kidman's tits. Perfect movie. Right? Collateral. He's menacing and horrifying in Collateral. He's an excellent villain that you root for the entire time. And then you're like, I guess Jamie Foxx should live, but I saw Django Unchained. I want Jamie Foxx to die.
Oh, no.
Yep.
So, Nick, Oscars are just a big circle jerk. Who cares? People who want acting jobs care and who want to be able to say, I'm an Oscar winner, therefore I get 50 million instead of 20 million.
Yeah, pay me more. Exactly.
Industry awards are always bullshit on the merit of the award, but they're really important to the industry insiders who have them. And I think I legitimately, Tom Cruise brings value to every single production he's in, even shitty ones. Like Night and Day. Imagine if anybody other than Tom Cruise was the main in Night and Day. Like, how would you even have a movie? Like, what, Vince Vaughn's going to carry Night and Day? That'd be fucking weird.
He even elevated Tropic Thunder, and that movie was already incredibly funny. You know?
Yeah.
I thought he was the best part of that movie.
Good.
He's great.
But no, the Oscars actually do benefit certain people. If you're an indie filmmaker and you win an Oscar, that's a massive boost in your career.
Right. That's how you get to diddle people. If you move from indie film creator, you get an Oscar, and then you go to mainstream film creator, and then you're like, I get to cast you. Now my finger goes in your butt.
Yeah. Or if you're a foreigner, if you win an Oscar, like Parasite, like that guy is now like a household name. A lot of people watched his stuff now. But
you know what the best male actor is in the planet, though? It's Vince Vaughn and Jonah Hill combined. You have to have both of them.
I thought you were going to say Nicolas Cage for some reason. I was just feeling a Nicolas Cage.
I can't, because Nicolas Cage does the noble acting move that no one should do. Nicolas Cage acts with actors that are 17 tiers below him. Right?
Like John Travolta.
Nicolas Cage is like a gold foil legendary Pokemon card in a Digimon deck in every single movie that he's in. And you're like, wow, this card's worth like $17,000 and all these other cards are worth nothing.
Yeah.
That's Nicolas Cage. I love the guy, but he's like, why are you acting in these movies with these bad people?
Willy's Wonderland was fantastic. He didn't even have a line. He had 0 lines.
I hate that movie.
God, I loved it. It was like Doom meets damn Five Nights at Freddy's.
I won't watch it just because there's a spurg in my Discord who keeps telling me to watch it, and everything he talks about is bad.
Yeah, it is bad. The fight,
like,
it's funny as a concept, but the actual fight scenes are really lame if you like pay attention. I don't know. Were you drunk when you were watching that, Camelot?
I've watched it like 8 times.
Oh God, no!
God fucking damn it!
Love it. I love The Room as well. You guys know.
I love that movie. That's
it's such a great
movie.
The Room.
Man. I've never watched it.
Dude, I used to get drunk. Okay, remember the Tinder thing I was talking about earlier? I would get drunk and make like every Tinder date come over to my house and watch The Room.
It's so funny. Did they all laugh?
Why do you go on Tinder to try to not get laid?
Wait, they didn't laugh?
I clapped all of them.
It was reverse psychology, man.
Yeah.
The Room is a comedy.
The Room gets them in the mood.
Oh my God.
When he starts banging their belly button hole. That's the best part, dude. That's a great movie.
I'm glad I have belly button.
Yeah, he's just. You can just tell like Tommy Wiseau's like never had sex before, so he's like, oh God,
dude. I legit. There was a website back in the day. This is a capitalism success story. There was an independent website called Style Project back in the late 90s, early 2000s. And it had a variety of porn and gore on it. And so you would go on Style Project every day and it would have a different list of videos that were trending that day. And some of them would just be the like most horrifying porn you've ever seen. And then the rest of them would be murder of some sort. And it was this beautiful place, a haven of the traditional internet, right? And then Style Project, it's still around, but they sold this website for like $10 million. Whoever created it, which is just a guy stealing pornography from other places and putting it on his website, right? Like this is why I love this story. There's a guy stealing content from other places, putting it on his website. He sells it for $10 million, cashes out, and he goes and buys a yacht or whatever. Who cares what he does? But Style Project back in the day would have a video that I saw while I was in college, and it was a man having sex with like a 900-pound woman's belly button.
Dude, I've seen this before. I'm pretty sure.
It is horrifying and also enthralling. It's like you can't look away because it's like, how? That's not big enough. How is it? Why is this happening? I'm telling you, man.
Camelot grew up seeing that at his neighbor's house every weekend. Regular occurrence down there in Bama.
Hell yeah, dude. No, you ever actually like sit and think how much work it takes to get to like 700 pounds? It is like
you have to eat all the time.
You have to never stop. You have to eat and
avocado
eat and like just like the large pizza every 2 hours. Like I think unbelievable.
It's crazy. Like if you watch Nick Ocado, he's doing more work than I've ever seen anyone do. Like as far as eating, and he's still not even like half that weight.
Yeah. Like how does it? It's unbelievable.
To get to that big, like when you watch My 600-Pound Life, and you see like when the one woman's husband like sneaks in a whole pizza, and that's like her breakfast.
Yeah,
and then she follows it up with another breakfast. Like, well, I'm gonna have eggs and bacon and pancakes now, and you're like, holy shit, you ate an entire and like not a little pizza. Like I remember when the Big New Yorker pizza came out from Pizza Hut. It was a 16-inch kind of floppy hand tossed crust pizza. And Drex called me one day. This was back when we were in college. He's like, I just ate a Big New Yorker. I feel fucking terrible. I'm like, you ate a Big New Yorker by yourself? He's like, yeah. I'm like, well, you're fucking an idiot. Man. And then they had that twisted crust pizza, which came out, which was the breadsticks on top of the crust that went around the whole thing. It was only a 14-inch pizza, but it's like 10 times the calories because it had breadsticks on top of a pizza crust. And he tried to eat one of those and he couldn't. These 600-pound motherfuckers could put down a twisted crust pizza and then a bunch more food without even blinking.
Yeah, like maybe it's like a filter, but I actually have a good story here because this actually makes a lot of sense because that guy I was talking about earlier, that was my manager that I call Egg. No. He was over 500 pounds. And
oh my God.
To get free stuff from him, like if you wanted like a standee, he'd be like, oh, just buy me, food. And I would go to McDonald's and I would get a number 1 large, a number 3 large, 2 McDoubles or double cheeseburgers or whatever, and 2 fried chicken wraps and 2 Mountain Dews and an extra large fry. And it was like $38. And then
it's just for him.
And he'd eat the entire thing in like 12 minutes. And sometimes he would want you to get a pizza, but he wanted it from the Italian joint inside the like old mall in Gadsden. And the pizza slices were massive. So it was like a 20-inch pizza. And he would stack 2 slices on top of each other and then fold those. So it was like 4 slices almost. And he would eat it in like 8 minutes, the entire thing. And he would drink a 2-liter while he was doing it.
Is that some kind of like, what is the feeling that somebody like, they must really like eating, right? Especially the 900-pound people. Like they must have some serotonin thing. Like, is it the same sensation you get when an alcoholic like drinks or like, you know what I mean? Like, I wonder,
No,
like, what is that
the
feeling?
Look, alcoholics drinking. I may have some experience in this. Alcoholics drinking isn't like a euphoric response. It's not the same.
It's just a need to be in a different state of mind, basically, kind of. Is that what?
Or
that
an
is?
enjoyment of it? I don't know.
Mine's aesthetically.
I pretty much only drink for the show, and I like how it lubricates the conversation.
Yes, that's true.
Like
that makes
that's
sense,
what I like. It makes the flow. There's a limit. Like I'm probably beyond it today, and when I finish this, it's going to be way worse. But I like the flow that you get 1, 2, 3 drinks in. Things start to just kind of mesh together and become a little more comfortable. And it gets over all of those latent anxieties that you have. Like despite doing streaming every single day, you still sit down, you turn on your camera, you sit in front of it and you look at yourself and you go, okay, I'm gonna sit down and talk. And it's going to be a little weird, but that'll be fun. And you start doing it. Alcohol gets rid of that. Eating doesn't do shit.
No.
Yeah, it just makes you feel awful.
Yep.
Yeah, but it hits those pleasure receptors in the mouth, right? Like maybe they should just take up sucking dick. Like maybe that's what they should do.
Yeah, but why do depressed people eat a lot of food though? Like
maybe they just don't think about the stuff for a moment. Because I'll be honest, dude, when I sit down and like, okay, so I don't have cheat meals often on my diet. It's like once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks. Man, I'll sit in front of a fire and I'll pour a Jack and Coke. And like about 3 weeks ago, I had like a pizza from like my favorite joint with the pepperoni extreme, and it was like pizza melt and had cheese. Dude, it's like unbelievable. And dude, I just felt like I had peace. And I had like my Jack and Coke, and I like buy a piece of pizza, and I would have my Jack and Coke, and then the fire was crackling. It was like the best shit in the world. And I don't know, but then like, you know, the next day I felt like wanting to die again. So I don't know. Like,
it's negative coping, man. You know, like if I get angry and I punch the wall, I dealt with my anger, but I probably, if I break my hand, that's fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Tug, you're a mental health guy.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about the easy, I'll explain it. I have an easy win philosophy that when we're stressed, tired, angry, whatever it is, you know, the halt thing, hungry, angry, lonely, tired, or whatever, that we go for easy wins, right? And for me, like for a long time, I played a text-based game called a MUD for 20 years. And I would go through long periods where I like wouldn't even log in. But when I get stressed, I would go right back to that shit. Because it was really easy to feel like to get dopamine hits or whatever. Can you talk about that at all? Like what the fuck is that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
What, just the instant gratification of that? So yeah, I
mean, like this idea that you can revert back to comfort, so to speak.
Well, that's what people are always. I mean, when you think about when you think about coping, you know, what mental health teaches you is coping. That's what you're trying to teach people, positive coping. Well, truly, when you're coping, your best level of it, like you said, you know, you're just slipping in easy gratification. Yeah, we'll go with the easiest level to cope. And like you explained, you know, shit, you slip right into that. That's also though why people revert to really, you know, primal things like punching a wall again or eating like that again. Easy wins, very easy wins. All of those.
I think porn is actually that for a lot of people too.
Yep. I have a friend that masturbates like 8 times a day.
You have to teach people these days. I didn't mean to cut you off, buddy. But you have to teach people these days.
Yeah,
coping or goal setting has to come with steps. Like if my goal is to get to a door, I can't miracle myself to the door. You have to fucking take steps. It's the same thing with coping. Not all easy victories are good. Some of them are, like you said. If that's an easy victory for you, put you in a great place. That's hell. There's nothing wrong with that as long as there's not some negative aspect to it.
Yeah, I read a thing about porn a long time ago, and it was like porn is a cheap reward for people when they accomplish something, and also sort of that cope when things are going poorly. And so like they get a promotion at work and they immediately like, I gotta blast this one out. Like I'm gonna furiously 8 times a day, Camelot.
Yeah, so he says he's mastered it. Now this was a few years ago. I haven't talked to him in years. He actually, I released a video talking about, it was a random ass video, and it's my most popular video of all time. And I literally was like, I'm 31 and have no friends. And it was,
it was a brilliant video though. It's so fucking good.
I was just on stream and I just started talking about it. And like later on, I clipped it out of the stream and just uploaded it, and it freaking went crazy. But he messaged me and he was like, I'm sorry, I've not been a good friend. And this was like, I haven't talked to him in 5 years.
I've been busy jerking off into the same sock, and I'm trying to fill it up.
He told me that he's like mastered it, and he'll tie a shoestring and like grip it around like the base of his balls and pull it as hard as he can up while he masturbates with toothpaste as lubricant.
Why didn't he just buy a cock ring?
I don't know. He's still a virgin though. So like that, maybe he's like, it's more realistic with a toothpaste. And I'm like, how would you know?
He should go in and hit on a dude at the sex shop, like while he buys the cock ring. I'm sure he'll be a non-virgin really quickly. I mean, he'll have to get his ass blown out, but
yeah, it was.
Might get a reach around if he asks nice.
It's, I guess, like it said, it has to be something about coping, because otherwise, like he always sat in his room and he was always like in a weird depressed state. And when it comes to eating, I don't know if I was like that, but my entire life I was morbidly obese until I joined the gym almost a decade ago now.
This motherfucker, by the way, this guy is jacked as hell. If you go look at the Flashcast about like 7 hours in or whatever it was, this guy, he's out here, he's like takes off his shirt like a fucking like an e-girl, making us all look bad, making us all look embarrassing. Camelot's over here like, what's up? I got look at muscles everywhere.
That's what I changed the eating coping into going to the gym. So when I get like in a weird, like frustrated or stressful like situation, I go to the gym for like 3 hours. Sometimes I used to go like twice or 3 times a day. But
see, that's the same thing. That's the win, right? Like, you know that when you go to the gym, you're going to start working out. You're going to get that euphoric high from the endorphins and the adrenaline that comes with it. Arnold talked about in one of his interviews, he would go to the gym and pump, and then he would fuck a bunch of bitches. Like, that was his thing to do. He's like,
hell yeah,
because the gym would get him super horny, and he's like, I got it, I must come. Like, he would do it over and over.
Yeah, and that's a
that's the sound he makes when it comes.
That explains the nanny and all that shit, or the maid or whatever. Yeah, that explains it.
It was gear, man. Like, that's one thing. Like, I go to a meathead gym, and a bunch of the guys there on gear, like just ass tons of steroids, and that's like one of the big symptoms. Is it makes them want to like have sex 100% of the time.
Well, because it's like half of steroids is just testosterone, right?
Well, it's like there's like low dose, and then there's really, really high dose, like tren and shit. Oh my god. So yeah, so they're always like walking around having to have sex or kill somebody. It affects everybody differently. Some people like have this euphoric thing, and they're just always like happy. Some people get a little bit depressed, and some people want to fight, and some people want to fuck. It just depends on who you are.
The fight or fuck thing was hilarious. I had a buddy in law school. And we would go every semester, every other semester, something like that. And we would go and rent a cabin together and go hang out. We go to a bar in the middle of nowhere, get drunk, and just have a good time, right? And this dude kept almost getting into a fight every single fucking bar we went to. And it's like, and then he came up to me. He's like, hey, what's going on? I'm like, and I was drinking. I'm like, I just need to fucking punch someone. And that's how I can get. If I'm in public and I'm drinking a lot, it's like, please, like I will want to fight, which is dumb. I'm not a fighter, like at all, but it doesn't matter because at that point I want to engage in violence. because violence is fun.
The manly urge to crush skulls is just inherent. You can't.
As long as I'm not
about it.
involved, I just want to watch, but I don't want to be involved.
God, that reminds me of my discussion with Spectre Gaming the other night. That was really fun.
Not a cabin alone with a dude. We had like 7 friends. It was a group of people, men and women, and our significant others. We would get a big place with lots of beds, lots of independent rooms. It was great. A lot of fun.
Hey guys, I gotta bounce. I gotta bounce. Can I note one thing, Nick? Tomorrow,
you better talk about your fucking book.
Well, I want to ask for something first. Like my daughter, she just had heart surgery. We had something pop up on a scan, so we have to take her tomorrow. Okay. And I don't know, but we're, anybody got good thoughts, prayers? Because that is stressful shit,
Oh, you're gonna get a bunch from me. So,
yeah. Well, I mean, for anybody, for real, man. I was like, oh God, not again.
Dude, that's the hardest thing as a parent. My second oldest ended up nothing. Like they could never find anything on tests or whatever. He's perfectly fine and healthy boy. But they tested him over and over and over for all this different shit, and that is the most stressful stuff in the world. So I'm thinking about you, brother.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, man. But
yeah.
Can I shill real quick then?
Yeah.
You were like promote. I was like, all right, I'll shill. Yeah.
If you have it, pull it up. I'll screen share it if you got it.
All right, give me one second.
Yeah. By the way, guys, so a lot of us, we do this YouTube stuff, but we try and live what we preach. We try and create things that are new. Like for me, it's creating this show and doing something that isn't done anywhere else in media that I've ever seen. As like with the Rittenhouse trial and stuff like that, the Kim Potter trial. That's what I do. I would love to create other stuff, and I'm trying to find time to do it. But for now, that's what I do. What Tug does, Tug creates comics and graphic novels that are something that you will not find anywhere else. He co-creates them with his daughter, right?
That's correct. Yeah. I work with a very talented artist, SK Bennett. You can actually see let me pull the artwork up here. I mean, he's a really talented guy, but he's also great. Yeah, my daughter actually. So it's the Hunt the Littlest Umbrella. The Littlest Umbrella is the avatar for my daughter. Like she would walk in all the time. She would want to tell a story. And I was like, oh, well, you need an avatar. So we gave her an avatar back when, and I don't know, the comics, it worked out. I thought it would be fun. She was 5 at the time when we did the first one. We've had 3. So, and the beautiful thing too, kind of a own on Marvel and Warner. She has had 2 comic covers like this. She's outsold a lot of Marvel and DC artists. So I think that's funny as hell. An 8-year-old outselling you's got to be embarrassing. But yeah, this is we make all ages, not kids. Everybody should be able to enjoy our comic book, all ages comic books that, again, you look at that as a detective noir adventure. Like you have a detective, little sidekick, they're solving adventures. And again, right. I think Twin Peaks meets classic monsters. That's what we were going for with this one.
Hey, send me a link real quick if you can, so I can share it in the chat and have the mod share it. No, I love this because you co-create this, not like you have your daughter as a prop. Like she engages in the creation and the storytelling aspect. You guys have a competent artist, which is what I would have to. I can't draw for shit.
Yeah, I can't draw damn thing.
You have an artist come in and bring these ideas and stories to life, but the stories are things you create with your daughter, and it's amazing to see Tug here with his. How old's your daughter? Like 7, 6?
She's 8 now. Yeah.
8 years old, and she is creating stories that rival the sales of Marvel artists, Marvel writers, DC writers, these people in the industry who have all this stuff. And it's like fostering that creativity and that success at that young age encourages a new generation of creators. And I love this so much that you engage with her like that. And I hope to when I start engaging my kids to create something. I hope that they're even a 1% as successful as your daughter is, because that is fucking phenomenal. And it's the only way we win, by the way, guys, is by teaching the next generation, whether it's your kid, whether it's your friend's kid, whether it's people you volunteer for, whoever, how to create stuff that isn't fucking gay.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, and we always talk about these companies, man. They're always, they insult us. They put out shoddy products. Well, I give a little bit of leniency for reviewers, but I get tired of that. Yes, we can make fun of that shit, but come on, let's make something better then. We build alternative industry, and yeah, people, if they want that, then support it. You don't have to support anything, but if you want something, either you can walk away from the mediums we love. I fucking love comic books, been around them since I was 3, or I can try to create something better. That's what we're aiming for.
Yeah. So that's it, guys. Hunt for the Littlest Umbrella on Indiegogo. Did you send it in the oh, there it is.
I did. Thank you, brother.
Let me I'll share this in the chat, and I would ask the mods to please share Tug's book. One of the things I really firmly believe in this weird internet world that we find ourselves in is the support of independent comic creators, people trying to make something that people like. Tug makes a product. He delivers it, and it actually arrives in your hand, and the quality of the product is good. If you like the story or not, that's up to you. Check it out. If you think it's something you like, support this book. I've already backed it at the $500 level.
No, you backed it at the freaking Make It Rain Prius level. I mean, that's awesome.
That's right.
Damn, I only did the 100. Now I feel bad.
Yeah, you should feel shame.
Hey, Camelot, why are you a bitch? That's the real question that I have.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm kidding, of course. No, the thing is, I never ask people to back stuff that I don't put my own money down for.
Yeah,
and I got Tug's previous book. It's a great book, and I would happily support more creation from Tug and the Littlest Umbrella as well, as they endeavor to create something that rivals and surpasses the mainstream industries that are out there.
And what's amazing is 5 days. We've been up 5 days, and the project's already earned $50,000. So 5 fucking days.
Phenomenal.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's because of everybody helping. And of course, I mean, I include the chat, everyone. I mean, it's amazing when we do this, we succeed, and I think that backs up what we say. As people bitching about this stuff, well, we put our money where our mouth is. We're like, this could have been your money, but fuck you, it's not. So,
yeah.
Anyway,
no, it's great. It's great.
I like I said, though, if people want to, the little one, like I said, this is the second time, we just heart surgery. So again, prayers, appreciate it. But I got to go to bed because I got to drive and stuff tomorrow. So
hey, thanks for hanging out with my drinking ass.
I enjoy it, man. I like it's like early Flashcast. I like except not 30 shots.
I like Flashcast except for Lofty. I mean, that guy.
Yeah, for real, man.
Yeah, really.
I hate that guy.
I don't know. I
Flashcast
really
is
liked
great.
Lofty when a Star Wars girl really tore into him. That was fun.
Oh, really?
That was a good time.
Hey, we gotta do a show together very soon to prep for the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Hey, I'll pull all that stuff. Like I said, I got into it. I've been in 3 now, from what I understand. And didn't you caught that part? She said I'm in communication with Johnny Depp and Adam Waldman. They're lawyers.
Well, are you in communication?
I cannot confirm or deny, but if I am, I must know a lot of shit about this case.
You have done a lot of videos about Johnny Depp.
Well, let's just say
you're like the number one guy to talk about the case.
Yeah, I like it. I mean,
He's your Brie Larson.
No, it's a man being falsely accused. That I believe in that shit. That's why I spend so much time with the Vic Mignogna case, because men need advocates, and holy shit.
Yeah, because no one else is out there for guys, right? Like you literally, that's the crazy place that we're in, that a Johnny Depp, a high profile AAA actor, an Oscar contender, the cream of the crop, when some B-list female celebrity calls out Johnny Depp, he is immediately relegated to literally a YouTuber as his strongest advocate. And that is not only embarrassing for the system that we're in, it's an indictment of modern reality. That is how far people will go to bend over backwards to, quote, listen and believe a woman by virtue of her telling a story with no regards to whether or not the story is even fucking remotely true or is maybe the complete opposite. And I'm with you on this. I think Johnny Depp has been falsely accused. And you know, he's a fine actor and he has great roles and stuff, but I don't particularly care about Johnny Depp.
I don't care. I don't care about Hollywood. I mean, the guy, like, he has good quality. He does a lot of charitable work. I find that admirable. But at the end of the day, who gives a fuck about celebrity? What I see is a guy with a fat fucking wallet that could fight this stuff. And there's not many of them out there. Look at what the Vic case cost and look at where it got to. I mean, that was a hell of a cost. And I think Depp is in $6 million. I think that's what he's in for the 2 cases so far. $6 million.
Yeah, and that's the scaling difference, right? Like Vic's current payout or whatever is somewhere around the 250 grand mark. If he has to pay out, the appeal, of course, will kind of determine what that amount is. Whether or not they collect that is a whole different story, a whole different legal question. But Depp is put in millions of dollars because when you scale the career and notoriety and the pay scales up to Johnny Depp levels, you have way more exposure. He's fighting on multiple fronts, and it's really crazy. And
the story's crazy though. Like I mean, finding out she shit on his bed as revenge, that's fucked up, you know. And like
well, she cut fucking half his finger off.
Yeah, and put a cigarette out on his face. I mean,
like it's insane stuff. And she alleges that he was the abusive one and stuff like that. And we're seeing similar. I'm not saying they're the same, but we're seeing accusations against people like Marilyn Manson. What we're going to see is men, especially eccentric men, targeted in Hollywood. They've been building up to this. Vic Mignogna is a test case in the anime industry. Warren Ellis is a test case in the writing industry. We've had these test cases pop up across different sub industries, and the goal, the premium fucking trophy, is the AAA actor, the ubiquitous name across the globe, Johnny Depp. People recognize him because of Pirates. There's nothing Johnny Depp can do to not be recognized in public. He will be. It's a function of time, and its maximum limit is 10 minutes. If he is out, someone will go, hey, that's fucking Johnny Depp, and they'll show up. If they can bury a guy like Johnny Depp, they can bury anybody, and they're trying to prove it out in this case. That's why they fought so hard in the UK, and it's why they're fighting so hard now.
It's scary stuff, man. I mean, Marilyn Manson, I believe, is actually innocent as well.
It kind of looks like it, but I don't want to attach his name to Johnny Depp. So
no, they're different.
I'm mitigating
they're different
the comparison. But.
Well, you know, they're actually. We can go over all of this. I just want to make one quick point. His accuser, Evan Rachel Wood, she's like Amber Heard. I think Amber Heard is Evan Rachel Wood light. You know, one of them got to speak in front of Congress. The other one's like, oh, that's what I'm going to do. You know, and she mirrors all of this shit because they're setting down a playbook on how to take out men. And fuck this stuff. You know, fuck this. If men do not stand up, it could happen to you. You know, and like you said, if they can take out one guy like him, they can take us all out.
And just in case there's a woman out there who's like, well, it's men and it doesn't really affect me or whatever. It does, because you have a brother, a father, a son, a cousin, a friend who is a man. And believe it or not, this guy can be the most boring fucking virgin. And this happens to them specifically in the anime community a lot. They can be the most boring, weird fucking virgin on the planet and have a woman Me Too them and have their entire life destroyed. Anime, the gaming community, the PC gaming community, all of those have stories like this. And these dudes, like I mentioned Warren Ellis earlier. If you've ever seen Warren Ellis, a picture of him, this dude looks like he's from Clive Barker's Nightbreed. You would not want to have sex with Warren Ellis, but a bunch of women did have sex with Warren Ellis, and they did it for one purpose. They used him to advance their careers, and then they flipped that script and said he used us. And it's like, wait a minute now. Wait, you were willingly having sex with this fucking fat, ugly weirdo for the sole purpose of trying to get a referral to some other fat, ugly weirdo to advance your careers. And he's the bad guy here. What they've, and I don't like Warren Ellis, and he probably hates me, by the way, because he's a dumb fucking cunt who supported all of these narratives when it wasn't against him, and then he got what he fucking deserved. But that being said, as women out there, like I know these are men's issues, but you have a brother, father, son, friend who is a man, and every man, no matter if they have sex with women or men or not, they can be the most celibate motherfucker on the planet. They are subject to the same thing due to the environment we're in. And it's terrifying for everybody. And especially if you're like me, if you've got some kids who are teenagers, some boys who are teenage boys coming into adulthood, it is horrifying to think of the world they're facing.
Well, the claims people take seriously, like Warren Ellis you brought up, they were saying that he was subliminally messaging, that people believe this shit. He would get on the phone and repeat something. Hey, you want to have sex. And then they were saying, well, that worked on me. He was locking it down because of subliminal messages.
This is a dude who found women who were sucking up to him at conventions or professionally saying, oh, I want to be your assistant, whatever. And eventually he's like, you're kind of like really into me. You want to bang one out sometime? And they said, yes. And then 15 years later come out and say, well, he groomed me. And you're like, wait, what the fuck? Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. The shit that is being pulled and sold as a bill of goods is insane.
And it gets worse, I mean, it's like
comedians deal with it too, pretty bad. Comedians have it. Yeah, like Chris D'Elia was
Louis
a big
C.K.
one. Yeah, yes. Chris D'Elia's situation was fascinating to me.
Is that the guy who got edited out of that shitty? That was a good movie.
They spent $2 million taking him out of that movie.
Jesus.
And it was all because some 17-year-old girl snuck into an after party after his show. Apparently, he thought she was 8. Well, she should have been 18 because it was an after party. It was a bar served.
Yeah.
And I guess he just assumed she was 18, and he was trying to get her to go back to the hotel room. She said no, and that was it. Turns out she was 17, and like because of that situation, they preemptively canceled his entire career before any investigation happened. Turns out nothing actually wrong occurred. Now he's back on YouTube, but he has like no career in Hollywood.
The problem is he's also typecasted as a pedophile.
That's another problem.
He plays a convincing pedo in every film or TV show he's in.
Yeah.
So you're instantly like, that dude does play a pretty good pedo. It just feels flaggy after.
Sword and Scales in the chat. Sword and Scale says the women who busted Harvey Weinstein are the ones that didn't get Gwyneth Paltrow's fame. Then she hopped on the bandwagon. I wonder if they were secretly resentful. And that's a real thing. Like, again, Weinstein may be a piece of shit. I don't know. I don't really fucking care. These women showing up alone at a man's apartment at 2 a.m. They're like, why is he coming out of his bathroom in a bathrobe? Fuck you. You knew exactly what you were doing. They knew what you were doing.
They leveraged him for, like you said, they come out years after the fact because they took the bribe there. And then when they can't leverage that anymore, they flip the script and they fucking leverage something else. It's another type of fame.
Once they have power, right? Like Rose McGowan got power. She got a voice in Hollywood. She's in a bunch of movies. She got her status. And then she comes out and said, oh my gosh, blah, 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 blah. Now it's important. It's like, bitch, you got that. Not to give some credit to Rose McGowan. She has some relatively consistent positions, whereas some others don't. But that being said, like, you got that power laying on your back. You chose that. And then you went and said that was a bad thing, but you would have never had the power in the first place. You would have never had the job if you didn't make this exchange. That was your choice. That was consensual. You're an adult.
I just assume
23-year-old woman
in
and you go to a man's hotel room and you're not expecting to get fucking hollowed out and then left outside. I don't know who you are. Like, I don't know how many men you've ever met.
I just assume everyone in Hollywood's a pedophile, male or female, and it just cuts right past all of this for me. So
it's safe.
Just assume the worst, because they all seem like pretty awful and terrible people, no matter what their current situations are. There's got to be some law breaking somewhere. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, because this is once again just assumptions, but it's like you can find some pretty scumbaggy shit on almost every one of them that's well beyond. Like these, I almost feel like the Me Too claims are just a distraction from you're really starting to see a lot of stuff pick up.
Yeah, I think Hollywood for sure has debauchery, but I think a lot of industries also, especially teachers. There's so many fucked up teachers.
Yep.
Where there's kids, there's
church.
pedophiles, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah, but there's something
really
broken, and there's something broken in the people who go to Hollywood. Like your kids, they get sent, and yes, you're going to get some broken teachers. But I mean, just Hollywood. Look at the cults that pop up there.
Matthew McConaughey said this on Joe Rogan. He said that young people who go to Hollywood and make it really big, they lose their identity because they become this persona and then that's who they are their entire life, or that they're expected to be when they're like a young person, or superstar, and it swallows a lot of people, and like they can't explore who they are, and like they can't be themselves. They have to, you know what I mean? It's really bad.
No, it's Corey Feldman, right? Like his entire thing is talking about like how young men in his case, but how young people in general in Hollywood are treated. Yep. There's another case. There's a shit lawyer, one of the worst lawyers on the planet, named Kevin Landau. And he always does this. He has an MO where he takes someone with a case that is questionable, and then he runs that case for a while on a contingency fee. Oh, you'll only pay me if you win, right? Mm-hmm. And then he resigns from the case. And if you resign from the case, you can sue the client on a theory called in quantum meruit, which means I get paid for the work that I did. So he doesn't win the case on contingency, but then he sues the client and gets paid for the work that he did, because he can't possibly, if he's off the case, he can't possibly recover, right? So he does this a lot. But he was representing the grandson of Mo, I think, from the Three Stooges. I can't remember the guy's name. And this guy's allegations were that basically he was passed around as a fucking diddle toy, right? A finger sheath for some of these high profile Hollywood executives. And he names names and he puts it out there and says, they said my show would be successful if I was out there and let them put their fingers in my butt. Right? Like it's out there and in public, and the guy who he's accused is dead, but the amount of coverage coming in for the Hollywood people on this stuff. And it's like, when you, there's another Hollywood actor, but he's like a B or C list celebrity. Mm-hmm. He came out and he's like, yeah, those A-listers, literally, he's like, I've had the producers ask, they've had fingers in their butt. That's how they get it. And I wasn't willing to do that. And I may have compromised my career, but I'm not having a finger in my ass. And it sounds like a joke, but it's literally not. In Hollywood, that is what it is.
It's like initiation.
Let me put things in your butt.
You find tons of these horror stories out there, even if they're from more subtle people that never went as far as others. It's all pretty depressing, to be honest. It's awful because it feels like there's nothing that can be done about it, because the caliber of people have such incredible amounts of resources that a kid definitely doesn't have, and half of the actor parents probably don't either. But I mean, these days there's really no excuse. You should kind of know that this is not a good environment for a child. And even like Lofty said, you have to be careful with schooling.
Yep.
Who you're going to church with. Like any place there's children, and if you got kids, you got to be a little extra careful, because the best people in the world to be around your kids are attracted to those jobs, and the very worst of what we have to offer as human beings are also attracted to those jobs. So it sucks, but it really does.
Male victims though, they don't matter in this either. I mean, whether it's a Damon Mills, you look at that situation, that Asia Argento, that fucking Damon Mills pisses me off. But Asia Argento, okay, she's one of the top Me Tooers. It comes out that she ended up molesting some underage guy. Yeah, the media, they covered it.
She fucked a 14-year-old.
Yeah. And you know what happened? Fuck all. She's still one of the main people in Me Too. So
Rose McGowan called her out, I think, too.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Rose McGowan has a consistent position.
Yes,
because she called out Asia Argento and said, "Hey, this isn't cool either.
Yep.
This bitch is out here. She's fucking a 14-year-old." And before you fucking dummies, the couple of you that are in the chat who are like, "Well, if I was 14, I'd fuck blah blah blah." Yeah, you would, and you'd still be a victim, because at 14, your dick rules your life.
Yeah.
And you would fuck all sorts of things. That doesn't mean that it was okay for them to fuck you. If you're going to fuck someone at 14, it better be another 14-year-old. Like, stop this shit. It should not be a 28-year-old woman.
Yep.
Anyway, we'll catch up on that case. I got to get out of here. I'll sit here all night.
Yeah, get out of here. Thanks for joining me, buddy.
See you.
Have a good night, Tug.
And then,
oh my goodness.
And then there was 4, except there's about to be 3, because I'm about to get the hell off here too.
I'm about to do the daily unbreaded.
Oh,
what's the daily unbreaded?
Oh my! Have you seen Hellraiser?
Yeah,
I've seen the first couple, I think.
You know how he says to them right before killing somebody by like making them die in ecstasy of pain. He says, "I have such sights to show you."
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the daily unbreaded.
I see.
So okay,
how do you do it late at night?
Well, you have to wait until you have to wait until 2 hours into a live stream. So if you guys don't know this, look, I'm a professional streamer and grifter, and I have figured this out. If you are on YouTube, not for community guidelines, but for monetization purposes, anything you say after 2 hours on a live stream, they don't give a shit. They don't even check. They don't listen. Now, if you come out and you're like, election was fake, blah, blah, blah. Of course, that's different. Like, community guidelines is different, but for monetization. So anything after 2 hours. So I have to wait 2 hours to do the daily unbreaded. What this is a manifesto by a black man named Matthew Harris, who is a UCLA professor. And he wrote an 803-page manifesto and posted it to the UCLA philosophy department. And it is the most beautiful piece of text I've ever seen. So what I do, and we'll start it right now. We do a random number generator between 1 and 803, and it picks the page that we're going to read. Very simple. And I read it without any context at all. So here we go.
Well, I might get off. I'll probably listen to it on my phone, but I got to lay down. It's 3:30 a.m. I'll probably fall asleep to you reading to me.
Oh, I see how you're going to do it.
I got to get off the computer.
You're going to leave right before all the racial slurs come out.
I'll listen to it. I was trying to leave earlier, and I couldn't find an opportunity. But
it's impossible to leave. All right. Well, thank you for coming
having
on,
me
Lofty.
Yeah, thank you.
My pleasure. Here, look at this real quick. This is for you.
Unbread!
Am I not muted?
Beautiful.
That's right. That's right.
Beautiful. I like the Gregorian chants. That's nice. It's a nice touch.
Yes. So here's the page. It is page 360 of the PDF. Oh. I'm about to read this. So if you want to leave now, you can. Lofty, and you'll be welcome.
I'll listen.
People should
the
follow
first
Lofty
word I see is a big capital letter.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Guys, you should follow Lofty Pixels on Twitter. If you don't know who Lofty is, he is the guy who does the Quarterings meme intros. He is the meme smith in fucking chief. You will never find a better meme video editor than Lofty Pixels.
That's nice.
It's true.
It. There's a couple.
No, there aren't. Look.
Wow, that's awesome.
And I have no reason to be nice to you because of your shit takes on Lord of the Rings. But that being said, this is the guy. This is the guy. So follow him on Twitter. He puts out a bunch of original content on there, and you guys should check him out.
Yeah, Lofty does good stuff.
Thank you, Joe.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Well, I'll see you Saturday.
Yeah, we'll see you Saturday on Flashcast.
Sounds good.
All right. Now I'm about to read this. You guys can just hang out as you desire. I would never force anybody else to participate in this. You'd be doing me a favor to kill off my cousins and uncles and aunts. I don't need anyone alive. They are in the way and I want them dead. Kill them immediately. Competition is for faggots. Kill your enemy and live as a baseline, my bingers. Kill your enemy and win as a baseline, my bingers. Kill Dan. He is the final meme of a dying world as it ceases to be a story and becomes something more free and less tethered to the past and unrestrained by other minds, other people's interpretations, and other people's thoughts. Dan must die so there is no longer a disgusting puddle of spit on the food that I was looking forward to eating. I don't want to pet the cat if it has pollution and mildew from an affair that should not have occurred. Either delete him from existing or convert him into a meme so that he makes sense as a thought projection that never existed in the space of the physical world outside of daydreams and screens. That or murder everyone involved. If that reality has to be forced on me, if I have to deal with the bullshit and a flawed human being rather than the match I deserve, rather than the soulmate that fits me correctly, then kill all three of them and sink that triangle into blood of atonement. If they isn't enough, then make it a pentagon explosion and kill his wife and daughter too. If he is not a projection, then lots of blood must be spilled to atone for what I have been robbed of already. When I was in high school, a guest speaker once told us on stage, every time you masturbate, God kills a cat. Now that I'm wiser, I realize that most of the cats I've ever met deserve to be stabbed in broad daylight. It's good when beautiful women are murdered because it raises the bar for all people to be better. When beautiful female celebrities are murdered, it helps because it proves to regular women that good looks are not enough to get by. They must also be held to higher standards than appearances alone. They must also be women on the inside and in their spirits. And so my love, Katerina, and me must take our last breath or something like that. Not to die, but to be reborn away from the world or something like that. Catherine means Catharos or pure. Katharina, Katya, Katie, Catherine, they all mean purity. So my little kindergarten girlfriend, 7th grade girl, and the mother of my ex all had the same name. It feels weird when names chase you. Begin building my fantasy bunker in Minnesota now. Closer, Kane, you are my Pixar princess. You are coming to the bunker, XOXO, the greatest love of all, bigger than a vitamin water bottle. That means 8+ inches of dick inside of you. You will feel it in your breath. I will not deflate you with my penis. I believe that children are the future. Closer, Kane, XOXO. XO. Stop calling blinks celebrities and politicians. They are invaders. Anyone who needs to butcher their face to look human and presentable cannot be trusted. Physiognomy. You ever heard of biometrics? Yeah, Binger. Physiognomy ain't irrelevant. Pseudosciences are often more legit than the sciences the white man tells you are legit openly. I used to think German names were sexy. Meisner had the nicest booty I ever saw on a white bitch. That was a good night. I would have liked to fuck one of Hitler's daughters, although they probably would have been ugly. Eva Braun was ugly. He could have done a lot better. In more than one sense, Hitler was kind of underwhelming.
I don't even...
I'm bread!
So, Nick, how long has Jay-Z been teaching at this university?
Oh my goodness. He taught this dude, Matthew Harris, taught for 1 year at UCLA. And he got fired. He gave all of the hot chicks A's and everybody else he gave a C. Not based on any criteria at all other than their own hotness. And he sent all the hot chicks homemade pornography in their emails.
It's kind of based though, yeah.
It's super based. The guy's hilarious.
Yeah, what a ridiculous human being.
He's the literal funniest UCLA professor to ever exist. By a clear fucking mile. By a clear mile. He's the funniest. And this literary masterpiece that he has produced, it cannot stop making me laugh. I can't take it.
If this is all just like a professor troll and he just sat there typing this going, oh my God, people are going to freak out. Like that would make it even better.
That would, but the speculation is he had a literal psychotic break because there's a hint of it there, right? And it's
yeah, for sure.
He says he's calling out this guy Dan, and he says it's from an affair that never should have occurred. He was attracted to a co-professor named Catherine, I think. I can't remember. I think Catherine was her name. She's a German blonde woman, probably in her late 20s. And he wanted to fuck her really, really hard. And he never got to. And she had sex with a white man and probably also a Jew. And he will never forgive either of them or her. And this whole manifesto, 803 pages of what I just read, is basically his revenge against that white German bitch.
Well, what he doesn't realize is he lucked out in reality, because banging a German chick, they make sounds like they're trying to conjure the dead relatives of the past in the middle of a ritual.
Oh, no.
They are not. These aren't enjoyable things. So it's go to YouPorn and punch in like deaf girl porno. That's what German chicks sound like. You don't want nothing to do with that shit.
So unironically, a friend of the show is Duke, the guy who runs Ghetto Gaggers. Joe, are you familiar with Ghetto Gaggers or facial abuse?
No, I'm not, but I'm sure I'm going to be here in a minute.
So Ghetto Gaggers and facial abuse. Drex comes on the show and he's talking about like deaf girls making sounds. There's a website just for you, Joe. It's called deafanddegraded.com.
Oh, God.
Oh, Lord.
And it is some deaf chick getting fucking turned into a meat stick. And
oh yeah. Oh my
God.
God, it is so fucking bad. It is so horrific. It's like, oh no.
That's the kind of stuff that your friends get you with when they send you a video knowing good and well you shouldn't open it because the people that are sending it only send you awful things.
Right, they're terrible,
that are like shocking and
bad people.
That's the realm that kind of porno falls into. Like if you're into it, God bless you, it's weird, but whatever. But usually you're supposed to be put off by it. So
okay, so he has facial abuse, Ghetto Gaggers, Antifa abuse, death and degraded, and then he also has the single greatest named website of all time, Radical Jislam.
Radical Jislam. That's pretty awesome, actually. Like I can't really argue with that one. That's
like, what do you do? And there are people in the chat who are opposed to pornography. How can you be? How can you be when Radical Jislam exists? And
here's the problem. You can be opposed to pornography. You can be opposed to pornography, but deep down, we're all glad somebody does it. Because everyone needs it at some point, even if you don't normally need it. Even though we can disagree with it, because I think 90% of it's terrible. But let's not pretend like we're not glad someone's there to do the job every once in a while.
90% of everything is terrible, right?
Exactly.
90% of comics, 90% of movies, 90% of TV, 90% of YouTube. It's all bad. But when that beautiful masterpiece comes in and you're like, how did that fit in there? Oh my God. That is the spine. Like that's when you're like, okay, now I see why this is okay. I get it. I understand. Radical Jislam is that. Antifa abuse is that. They're all, the Antifa abuse is funny in concept. They're all card carrying, like Antifa leftists. They prove themselves before they get just fucking used. It's awful. And the funniest shit on the planet, if you ask me. But 90% of lawyers, Kyle White, 99 to 100% of lawyers are fucking awful people. Yeah.
Well, I survived the unbreaded, so now I'm out.
You did. You'll be canceled eventually.
It was beautiful. They're just gonna have my face. Look at him not saying anything in the corner, just like this.
That's why I don't show my face and occasionally laugh at the points that are feasible to laugh at.
Yeah,
laugh at everything. We need more levity in this world.
Yeah.
Well, I'll see you guys. Well, I'll see Nick for sure Saturday probably. So,
cheers, brother. Thanks
I'll
for coming
be
on
there.
tonight and
I
hanging out.
appreciate it. It was fun.
Yeah, take it easy, man.
I appreciate the random ass invite. I was like, I guess I'll just click this link. What's up?
What could go wrong?
Hell yeah.
Everything.
Unbreaded.
Well, yeah, everything went wrong. All right. I'll see you guys Saturday.
Later, dude.
All right. See you, brother. Peace. And now there are two, just me and you, Joe.
Well, I mean, that's what happens when everyone's scared off by N-words. So, you know, I was like, N-word don't scare me. I've heard it 1,000 times. Good luck with that.
I've killed tons of N-words. No,
Oh
just
my
kidding.
God.
That's a joke. Holy shit. Joe, will you tell people who you are? Because I don't know that the chat knows necessarily who, because like half of them might follow Flashcast, but the other half has no idea like what you do. But you're an artist.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I used to do a lot more streams and stuff back in the early days of Comicsgate, and then, you know, just got so busy with work I tapered off. But yeah, I do a comic book called Death, Death, Death. That's my personal project on Indiegogo right now. I draw, color, write. I do all of that, and then I'm doing a project with Yellow Flash. It'll obviously be more anime leaning, and I've done Super Harem, and I've worked for Malin on Graveyard Shift, and I did a picture for Tug's campaign. Like, I've literally been on like 30 some different campaigns the last few years. So.
How long have you been doing the comic art?
Since I was a child, since I was a little boy. I pretty much had one goal. So
I can't
really
see your
fail at
face,
it.
so I don't know how long that is.
I'm almost 40 right now.
Okay,
so I'm 39.
Cool. Yeah. Okay, so you're about my age. So so for well over 20 years, you've been into the comic art world. Did you work for did you work for Marvel at a point or DC or something?
No, I worked for a lot of smaller indie publishers and stuff, and some like medium level publishers and stuff like that. But most of that's, you know, 15 years ago at this point. Like, I've pretty much been doing either small gigs or my stuff since then. So.
And your art, like I've seen Yellow Flash's preview pages, your art is phenomenal. It's exceptionally detailed. It's very, very good. And it's great. So
well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Check out again, if you're people who support small business and independent creation, Death, Death, Death is on Indiegogo, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you can check out Death, Death, Death on Indiegogo and see, look, if it's up your alley, consider buying something that you wouldn't have bought before today. That's a great thing to do. Mods, can you get the link to Death? I don't have it handy.
I'll drop it in your chat.
Yeah, if you drop it in the chat, and I'll send it, and the mods can share it out as well.
All right.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah,
so
it's a weird sci-fi fantasy book with a little bit of biblical overtone and stuff like that. It's just it's a weird mishmash of everything I've grown up on, kind of squished into one story. All the influences, you could say. So
yeah. Well, it's like I said, I've seen your art on Flash, and I've seen Death, 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 and what you do is very, very good stuff. And you're very versatile as an artist, right? Like, you have that traditional comic thing, and then you said with Flash, it's going to be a lot more anime, and it really is. Like, you can see the style differences in that Flash work, and it's fantastic. So people should 100% check that out if that's what you're into. Of course. Or if it's not what you're into and you just like saying, hey, I'm going to dip my toes into something I'm not used to. But it is really late, and I have a bunch of chats to read through. So I'm going to burn through them. You're welcome to stay, of course, but if you have to go at any point, just let me know.
Right on, dude. Yeah, I'll hang around as long as I can here. Maybe smoke a little buds and listen to the super chat.
Sounds good. Stephen Burr says, Rimco, is that the official drink of the Seminole Order? Yes. True Anana Shabbat, bad pressure, bad calf care says, my son Jacob would have been 18 today. Can I get a toast for him? I lost him during labor, so it's his 18th year in heaven. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, if I had a toast to give, I would for sure. I'll take a hit because I'm a father and I understand all that stuff.
Oh, junior wife ever miscarry or anything? You don't have to share. Sorry. Preface: my wife and I miscarried 3 times before we had our first kid. It was fucking a nightmare.
That's terrible.
Oh, I caught you mid-poke.
Yeah.
It was very, very uncool and unbrotherly of me.
It's all right. No, our 2 kids went well for us, but it was still like a bit of a long road to get there. So, cause my kids are 4 and 1, so they're both very young. So I didn't start till a lot later in life, but
sure.
I've got a lot of friends that have went through that, and it's tough to listen to. It's one of those things where you cannot truly know unless you went through it. Like you can empathize, but you can't really know.
And I'll go a step farther and I'll say, even as the male in the scenario, like it's being a dad who lost 3 to miscarriage versus having 5 after. For me, there is no comparison, right? Because I meet the kids when they come out. I mean, sure, I've heard heartbeats and stuff like that, felt kicks, but it's way different when the kid comes out and you hear them and you see them, you hold them. There's something, that's when our bond as dads begins. But a mom's bond begins 9 months before that. Well, 8 months before that, when they find out they're pregnant and they start going through these processes and feeling this thing, this life incubating inside of them, is something so much different than what we experience. And it's tough in a way because we're observers on that journey, and there is a loss for us, but it's magnified in them, and it's our job to kind of be there through that, not understanding, like you really don't. And especially for me, because those 3 all came before we had any kids, and after that, all of our kids, bam, 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 it was I won't say smooth sailing, but it was consistent. And so, like, I didn't know what the potential was. I had a way different perspective on life back then, but I know it impacted my life dramatically. So, but this is different even because this is lost during labor. So you go through the entire process. It's just at the last moment. And so to Jacob, who would have been 18 years old today.
Yes.
The loss we feel for a potential life impacts us, molds us, and shapes us into who we are, as if that life were fully lived. And make no mistake, Jacob's life was fully lived, and it was delivered to you. Though it was truncated and short, many lives are shorter than expected. They are no less impactful than the lives that go on for the entire duration of our own. And Jacob has created in you something that did not exist before. And because of that, we salute him. We raise our glass and respects to him and live condolences for a life not lived, but for an impact fully shared. Cheers to Jacob.
Cheers to Jacob. Very well said, Nick. That was special. That was good.
The Vista Group says, Nick, God damn it. Oh my gosh. Nick, I just lost my mom about 20 minutes ago, and I could feel her soul pass through me and out the back door. Has this happened to you? What do you feel about religion and dead breaded bodies? Okay, Vista Group, I don't know if that's like a joke or not. I'll tell you this. I personally have never felt the passing of a relative in that way. I have friends and family who have, and it's very, I don't know if this is a joke or if it's true because of how it's worded. And it doesn't matter. But I've had friends who have. I think that there's certainly a bond between people that can transcend the physical reality. Let me put it that way. A parent, a grandparent, an aunt, an uncle, and you can get a sense for what happened. I think that, it can be justified by you knowing what's coming and all sorts of stuff like that. I don't think unexpected is ever really that unexpected unless it's a car accident or something. But, if that's a real thing, I do feel for you. And I hope you get, some solace and consolation in that. Axe Lion says, awful lot of people tangential to Jack Murphy getting swatted lately. A shot for Jack's failed vengeance. I don't know if I should take another shot. I'm at a comfortable level.
You don't want to throw up.
No, I fucking hate it. Paul Walker says permanent standard is greater than DST. Latter attempted with Nixon for 16 months before support fell through floor with kids getting hit by cars in dark, walking to school in the morning. Oh, daylight savings time. Also, standard time more closely mirrors high noon sun. Look, I don't care if it's standard time or daylight savings time. Stop changing the fucking clocks. Whatever it is, just please stop changing the clocks. That's what
it seems so unnecessary. It's like, what is the point of this? Like, I understand the old timey point of it, but at this point, like, it just doesn't.
It made sense before we had alarm clocks and bright incandescent lights.
Yeah. I mean, I'm in a space where it's 10 p.m. 24 hours a day. So.
Yeah. No, me too. Like, it's like I go outside barely, and when I do, I don't care what time of day it is.
Mm-hmm.
And the farmers don't either. They don't need to get up and work at 5 a.m. or whatever. They can just do what they do when they want to do it. We have enough cheap artificial lighting to manage. It's fine.
Yeah.
Zybera says, hey, Nick, went to the doctor recently and got called a dumbass for not being vaccinated. She went on about how he's getting false information from Fox News, which I don't even watch. Long story short, new doctor time. That's what you got to do. Look, again, I will go back to this 10 times out of 10. Someone in my chat said the wisest thing I have ever heard. Your doctor at some point forgot that they were a fucking store. Your doctor is Walmart. Your doctor is Target. You go to them to buy a thing to fix an issue. That's what you do. Like, if you're hungry and you're like, oh, I want peanut butter and chocolate, you go to Target and you buy Reese's Easter eggs. That's what you do. Simple answer. You're like, oh, God, I got a sniffle. I go to the doctor, I get amoxicillin, and I chug that shit down, and then my sniffle goes away. They forgot somewhere. They got elevated beyond, you're a fucking store. You're a store. You just have you're a specialty store. So is GameStop, by the way, and those people are fat and smell also. Fuck off. Fuck off. I'm so goddamn tired of this. It's the same with lawyers. You're a fucking store. And lawyers know this, right? We're the whores of the entire industry, of any industry. You can go to a lawyer with the shittiest legal theory and say, I want you to do this. And the lawyer says, that sounds like bogus bullshit. And they're like, I'm going to pay you $1,200 an hour. You're like, that sounds great.
Yeah.
I will do whatever you ask. Please don't put your finger in my butt, and please keep my bank account full. I will do whatever you ask. That's what doctors should be. I should be able to walk into a fucking clinic and say, I want ivermectin tomorrow. And that it should be there. My doctor won't prescribe it. They won't prescribe anything to do with COVID other than the monoclonal antibodies, and they'll only prescribe those if you're white, if you're fat. Which is nonsense.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. The whole point is it's not important how this happened. It's important that I'm here because your job is to deal with it and solve it, no matter how whatever issue is occurred.
And I don't care what your fucking politics are. I'm telling you, I want to try this thing. If this thing will not literally kill me, give it to me.
Yeah.
if my insurance won't cover it, if I want to pay for it, that's on me. That's fine. If it will not actually put me in the ground, give it to me now. If it will put me in the ground, tell me and let me choose if I want to die from it. That's how it should be, but we've changed that. Lexi says, what do I have to do to be a faceless guest with Ricada or not faceless? Haha. Listen, to anybody out there who wants to join a Ricada stream, I actually have and am just waiting for a proper time to use access to a call-in feature. Not go wait in a Discord, but a legit call-in feature like Old Time Radio. It's a beta feature of a program I'm not supposed to talk about. Don't worry about it. I have this. I'll be running a live stream. You'll see it. You'll be able to call in on your phone and be a faceless contributor to the show. I'm going to do one at some point in the near future. Very, very near future. So stay tuned. Renee Villarreal says, when I was in high school, my cousin was taken by a cartel. Took us months to find his body. He went to school in Texas and was found in Mexico. Fuck. Cartels they're literally horrifying evil. Joe Rader says, did you see the climate protester that tethered his neck to the goal in the English soccer match? Held his match up for like 15 minutes while they tried to cut his petroleum-based zip ties. Hilarious video if you can find it. Mimum007 says, greetings, gents. Thoughts on the showrunners for the Halo series not even playing the game when writing for the show? Give fans what they want and they will come see the Sonic movie as examples. You know what? Let me say it this way. Fuck Michael Bay. Michael Bay never watched Transformers. And he made the Transformers movies. Michael Bay can get raped by a spiky dildo for all I care. Fuck these people. Give it to someone who loves the project. Give it to someone who loves the property and let them run with it. Don't do Michael Bay. And the Transformers movies all suck. All of them without exception. Fuck them. Except for the original animated one.
Yeah.
They killed Jazz.
Transformers is one of my all-time favorite things. And anyone that goes and cycles through that stuff will see that clearly. But yeah, it's Michael Bay's. Everyone just says Bayformers in that community, so that you know specifically what the most hated thing is if they're talking about it. It's the John Cena of Transformers. Like, all the fans hate it.
Brian Moe says first one was good. You know what, Brian? This is why you have shit takes. This is it right there. That's it. It was not good.
You done fucked up now, Brian.
Some people could watch through it. For me, who's a fan of the Transformers show, Transformers original animated movie, everything. That was my favorite show as a kid, my favorite property. And to see it come to life in the shitty way that it did made me embarrassed to be a fan. And I hate that. I should never be embarrassed to be a fucking nerd. Like, other than being a nerd in general, right? But I should never be embarrassed by my nerddom for a specific property in the nerd community. I should only be embarrassed in the rest of the world. And Michael Bay managed to make everybody embarrassed to be nerds to nerds. And that's pathetic. All right. El DeGusto, when are you going to talk with PSA Stitch about the Times article? Stitch says the Times was lying/joking just to sell articles and there was no fortification. He also said the laptop was not damning, excusing the lolly prostitute. If that's Stitch's position, then he's fucking retarded. But I don't know. Stitch and Adam, I need to set up a show with them. It's been a long time coming. I just haven't. It's my fault. It's always my fault with scheduling. I take full blame. I just haven't put aside the time to chat with them. Jonathan Duger, Camelot, are you aware of the Madison case where an 11-year-old was killed by his dad after his mom was told she was being bitter? Also, K. Ivy can pound sand. I don't know what any of that means, but it sounds horrible. I have such sights to show you, says former college AUF Fauci shared experience working with him during the early years as a doctor, said he was beloved by mostly minority patients. Many even referred to him as a white angel. Asphyxiation says toothpaste is for betas. Real men use cotton. Also, Kalinka Pavlova has a pancake rear. Pancake ass Kalinka. Holy shit, you've been called out. Hello, Nick. Hello, cousin lover and other people. Where's my Vegemite video gone, Nick? I can't find it. Where is it? It's probably in the stuff that was on the archive channel, which is slowly getting released to the main channel. But YouTube banned my archive channel because they're bigots. Sorry. Bob Piffle says, I know a man who gave up smoking, drinking, sex, and rich food. He was healthy right up to the day he killed himself. Johnny Carson, one more sip and cheers. Come on. No, it's there is a limit to how much you will do for your own personal health. And it has a fucking lot to do with your quality of life. Right? Like, oh, you can eat tofu forever and live forever. Kill me now. Kill me now. That's
100%. That's why some people live life on the edge to some degree, and it's because that's just what makes them feel better during the time they're here.
Where Tiger Ray says, I'll have you know, Ricada, sir, that Piggly Wiggly was the very first grocery store invented by Clarence Saunders in 1916 right here in Memphis, Tennessee.
Good old Memphis. Gotta love Memphis, Tennessee.
Rumble username sucks says, since you already mentioned Hunter Biden's deplorable taste in women, guess that runs in the family. Here's $20 to make getting banned from YouTube for saying the election was fixed a little easier to handle. Rumble username sucks says, and here's another 20 for saying the poke is unaffected. Anything else against the dogma of the cathedral that YouTube will ban you for that you want to say tonight? Maybe about the agenda. Look, YouTube, everything I've said that's against YouTube's agenda, I formally recant and retract. I was always, of course, speaking in jest or joking or being parodical or ironic. Certainly would never want to go against the verified public opinions that YouTube is comfortable expressing, and anything else really is heresy. Susan Wojcicki is a beautiful Lithuanian man, Polish Polish woman who definitely does not shove spiky Bad Dragon dildos into her ass while eating cheese that she gets specially sourced from Wisconsin. Fromunda cheese, that is. Fromunda cheese curds for Susan Wojcicki. I would never want to speak against the narrative of YouTube or anything else. And so all of the approved YouTube speech is approved by YouTube, and I hope that all my speech is approved.
Praise the Almighty, Susan.
Susan, you're really great. Listen, don't let anyone tell you you're a Jew. Unless you want to be. My awesome channel says, don't listen to the haters. Odyssey works. The Libri infrastructure still works in the back end of Odyssey. Don't worry too much about the price of Libri of LBC. Well, I mean, the Libri code is key to decentralized content delivery. The advertisements and premium accounts of Odyssey will help pay creators and fund expansion. Yeah, the problem, LBC was supposed to fund creators too. It's not a problem. Alternative funding, alternative sites have shit monetization. They just do. They do. They make up for it on live streams. Rumble takes 20%. Odyssey takes basically nothing. And they're great in that way. But look, my Rumble video, just like the monetization on it is really, really small. My short videos that I've published there, it's really small. It's fine, but it's way less than YouTube. Of course it is. They're an alternative platform. So it's not a criticism. It's just a reality. That's all. Ricada Law says a shout out to Camelot for not being a Yankee bastard. Long live the South.
Hell yeah. Rebel Yale.
Malik Foxon.
No.
Malik Foxon says, trust me, we liked making those twisted crust pizzas as much as they were terrible to eat. I was working at Pizza Hut when they released that garbage. They were delicious, though. They were delicious. Malik says, grifted a local cop into watching this show. Grift King still at it. Great US says, here you lazy bigot. Rumble is moving to the US and focus on US law as primary foundation. I remember Barnes saying South Florida. Don't know if it's this vid or another. Couldn't find it with Control F in the transcript. So thank you for sharing that video link on that. Says Price. 92 says, this is a horrible game of red light, green light about sexual content. Herman Arminius says, story from Reddit. Ukrainian sniper puts out message to confirm to his family that he's alive. He's hiding at an abandoned school. Redditor wants pound Putin points. Redditor reposts sniper's posts. Every school and area gets leveled. Anti-work. No longer biggest embarrassment on Reddit. And then he also says, you're browbeaten as racist and treacherous for years. You're made unable to speak your mind without fear of ruination. Then when you lash out at your lowest point of desperation, your abusers use that as proof that they were always right about you. Maybe they should have looted some stores. No, that's true. That's true. They will tell you you're the worst person on earth forever. And then when you one day slip in any way, they'll say, see, he was. That's what people do to me. I'm like the least, I'm only racist against white people. Wait, Joe, are you white?
Yeah, dude, I'm white as fuck.
Huh. Very weird. Very fucking weird. I can't believe I had this racist bigot on the show. Just kidding. Welcome back.
It's good to be back, man. It's, you know what they say, you can't miss something if it's never gone.
Are you still white?
Well, you know, unfortunately, by today's standards, at
least are you a self-hating white? You got to be a self-hating white these days.
I'm just a normal human being. God has cursed me with complete normalcy in every way as an adult.
You can't have that. You can't have normalness. Okay. Emorsk says support for anything but YouTube. That's over on Rumble. SC Medic 71 says post a link on your locals about treatment for your nasal function. Is it that shot in the fucking neck? I'm looking at it. Eric Winberg says cheers. Cheers to you, Eric. SC Medic 71 says vax versus unvax, one more, divide and conquer. Yes, of course. Because has anybody ever gone, well, you know what? You don't have the smallpox vaccine. Therefore, I want you to die and to please stay away from me and my wife's son. No one ever did that. But with COVID, they convinced us to do it.
Yeah, it's scary how many people that stuff worked on, because they're people we know grew up in a time where they know this is completely unacceptable. It's like you're old enough to know better. There's no excuse for this.
Yeah, it's crazy. How are you falling for this?
If you were all 14-year-olds or younger, I would totally comprehend it. But that excuse is not built in for 90% of the adults that became complete and utter mentally ill lunatics for 2 years till now. Really since 2015 till now, just on different topics, whatever, the flavor of the week is.
I now see why you don't show your face. Because your head has to be massive. You have too much logic wedged in it.
Well, I mean, you might be right. It could be a receding hairline. It could be a giant brain. I don't know which way to take it. I'll show my face next time, though. It's not like I'm embarrassed. I just wasn't prepared. I didn't get myself dolled up for your audience. I'm sorry, Nick.
I still have semen dripping off of my beard.
Yeah, drawing pictures at 3 a.m, and I was like, well, I guess I'll hop in. I haven't got to go on Nick's show yet, so I better take advantage of these opportunities while they're there.
Well, I appreciate it.
Hey, I do too.
Bring the Smoke says, could you please toast 1 year ago today? My dad passed away from cancer at my home on hospice. Leaves behind a sister, my sister, his sister, my sister, my 2 kids, and me. 29 days later, my mom passed the same way. Shit.
Oh, goodness.
I'm not trying to drink anymore, but these chats, man.
It's heartbreaking. It's like we got to be able to make a joke 6 minutes from now, and you guys are making that very difficult.
Yeah.
I get it. I mean, I lost my dad last month, so I understand a lot.
Last month?
Yeah.
Fuck me. What from?
He was a Marine and a Ranger, and during the course of his time during late 60s and the 70s in the service all the way up till the early 80s, he was just exposed to like depleted uranium and weird things in the docks of Russia and stuff like that. So he's basically been a walking pile of radiation sludge most of his life. He looked normal, but you know, he was kind of a mess internally. And it finally caught up with him, and you know, he was just in the middle of a normal checkup one day, and his lungs just started filling with fluid, basically out of nowhere, and he went into a coma. And you know, we had a few days to kind of deal with it,
organize it all, get everything ready, prepare for the end of a life.
And I'm not even kidding. Right? I did not think he would ever die, and I don't mean that to like sound silly or stupid. It's just the old motherfucker, just nothing would kill him. You know, you know, it was to that point where I'm like, how is this 120-pound man that's, you know, been through just about some form of war or weird, you know, little side things, whether it's island hopping in Laos and things like that. He's been stabbed and shot and so many different things. So it was like, I think he could smoke and drink, eat greasy food every day and be exactly the same, and it just won't do anything to him. But you know, kind of out of the blue, it just happened. So, that's
how it was with my grandmother. I mean, she had so many surgeries and so many ailments through the years that it was like, I guess nothing can actually kill her. And she had like a brain tumor. She's had seizures since I was, 8 from that brain tumor that they could not operate on or fix. Her back looked like a fucking heavy metal album. Like it's insane what she went through, all of these different things, and nothing ever got her down. And then suddenly she was gone. And it's like, you get to this point where you're like, maybe nothing can actually affect them. So, cheers, brother, to you and your dad. I mean, that is, sounds like quite a guy.
He was an interesting person. You know, all military family members kind of come with their
they come with a certain level
of baggage, but they're, you know, all in all, for the life he lived, he came out a decent dude, you know.
Yeah. It's always tough with that, but also with the unexpectedness of it. So to bring the smoke to his dad, who passed away from cancer a year ago, and his wife, well, bring the smoke's mom, but his dad's wife, of course, who passed away very similar about a month later. Losing parents is something we're never prepared for. They are the invincible titans who raised us and kept us safe from our own atrocities, our own devastation. And when they go, no matter how expected, no matter how prepared we are, we're never ready to see them leave. So cheers to you, brother. May they rest in peace.
Cheers. God bless your family, man.
Corpus Delecti says, in here before bed, since you'll be late and gay, today I celebrate the day I married an Irish chick and was made to have St. Patrick's Day as our anniversary. No toast necessary, but if you do, thanks, Nick. To redheads. I don't care if your wife's a redhead or not, but to redheads, the women that all other women wish they were, and the women that all men wish they had. Cheers. And if you think that that's not true, stop lying to yourself. You know you want that soulless, crazy bitch in your life. You know you do. Cheers, brother. Base Shaman says, hey, man, wanted to let you know, since I've started watching you in early 2020, Ronversation is the best days. I've gotten married, bought a house, and started a bachelor's in IT. Love your motivational speeches to the fans. Dude, you are a fucking walking success. I hope that you make it out of your bachelor's in IT and into a career that is profitable, buddy. Get it. Mexican Flash says, Nick, can you take a shot for me? I have so far lost over 20 pounds on my diet. I would drink with you, but I gave it up for Lent. Mexican Flash, I can't do a whole shot. I'll do a sip. I'm already tossed, buddy. What do you think this is? You need to stop. But no, that is awesome. I always love to hear about fats getting less fat, and remember that hashtag we are all fat. So there you go, buddy. Keep it up. Moroatia says, La fil padreg shona duit. Do it. I don't know what fucking Irish Gaelic bullshit you're putting into my chat, but stop it. I don't speak incantation, motherfucker. Write it in English.
Yeah, English, please. This isn't Mexico.
No kidding.
This is Minnesota.
No fucking kidding. Next, Royce the Ripper says, I'm your average libertarian. I want to read Rothbard in the Fed and spread my cheeks like a grilled cheese for my wife, quoting Jack Murphy, probably. Happy St. Patty's Day, Nick. Oh my God. Wolfgang Deo, Irish wristwatch, Irish wristwatch, Irish wristwatch. Andrew War Snowboard says, yay for Nick surviving the swatting. Keep me updated on any developments regarding that. Also, today would have been my great aunt's 100th birthday. She missed it by exactly a year and a half and deserved to have made it to 100. Sorry to hear that, brother. Nothing to update on the swatting. I've got a call out to the very polite deputy to just give him a little more information, but that's about it. Funeral Man 04 says, read that one. Joe says, best part of watching you is I'm not at the bar listening to the Disney music I've got playing on the jukebox. Vienna waits for you. Nick, after Joe sobers up and is battling with a hangover, will he still love you in the morning? I don't know. He was very lovey tonight. It was very breaded. Matrix, no drinking. You're a clone. Love you. No, I'm drinking. Let's see. Ender says Gangs of New York. Wolfsbane, switch some letters around the word ginger, and what do you get? Hollywood is just practicing tradition on 1% of the world's population this time. Carson Depp. What was that?
I said, oh my God. Here we go again with the...
What are you talking about? What happens? I didn't do the switch. What happens when you rearrange ginger?
Nick, stop trying to do this to me.
I got Ngrig.
You're exactly right. You solved the puzzle, Nick. Pat yourself on
I don't even know what an Ngrig is, but that's what I got when I did it.
Well, I'll tell you what. An Ingrid that goes back to the discussion we were having about German women and how terrible they sound in the bed.
That's true.
It's a full circle.
Yeah, licking mein Schneiser. Like, yeah. Jesus Christ. They're fucking weird. Cars in Depth says Portland Children's Hospital publishing instructions for boys how to tuck. We're doomed. Vienna waits for you, says Nick, you deserve a medal for saving Joe's YouTube career. Joe was way too drunk today. Way too drunk. Seal Hunter says Rip Joe. See Goody says Cynthia's just upset and jealous because no one would stick it in her even if she were passed out behind a dumpster. I think I read that one earlier. Damn, that's not good for her at all.
No.
Let's see. Where is No, here we go. Back to this. Where are we? Ethan Hall, 7276 says, as the guy who's currently sexing up Cynthia, I'll be sure to do better to calm her in the future. She's not as bad when you get to know her. God damn it. Rodion Glaskov says, I would take less government protection for more freedom any day. Keep up the good work. That's because you are a lover of liberty. Randall McCollum, does that mean I can have all the coyote women I have woken up next to sent to prison now? Yes. Yes, send all bitches to prison. Look, you have sex with a woman while you're drunk. You tell the courts that you did not consent. Send her to prison. Ultimate troll. Plus, you never have to call
woman
her.
raped you. Yeah.
You never have to call a chick in prison. Why would you? Would you ever call a chick in prison, Joe?
Only if it was my wife.
But your wife,
sister, mother, like outside of immediate family, no.
Yeah, exactly. Matthew Spriggs says, send that drive to Louis Rossman. Dan Goodwin, does the pedo wall figure into penal shock troops? We read that one. Jack Murphy says, hey, umbrella guy, will you be my mutual? RPG or 90 says, happy Alki Day in celebration of my Irish paternal grandfather I never met. I'll stay up way too late drinking whiskey and dying in Elden Ring. Jack Murphy says, will you be my mutual? Camelot, love you abs. Love your abs. Yum. American legend. That explains those damn kids. They're chili drunk. No, only one of my kids ate chili tonight, and none of the others did. Rotten little scumbags. Aurelian Nadia Caesar says, help me, I'm drunk. I got rejected twice, and the depression is winning. I've not drank for 6 years. Cheer me up. Aurelian Nadia Caesar, dude, you got rejected? You're a man. Of course you got rejected. It's not your job to dwell on rejections. It's your job to do enough math that rejections don't matter.
Yep.
Get immune to it, get over it, get out there and start talking to more women. And who cares if they reject you? They're rejecting you based on shallow reasons. While being mad if you would look at them shallowly. Don't worry about it. Some chick out there is good, will listen to you, and will go ahead and give you a shot that you of course deserve, just simply based on your existence. Don't let it get you down too much, brother. Have a drink and then buck up and get back out there. What are you doing? Lude Coon says Nick has awful rum takes. Rum is terrible. I'm not a fan of it. Kyolis Rex 87. Same in my Jeep 17 on the way home from school. Woke up in the median on the grass. Scariest thing ever. Chad X7R. Lawyers are the worst drivers. I picked up a high profile injury attorney here in Indy 7 times from accidents that were his fault. Funny in Pangea says the orange tyrant has struck Cecil's cash grab. Nothing struck that other than Cecil. Stop it. Ponton 21. How the hell did you make it through law school if you fall asleep wherever you try to read a book? Okay, guys, when I graduated law school, we had a big senior graduation party. I was voted the most likely to fall asleep in class because I did all the time, fell asleep all the time. But I also can go ahead and, actually retain information and process it. Kyolis Rex 87. It was definitely Royce and Mersh, Nikki, those Revenge of the Sis guys and their pranks. You should go on one of their Wednesday Patreon shows soon and tell them what's up. But seriously, can you do a stream with them soon? Yes, again, my fault, as I always take fault in scheduling. Mersh talked to me earlier this year, actually last year, and said, hey, would you like to be on the show in 2022? And I said, yes, let's set it up. And I have not given them a date yet. We'll do it.
I've been listening to those dudes for, I don't know, 3 years now or so. They're pretty funny.
I got to meet Mersh in person. My wife and I, we had dinner with him,
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah. He's nice. We had a good time hanging out and just chatting down in Tampa and having a good meal out on the beach. Shinobi Assault says, Nick, last night's stream, didn't you receive a call in or super chat from that game creator? It wasn't actually the game creator about being on your stream or else, and then you got swatted around the same time. It was not the creator of Cuck Simulator that sent that. I misread the text. It was someone who, they claim to be someone who was put into the game of Cuck Simulator, but it's probably not them as well. It's just some rando person who is thirsting for some sort of attention or recognition. I don't really care about them. Troy Neenan says Cecil is finally trying to fulfill the project. 200-watt studio. Edge of Tomorrow rocks. Trucker Rob, wait, this is an Elden Ring. Brian Schultz, Annihilation, Dune, Blade Runner 2049, Tenet. Shador says, read Dune prequels. Way better to read and easier to follow. And you can tell Ty they are much better. Will be worth it just for Ty's expression. Troy Neenan says, no incentive for creators to do 100%. Athena's Owl. Hey, Lofty, good to see you on Recato Law. Joe K, go to Matsuri and step to Tug. He'll beat you with a hammer. Randy's retired. The Next Generation also had Whoopi Goldberg, so not all were hot. I forget. I tune her out of anything that's ever been made. TRS Chaos. There were an adult male who recently went to an elementary school with a box cutter and filmed kids on a toilet. He was led into the school by an official. Should the guy and the official face the wall? No, they don't even make it to the wall in my book. They go straight into a fucking grinder, a meat grinder, and they get crumpled up. I'm so fucking tired of people hurting kids. Bad Dragonite says, can y'all pour one out for my buddy Davey? He was in a rough spot, died from a heart attack last night, only in his 30s. His mom is sick, and now she's alone. To Davey, a life taken far too soon. I don't know how much more I should drink. Geode says, this is a public service announcement for all weebs. Don't waste your time watching Ranking of Kings. Episode 22 killed the whole thing. Charlie D'Angelo, Jack Murphy slasher flick, Children of the Cornhole. Troy Neenan, you want a good Star Trek book? Listen to Red Shirts. Nomadamon says, FYI, Nick, your last several Twitch streams VODs appear to have no audio. Yes, there's something with Elden Ring. Someone is copyright claiming the audio from Elden Ring, at least on my streams. I don't know what it is. Tonight, I'm going to play it. I'm going to mute the music and see if that fixes it. But I heard it's actually a sword slash sound. So I don't know how that's going to work, but I'm going to try muting the music. Spoonie Jack, in Sin City, they cut off Daniel Radcliffe's arms and legs, and he's not on the IMDb. Lexi says, also, this shit is dark. Why am I here? I don't know. Salt, hey, Nick, I think there's an audio issues. I suggest you check r/sounding to fix those problems. Look, guys, if anybody's looking for audio advice, r/sounding will help you fix whatever audio issues you have. I'll vouch for it personally. Sheaf Slingin' Beef says, my entire life, Southerners were made to appear stupid and intolerant. I brought my wife and son back here to Tennessee in 2020. God bless the South. Dude,
I bless the South indeed. I love the deep South. I lived in Georgia for 8 years. Love it.
Where, anywhere near Atlanta?
No, I was pretty far south. I was around like Albany and Leesburg.
Where are you now? Roughly.
Southern Ohio.
Okay. Dude, if you ever make it back to Atlanta, they're hipsters and they're gay and whatever. It doesn't matter. Go to Homegrown. Homegrown in Atlanta is the fucking best biscuits I've ever eaten in my life. And the food is so good. It's a bunch of stupid hipsters, but they really care about food. And it's so fucking good, man. I don't even know what to tell you.
Some good food down south. Some of the best you'll ever have.
Pastafarius says, Nick, we are called by God to hate evil. El DeGusto, nobody ever confronts Sitch about these subjects because they all suck up to him and Adam. And when folks like Razorfist calls him out, he hides. I don't know what subject this is, but we'll see. Charlie D'Angelo says, Ice Poseidon is Paul Danino, his real name. Kylos Rex 87, Baked is a glowy. Penultima, the world has changed. I feel it in the water. I feel it in the earth. I smell it in the air. Much that once was is lost, for none now live who remembers Tig Ol' Biddies on TV and in movies. God, they were so good. So good. Larry Herzog Jr. says, shout out to Camelot. Remember little people once you become a big NASCAR star. On a serious note, check out EVMUX. Great StreamYard alt. Paul Walker, how about I wanted to get COVID because I want natural immunity? Phoenix Lord, if you want TNA, elves, dwarves, etc., make a Warhammer series where it fits. Get the fuck out of that with my Lord of the Rings. This isn't actually Lord of the Rings, right? It's a prequel to Lord of the Rings. Am I not crazy?
I'm not sure. I don't pay close enough attention to verify any of that.
Okay, so ignore Joe and everything he just said. I am 100% correct. This is a prequel to Lord of the Rings, which means they had to put out all of the fucking characters from Lord of the Rings that would follow. Of course, there's elf tits. Why would elves even wear clothes? Their beauty and graceful lines belie only sheer drapery.
You really want some boobs in this show.
I want tits in everything. Every fucking show. Put them in. Put them in the background. I don't care if it's 1 second out of the show. Put them in there. Make it the 80s again. So it is the sign. It is the canary in the coal mine that we are not dead to wokeism. Is a pair of tits on the screen. Right? A pair of tits that you want to see.
Enough.
So put them in there. Wayne Smith, COVID is the first thing to come out of China that lasted for more than a year. Holy shit. Van, it's awesome to see Cody on the Ricada stream. I've done a couple streams with Camelot. People, I guess, forgot about that, but I've done two or three streams with him. Great dude. Always have a good time. Painful Buggery says, Camelot, I'm in Alabama too. I think I know the big guy you're talking about based on his eating habits. He'd also eat a quart of cream cheese because he heard it would help him lose weight. Ethan Hall says, people give me shit for working out for 3 hours a day. They don't understand how necessary it is for mental well-being. I used to be fat. Lift is love. Dude, if I had time to work out 3 hours a day, I 100% would. I don't have time anymore. But when I was working out for an hour to 2 hours a day, I've never felt that good in my life. It was amazing. You could eat literally anything. You feel good. You don't get sick. It's beautiful. Joseph Fazio says, explosions are cheap and rather effective. Just saying. Bad Weather Biker, Phantasm was the best horror sci-fi series of movies. Fight Me. Daniel Erler, I feel personally attacked by tonight's scripture. Redhead Gez says, quarter, 1 out of 4. Oh, this is 4 long. Been missing content since the trial video started. Like the video I get to see though. Like the video I get to see, though, content is awesome to a shit start of the year. So shit start was last month. We had a miscarriage, wanted nothing but the world to burn, got through it. But there's a hint still there. Now, good news, made Twitch affiliate with the streams, build a new gaming PC, hitting the gym now 3 days a week, and generally moving forward in life. Last bit message to chat who may be hitting a hard time. It does get better. Get to the stuff you like and keep moving forward, guys and gals. And that echoes what I've been saying. When you can't figure out what else to do with your life, when you're lost, when you're looking around, work on you. Go to the gym. Don't go to the gym. Just do sit-ups and push-ups. Grab a book and read it. Grab a canvas and paint it. Do fucking something for you. When you can control nothing else in the world, you can control what you do and how you spend your time. Do that first. And when you start doing that, you'll find that you can do some other things and other things and other things, and it gets bigger and bigger. But start with you. Don't be ashamed to spend time on you because you are worth it. Trucker Rob says, Joe is killing me. Ann B. Feinstein says, did you do the super chats already? If so, are they on this stream or another one? Nope. I did yesterday's super chats today. Now, Wolfgang Dale, what is this call-in beta we ain't worrying about? Alex codes things. My lawyer friend Matt and I would love to join you. Would love to have a base convo. Alex, email me. Marlon Green, my childhood cat, Lord Cubicle, passed away. Could you raise a toast to him so I can tell him in heaven that I did do something for him? To Lord Cubicle, you did something for him, even though as a cat, he would never do anything for you. And most importantly, you would never have it any other way. Cheers.
Cheers. Cats are terrible.
Wolfgang Deo says, my dreams died. Can I have toast? No. JK Win, HB laptop CP story. Fake news, or Hunter Biden laptop CP story. Fake news, or people couldn't possess? 11 Bravo Crunchy. Money's tight. Did you see that President Pudding Brain is selling off the strategic oil reserves like Rome selling off the grain reserves before the fall? And Feinstein, there's one good thing David Bay did. He was part of the Red Cell program, helping the government figure out what the terrorists would do next. Actually, it was Michael Bay, not David Bay, as part of the Red Cell program. My favorite author, Brad Thor, was also a member. Adam Sage says, happy Dropkick Murphy's Day. Oh my goodness. Prenter God says, just graduated with my BS in criminal justice / digital forensics this week with a 4.0. Now to get out and try to meet women. Go get it, brother. Tell her, look, I'll forensically examine you and that ass. No, seriously. Let me help you. Let me help you. Printer God. Tell her that you have a degree in criminal justice and forensics, and you can tell her age, her birth date, and her social security number by examining her anus.
And then take out a rubber glove and snap it upon your hand.
She will let you in. She'll let you in. It'll be perfect. Gundam touched me gunt like flash butthole liquor. Welcome to Super Lawyer Status. The John Beck says, for those with uncooperative doctors, flccc.net. Transformers sucked. It let down the legacy of the TV and toys. Kyle Bogue says, didn't hear my member chat get read from yesterday. The member chats, unfortunately, are lost. Was wondering if you read my self-defense situation, told you when you were on Nina Infinity. I think you emailed it to me. I have to read through it, brother. I've been struggling to just fucking keep up with life the past couple days. Not one of us says Pippa collab win. FaZe sent me their Discord info. I have to just connect with them and have a Discord call, and then we'll do it. JK Win says Ricada has fake epilepsy, like Good Logic knows not to draft women because would you draft the downs or the fats? Drex had it right. Keep them poor and no food. Cynthia says, here's to Mandy's lace thong and keys. She's made us all very, very happy. That's not true. Mandy has never shared any of these pictures, and so I call bullshit on it. Speaking of Mandy, she says, Nick, I'm sitting here in thong panties during the show. I stood up to get a drink and came back to see my car keys laying there in my chair. I was sitting on my car keys and didn't notice. I'm so confused and I feel violated. You probably had a Prius if you feel raped. Jiffy the Magic Elf says, I respect that you have voiced your desire to hold off on taking more shots tonight and yet continue to raise a toast and sip for your audience. You're legendary. Good night, Nick. And John, I think he means Joe because there wasn't a John on the show tonight.
Well, my real name's John. So
is it?
If that's possible. Well, I started going by Joe Ball on Twitter, and then I tried to just convert back to my regular name because that's what I sign all my art and everything in. But then everyone hated my real name, so I was like, all right, I'll just stick with Joe Ball.
Well, there you go. I didn't know your name was John. I thought it was just Joe.
It's John Joseph Ball.
Wolfgang Deo says, guys got to episode 23 of Ranking of Kings. Amazing. Lil Meme says, Nick's elf mams will be on a mega chunker. True. Is there a fat elf? I've never seen one. I don't believe they exist. Ann B. Feinstein says, I encourage everyone to go read Dan Crenshaw's book, Fortitude. It's available in all formats and amazing. Neil One says, Twitch VOD audio issue isn't copyright. Would be a red bar. It's probably the new VOD only audio track feature they added. By the way, been here since Tonka Smug Mug. I don't know what to do with the VOD stuff because I just upload it the same way I do literally every Twitch video. I don't know how to do it different. Silva says Riker stood like that because of back injured. I don't believe you. The John Beck says chat exercise helps with mood and depression from a heavy getting stronger. Ethan Dorenzo says not enough positivity in this world. Sometimes hope everyone is doing well on this wonderful morning. This has been a positive show. I think we're fine. I mean, there's some negative topics, but largely positive. And that's all the chats we have. Holy shit. Joe, thank you for hanging out with me. I have to go.
Yeah, no problem at all, man. You have a good night.
You too, buddy. And where can people find you other than death on Indiegogo? Is there anywhere else? Well, like what should they do?
Yeah, I'm on Twitter. My handle is @ComicArtMaster1, or you can just look up Joe Ball and I'll probably be somewhere in the top of that search. But yeah, and I've got a YouTube channel as well. If you just look up Joe Ball King Toad. King Toad's my studio. But I haven't really done much with it. I need to start making some videos. But
how many fat lesbians do you put on your YouTube channel?
None, actually.
There's only like transgender naked people are on your YouTube channel. Like round it, round it because there's probably a lot. What is it?
Like 174. You got to get the clicks, dude. I mean, come on. I can't get clicks, but you can.
I don't put transgender naked people on my show. Why do you got to do that for yours?
Well, because I got to compete with Ricada Law. How else am I going to get all those sweet liberal clicks and compete with these these loony right wingers? These gun nuts.
That's true.
If I can't put Thai boy tranny, black. I can't think of any more words. I'm running out already. No, there's one video up there. It's a promo video for my comic book. That's it right now. So
I need to not laugh, because if I laugh, I'm not going to not stop. I've had too much liquor. Thank you, Joe, for hanging out. Guys, you should check out Joe on Twitter. Check out Joe on YouTube. And certainly check out Death, Death, Death on Indiegogo. And if that tickles your fancy, go fucking buy it. Buy it. Support people who don't hate you. Jesus Davila, Jesus Davila, thank you for the donation. And Renee Draws says, hey, it's Joe Ball. Go back, Death, Death, Death. Also check out Fiendish if you don't mind.
It's a great book.
All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks, Joe. And I'm going to play the outro, and I'm going to go. I don't think I'm going to do Elden Ring tonight because it's 4 a.m. and I'm going to go fucking collapse. I'm so tired. I'll catch you guys tomorrow.
Get some sleep, brother. Nighty night.
Yeah, you too, buddy. Have a good night. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Peace.
Fuck it. Happy Thanksgiving. Peace.
That too. Peace. I clicked the wrong thing.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of that brug. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law